James Cameron's Avatar is one of the most bafflingly hated on movies of all time. All you have to do is mention it in some corners of the internet before being subjected to a whole bunch of regurgitated talking points calling it a horrible mess of a movie that is nothing more than a watered-down, plagiarized version of other movies. Or in other words, the dumb blue people film, with almost nothing of substance to back up those claims. Now to be clear, that's not to say most people hate Avatar. In fact, on the contrary, most people seem to adore the film, its story, its characters, its world, its lore, its visuals, and its soundtrack. But there is a very loud vocal minority online, at least, that, for a myriad of mostly stupid reasons, want to try and tear the movie down in almost every aspect and by any means necessary. But this unfortunately doesn't stop at the movie. A lot of this has also spilled over to the man in question responsible for its creation, James Cameron himself. Now, there are perfectly valid reasons to dislike or even hate Avatar if it's not your cup of tea. That's understandable. Not everything's for everyone, fair enough. But like many groups of online detractors out there, for a movie, celebrity, or whatever, the loudest of which are almost always the most unreasonable and baseless in their claims, resorting to incredibly shallow criticisms or just misconceptions that they've heard propagated from someone else or that was fed to them by the media or content creator who has their own agenda at play and who likely didn't do any research of their own, at least any that was in good faith. And sadly, these particular individuals aren't just after Avatar's blood, they're after James Cameron's, and they want him to fail hard. So wait, let me see if I understand this right. After being fed an all-you-can-eat buffet of corporate, soulless, sloppy, derivative, nonsensical, and shallow, politically pandering, disingenuous Hollywood garbage for damn near a decade at this point, and so many of these same people saying how tired they are of superhero movies, or gosh, I wish studios would stop interfering in movie productions and let these filmmakers actually use their imagination and creative prowess to create a genuine piece of art and movie experience. That's what a lot of these same people have been screaming from the top of their lungs for so many years now. And when James Cameron, with one of the best film track records in history, returns from the literal abyss...
This is Deep Sea Challenger. I am on the bottom.
Oh my god!
After 12 years to give you exactly that, your reaction is to grab the pitchforks and torches and try to run both him and his movie into the ground before it even releases?
I'm fine with people not liking the movie. That's usually fine with me. But I've never seen so many people preying on a movie's downfall before it even comes out. Like, I never say the word haters, but this movie has actual haters. Like, not just saying they don't like it. Actively praying, known atheists. They've never prayed a day in their lives. They're actively praying on this movie's downfall. They just started praying just for this.
Watching the series crumble to dust is gonna be very juicy.
Please let it flop, please. I've had enough, all right? Get behind me, Nate Terry. Yeah, I know her name too. Even in my own household, everybody hates it and is making fun of me for being excited for it. On Twitter, people saying to me that they hope it's bad.
Excuse me, this absolute legend gave us the Terminator duology, Aliens, True Lies, Thai Bloody Tanic, the highest grossing film worldwide, at least at the time, until finally he delivered the movie that, according to Cameron, was a lifelong dream and ambition come true, the sci-fi epic and groundbreaking visual spectacle known as Avatar, which blasted past any and all expectations to become the new highest grossing film of all time, a box office feat that still stands strong to this day, after some admittedly close competition that I'm sure had old Jimmy here sweating bullets, until he reasserted his dominance and re-released Avatar in China to regain the lead that he held for so long and continues to hold to this day. But it would seem that all this success has left something of a target on the back of James Cameron, so to speak, and that target has only gotten bigger and bigger as the years have gone by.
But the one thing they love more than a hero is to see a hero fail, fall, die trying. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. Why bother?
Now to start things off, I'd just like to provide a short little history lesson here. When first released in theaters, Avatar blew our minds and our wallets, and shortly after which we received a re-release of the James Cameron Special Editions in late 2010. And then later on, somewhere between late 2011 to early 2012, the deal was officially signed for a second and third Avatar installment, turning the highest grossing film of all time into its own trilogy. In addition to that, we also heard that James Cameron had plans for a fourth Avatar installment, which would be officially confirmed later on, and after which we heard absolute silence. Years and years of They're being worked on, and they aren't ready yet, just be patient. Then in the midst of 2016, we heard that James Cameron had expanded his project to a total of 5 Avatar movies, 4 sequels to his original blockbuster back in 2009, late into pre-production of the Avatar trilogy. In actuality, the filming for the official Avatar sequel began in September 2017. But aside from that, absolutely nothing to speak of regarding the Avatar franchise, and in the meanwhile, Disney bought the distribution rights to the IP when it acquired 20th Century Fox for $71 billion, and the silence surrounding Avatar was finally broken in early 2022 when Disney and James Cameron finally released the teaser trailer to Avatar: The Way of Water, and goddamn was it glorious! However, it seems that over the years since the release of James Cameron's Avatar back in 2009, that the vocal minority of the internet that I spoke of turned very sour on both James Cameron's film as well as the legendary filmmaker himself. What seems to be the word going around is that Avatar was an overrated one-hit wonder. Others have called it politically motivated trash that's overly preachy about the environment and colonialism, and some have even called it a failure of storytelling due to its derivative structure, albeit a successful one. Basically, a lot of straw grasping to bring the public opinion of Avatar down several notches, and to have a pseudo-intellectual hot take of sorts, based on, quite frankly, jack shit. And as I said, some of this has rubbed off on the public's take on James Cameron as well. Some people are now saying that James Cameron lost his way, so to speak, after Terminator and Aliens, and that he became an old and out-of-touch director, which led him to making Avatar in the first place. And are even passing around the notion that he was a hack from the very beginning, which is just ludicrous. But because of this sudden, although relatively small change in the internet climate, I've seen several online influencers try their damnedest to find any way they can to twist Cameron's words into a narrative they can spin to smear both his intent and his creative prowess. Now, this is eerily similar to the narrative people spread about George Lucas supposedly losing his mind and his talent when he made the Star Wars prequels, spreading falsities about the movies in question that they fundamentally did not understand.
I've been wondering, what are midichlorians?
So then George Lucas completely and utterly finally ruined Star Wars forever by having Qui-Gon explain that the Force is microscopic organisms. This entire idea and why this is in the movie is so baffling to me that I cannot even wrap my mind around it.
People over the years that I've seen complaining about midichlorians, I don't think I've seen any of them up to, and definitely including J.J. Abrams, that have understood exactly what midichlorians actually are. As Lucas has explained in his recent interview with Paul Duncan for the Star Wars Archives books, midichlorians are a small organism similar to mitochondria. In the world of real science, mitochondria are organelles that travel within living cells. Additionally, mitochondria send signals to cells to communicate messages from hormones and your immune system, among other body systems, which leads to the cells carrying out corresponding functions. So when Lucas is talking about midichlorians, he's talking about a slightly fantasy version of a real thing. When he says they're telling us the will of the Force, it's not that different than actual mitochondria giving your cells directions based on signals that they're getting from hormones. But for some reason, this makes fans go absolutely insane. Fans think that this somehow is a scientific explanation of the Force, which they want to be mysterious and magical. The Force is a completely separate thing from the midichlorians that the midichlorians are acting in response to. Lucas goes on to explain that the Force is exactly what it's always been. It's an energy field created by living things.
And when all else failed, even just straight up lying about the man, formulating a narrative that Star Wars, his magnum opus, was only good due to people around him and in spite of its own creator, which is just flat out fucking false if you do any level of research that wasn't cherry-picking history out of context.
In February of 1977, George Lucas invited some of his closest friends to watch a rough cut of his new film, Star Wars. In attendance among a handful of people were Steven Spielberg and Brian De Palma. The response was not good. The film was in trouble. It was only due to their laborious editorial process that Star Wars snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. So Lucas turned to his ingenious editing team, Richard Chew, Paul Hirsch, and arguably one of George's greatest
The narrative of Rocket Jump's video is extremely simple and is essentially told before the title appears and the video proper even begins. It goes like this. George Lucas made Star Wars and then showed it to his friends. They hated it. The movie was a disaster.
But the film was not beyond saving.
So Lucas hired 3 brilliant editors, Marcia Lucas, Richard Chew, and Paul Hirsch, and they saved the film. The end. The first of many problems with this narrative is that this disastrous cut of the film to which Lucas's friends reacted so badly was in fact edited by Marcia Lucas, Richard Chew, and Paul Hirsch. And by February of '77, Marcia Lucas and Richard Chew had already completed their work on Star Wars. Complicates things a bit, doesn't it?
The reason I'm bringing this up is because I see the very early stages of something very similar to George Lucas happening to James Cameron in the aftermath of his latest blockbuster and in the lead up to that movie's sequel, and I kind of wanted to put my foot down and squash this internet BS that's been making the rounds in recent years and over the past few months. But here is something I want to make clear before ending this introduction, is that the point of this video isn't to make you like Avatar. If it does, then great, fantastic. But what I'm hoping to do with this video is to correct this misguided, shallow, idiotic agenda people are pushing against the film that, in a nutshell, is based off a colossal amount of misunderstanding surrounding the film, its plot, its world, its message, its purpose, as well as a colossal misunderstanding of the creator behind Avatar, that being James Cameron, which has been propagated by the media, content creators, and detractors of the film, which for the most part are completely false, or are just pushed through a very biased lens, ignoring their own double standards and basing all of their assertions on a very narrow frame of reference for which they like to make comparisons to regarding the movie, and with little to no understanding or insight for that matter into why the film was made in the first place, how it functions, and what its purpose is. I'd also like to mention right quick that one of the reasons this video took so long to make is partially because it was started before Avatar: The Way of Water was released. It has since been released to quite an excellent reception, and we will talk about it. And so I kind of wanted to just let the movie's theatrical release play out before I released a video regarding the first Avatar, which 95% of this video will be talking about the first Avatar movie. Let me make that very clear. Though we'll talk about some of the more recent controversies surrounding James Cameron, in which case we will be discussing The Way of Water and some of its spoilers, so fair warning there. This will not be a spoiler-safe video if you have not seen Avatar: The Way of Water. And finally, the second reason why this video took so long to make is because the amount of research I put into this video to try and get the clearest possible picture and have the most informative video possible to squash a lot of these misconceptions. Like, seriously, I must have watched every single James Cameron video on the planet. Maybe I missed a couple, who knows, but there was a lot, and you're gonna see that in this video. And as torturous as that was to sit through some hour-long interviews at a time, gotta say, you learn a lot from listening to the man.
I've just been in the mind of a genius.
So I would encourage you after this video to go and do your own research about James Cameron and watch his interviews, watch his documentaries and his motivational speeches. I promise you, doing your own research on James Cameron is going to be far more rewarding than just listening to some random content creator or reading some random news article that takes a very tiny snippet of what James Cameron said in one of those interviews and then tries to make a mountain out of a molehill with it. If there's one thing I've learned from making this video is that James Cameron is the fucking man when it comes to movie making. And that he has a set of bowling balls for testicles with some of the shit he's done over the years.
Alright, enough of that bullshit.
Let's get on to the video. So beginning with the anti-Avatar narrative that's been propagated throughout the internet, let's start with arguably the biggest criticism of the movie, and certainly the one I've most commonly heard from detractors of the film. Avatar has been slapped with the label of simply being a Dances with Wolves ripoff, as well as Pocahontas in space. Not to sound pretentious or anything, but when you've been engaged with this online critical discussion as much as I have over the past few years, it's really no surprise that the most widely spread criticism also happens to be the most surface level and brain-dead insult that's been levied against the film. Avatar has a similar plot structure to other movies. Wow, fucking genius, teach a class while you're at it. The same can be said for pretty much the entire early 90s action boom that came after Die Hard, or practically every single disaster movie from the late 90s, early 2000s, or I don't know, how about every single comic book movie over the past decade that likely many of these same critics levying this criticism get off on watching time and time again. Granted, there are some comic book movies that are exceptions for how they structure their plots, but you get my point. But let's get back to the Dances with Wolves comparison. And I'm painting with a very broad stroke here and in no way mean to do a disservice to any of the movies I'm about to mention. But in a nutshell, the plot synopsis for Dances with Wolves is basically main character goes through traumatic event, travels to a distant land, has a confrontation with the local natives that are being persecuted, builds a rapport with the natives, learning their ways and adopting their culture. Main character has a changed outlook on life, opting to stand against his former allies, who are persecuting and exploiting the natives, which he is now befriended, and the film ends with him finding a new belonging. Now we come to the plot synopsis of The Last Samurai, which is basically main character goes through traumatic event, travels to a distant land, has a confrontation with the local natives being persecuted, builds a rapport with the natives, learning their ways and adopting their culture. Main character has a changed outlook on life, opting to stand against his former allies who are persecuting and exploiting the natives he has befriended, and the film ends with him finding a new belonging. Finally, we come to the plot synopsis of James Cameron's Avatar. And as you well know, Avatar's plot is basically main character goes through traumatic event, travels to a distant land, has a confrontation with the local natives being persecuted, builds a rapport with the natives, learning their ways and adopting their culture. Main character has a changed outlook on life, opting to stand against his former allies who are persecuting and exploiting the natives he has befriended, and the film ends with him finding a new belonging. So as you can see, this supposed rip-off label that's been slapped on Avatar, which has made people frown upon it for some time, has been partaken in by more than a few movies, some of which are hailed masterpieces by many people, including myself. The fact of the matter is, Avatar is simply following certain storytelling tropes that have been done before. It's not some cardinal sin or even all that uncommon in the movie industry or storytelling as a whole. And as a matter of fact, tropes are labeled as such precisely because of how commonly writers choose to indulge them. Once again, look at the trope that Die Hard started back in the 1980s, that inspired virtually every average man lone hero action movie in the early to mid 90s. In the case of Avatar, it's also been defined as the, quote, going native storytelling trope. Hell, there's even an entire IMDb list containing all the movies that even remotely pertain to this trope, and wouldn't you know it, Dances with Wolves isn't even at the top of the list. The going native plotline is just a less commonly utilized trope, as opposed to, say, the avenging a loved one trope. And so there's a narrow frame of reference for comparison, which is why Avatar is saddled with the uncharitable label of being a simple ripoff. Yet despite that, and as a huge fan of The Last Samurai myself, I've never seen that masterpiece, which, make no mistake, The Last Samurai is a masterpiece. I've never seen The Last Samurai levied with even an ounce of the same criticism, which honestly baffles me because I consider The Last Samurai to have far less originality in regards to the trope than Avatar does. Yet I've noticed a substantial amount of bitterness directed towards James Cameron's film in the years since its release. A lot of the bitterness levied towards Avatar for adopting the trope, even accusing it of sheer plagiarism, seems to stem from the unprecedented box office numbers the film grossed, all for such a derivative movie with such a simple story. Despite the fact that Avatar's plot was probably the only thing that could even be remotely considered to be derivative about it, people also tend to act as if they've struck gold by arguing that Avatar's derivative plot makes it some sort of failure in regards to storytelling, which is just ludicrous by any stretch of the imagination. Like they're telling James Cameron something he doesn't already know about his own movie. But in actuality, these pseudo-intellectuals online have it backwards. After all, James Cameron himself, shortly after the film's release, is even quoted attributing the simplicity of Avatar's plot as one of the key reasons for its success.
Why do you think it is doing so well beyond the technology, beyond the 3D?
Yeah, I think, well, we didn't see this coming. We expected that we were making a commercial film. It had action. It had this whole other world. We kind of knew what worked about the movie. And I think it's actually the sum total of all the elements. It's no one thing. It's not just the 3D, not just the visual effects. I think it's driven a lot by the fact that people are having a strong emotional reaction in the film. I think it's driven a lot by the fact that it's a film for women as much as men and for families. Meaning that parents can take their children, parents can take their parents, grandparents can take their grandkids, and it's that cross-generational thing and transcultural thing that gets you to this kind of stratospheric level. And I'm only saying that because we saw the same thing with Titanic, even though it was a very different film.
Is there any difference in terms of region? Do the audience react differently in China than they do in Spain?
I haven't actually sat through a screening in China, but our results in China are phenomenal. They're off the scale. It'll be the highest grossing film in China. And, so I'm guessing that they're responding in the same way to the universalities of the human experience in the film. I think they're probably, if I have to guess, and what I can tell from the reports I'm getting, they're crying in the same places, and they're cheering in the same places. So they're getting it. There's something in almost the sort of the simplicity of the story seems to transcend cultures very, very easily, and the strength of the visual.
The simplicity of the story is what other people are drawn to. They say this is a classic story.
And it's been criticized for that.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting to.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, tell me what's the most important thing you know about storytelling?
You have to find a key to the heart of the audience, which means you have to find universals of human experience and then express them in exotic new ways. So you've got to find something that people recognize. Simple as boy meets girl on a ship, which is going to sink. But the knowledge that it's going to sink was a critical part of that storytelling. Because otherwise you had 2 hours of women in corsets and funny hats before anything happened, before the ship even hit the iceberg. But if you know it's sinking, you hang around for all that. You see what I mean? So that was a part of the storytelling. But I think it's always about the characters and about how those characters express something that the audience is feeling. So it has to have some universality to it, having to do with relationships, whether it's parent-child, male-female, whatever it is. And then you have to take them on a journey. And then you have to make it excruciating. Somehow. Excruciating.
They have to be challenged, they have to be in danger, they have to be in pain, they have to be
fear,
triumphant too.
Tension,
and triumphant.
And triumph. Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's an element of it, some form of triumph.
Some form of triumph, exactly.
Whether it's our values or a victory, something.
Yeah, in the case of Titanic, everybody died, including at the very end of the film, the main character. But she lived a life that she had learned. There was an energy transfer from one character to another, which I also think is a fundamental of a love story, that there is some flow of energy from one character to the other. And so I applied that rule set at a very abstract level to Avatar, because it's a very different story, obviously. Different setting, different characters, different goals to the story and to the relationships. But I think you can step back to a very abstract level of general principles, and if you apply those principles, it'll work.
In actuality, Avatar's simplistic plot is what allowed so many people to gravitate towards it in the first place, making it easy enough to understand and relate to the characters in question, who have been criticized, by the way, which we'll get to. But due to the simplicity of the story, it allowed many demographics to cross over with one another and embrace the film's story, message, setting, premise, characters, and world with open arms. But what do you say we use another example of a simple and derivative movie that so many people seem to be gravitating to? Top Gun Maverick, a sequel to the well-renowned classic from 1986. I've spoken about this recently in regards to another video, but much like Avatar, Top Gun Maverick possesses a very simple story that is enhanced tremendously by the thrill it gives its audience in visuals, sound, suspense, practical effects, and stunt work. And because of this, it's a film that anyone can go and watch, even if they haven't seen the first Top Gun movie, and still be invested in what's happening and where it's going, which, in addition to everything I've mentioned, has allowed the film to make around $1.3 billion at the box office at the time of this video. And make no mistake, having seen the film in theaters twice myself, it's very well deserved. However, when it comes to Top Gun Maverick's plot, and anyone who's seen the movie will agree with me here, if you take the movie Creed and applied it to a fighter pilot academy setting and combine that with the final act of Star Wars A New Hope, then you get the plot of Top Gun Maverick. And to further elaborate, Top Gun Maverick's plot synopsis is basically old legend comes back to the sport or job that made them a legend, except this time it's to train the offspring of their best friend who died in that very same line of work, which the legend feels responsible for, and this results in the legend training the young up-and-comer for some monumental challenge that comes up in the final act of the film, which in this particular case is a long, dangerous, and hostile high-velocity trench run to hit an extremely tiny target in a 1 in a million shot, destroying an enemy base and accomplishing the mission. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not 100% identical or anything, but you can undoubtedly see the similarities. Like I said, Top Gun Maverick's plot is simple and absolutely tells a derivative story. But that doesn't diminish the fact that it works well and even excels in many areas, hence the reason for the film's success. The takeaway here is that you can have a derivative movie. Most movies are in fact derivative to some degree. What matters above all else is how well it's executed, and how many people are really going to argue in the case of Avatar that its execution and presentation isn't outstanding.
Son, just don't.
Granted, there are some instances where people certainly have tried, and I'll get to those soon. But to reinforce my point about the execution mattering more than the trope that is being used, the level of familiarity with any given trope, with any media product, has, I found, come down to the person's exposure to that category in question that it belongs to. For example, prior to Avatar, I hadn't seen Dances with Wolves or Pocahontas, but I had seen The Last Samurai and Aliens, which we're going to talk about very soon, by the way. And this may give you some indication as to what kind of perspective I'm coming from in regards to Avatar. And as I previously mentioned regarding Top Gun Maverick, I had already seen Creed and Star Wars A New Hope, hence why I found Top Gun Maverick's plot somewhat derivative, but it in no way diminished how well that movie was executed. Anyway, I hope that finally squashes the whole Dances with Wolves rip-off dismissal of the film, as well as the internet buzz narrative that Avatar is supposedly some kind of storytelling failure that some people seem to be clinging to. No one is denying the similarities, understand. I'm simply providing a wider lens and further nuance on the matter to show that Avatar didn't commit some crime against literature, or Kevin Costner, as well as the author of Dances with Wolves for that matter.
Was that we're generating an inversion here of the classic 50s, 60s sci-fi concept of the aliens that walk among us, that take human form and are indistinguishable from us, or maybe have some little clue that gives them away. You know, like the old Invaders show in the 60s where they couldn't bend their little fingers, you know. But we're flipping that and saying we're the invaders. And we're going to tell the story from the standpoint of the invaded, of the aliens. So we're taking an alien form to walk amongst them. And it's just never been done, you know. And I think that that's a really interesting idea. So when people talk about the classicism of the movie, that's fine to say, except this has never been done.
Right.
By classicism, I mean, you know, there have been plenty of movies about a stranger in a strange land, a stranger who comes to a new environment, a new culture, and assimilates into that culture, and then has to make decisions about his loyalties and so on. We've seen that in Lawrence of Arabia, and you know, films like that, and certainly many books along those lines from the 20s and 30s and so on, right up through the present, even to Dances with Wolves, I guess was in the early 80s, and which I think was a fantastic film and which dealt with those themes. But Dances with Wolves wasn't a science fiction movie. It didn't take place on another planet. The specifics of the storytelling are very different.
Now, if we're going to talk about how Avatar distinguishes itself from its other going native predecessors, namely the ones I've just mentioned, well, first off, let's talk about the pacing. Starting with Dances with Wolves, quite frankly, that movie is paced like absolute piss, especially if you've watched the extended cut of the film. The first hour of which is basically just Kevin Costner dicking around in the wilderness with his bare ass doing diddly squat. The Last Samurai, I happen to believe, is paced far better, and so for that matter is James Cameron's Avatar, especially when you consider just how much Avatar has to set up and pay off in roughly that same allotted time. Secondly, The Last Samurai and Dances with Wolves both take place on Earth. Hell, they take place in the same period of human history. If I was going to truncate The Last Samurai's plot down in the same unflattering light that many like to do with Avatar, well then The Last Samurai is basically Dances with Wolves if Captain Dunbar felt guilty about killing Indians, so then he decided to move to Japan and have the exact same plot defending Japanese natives instead of American ones. Except with a romance that makes little to no sense because Tom Cruise kills this chick's husband, and she has no real reason to fall in love with him other than the fact that he's Tom Cruise. Again, that's if I'm choosing to paint the movie in the same unflattering light as some choose to paint Avatar in. Obviously, The Last Samurai is much more complex than that, in both its characters and its storytelling. I can attest to that as a fan of the film. However, the point I was getting at is this is a far more derivative going native story than Avatar is. It doesn't have to basically build an entire world, ecosystem, factions, lore, history, and religion for a conflict that, while fictional, is certainly inspired by human history instead of straight up adapting it like The Last Samurai or Dances with Wolves for that matter. Aside from the world building that Avatar has to do, which the other films don't, There's certain aspects about Avatar that make it stand out from the others, besides the fact that it's almost entirely otherworldly. Firstly, there's the double agent aspect of the film, or rather the triple agent conflict with the main protagonist, depending on how you look at it. Dances with Wolves and The Last Samurai feature a protagonist whose going native journey is mostly circumstantial, and is something they elect to do entirely on their own.
What are you doing? Why are we having these conversations? What the hell am I doing here?
In spring, the snows will melt and the pastures will open.
Until that time, you are here.
Avatar's main character is actually tasked with infiltrating the natives and learning their ways in order to benefit the humans in one form or another. And he's also undermining one human faction for another at the same time until his loyalties are tested and he has to choose. As for the circumstances surrounding the protagonist joining the native tribe, well, The Last Samurai and Avatar both delve into what's known as the very commonly used Chosen One trope, though The Last Samurai only does this ever so slightly with Katsumoto's premonition in the opening of the movie, the source of which is kept completely ambiguous. And this is the reason for why he spares Captain Orgren's life, and why Captain Orgren is even allowed amongst the samurai after he was initially sent to quell their uprising. He was their prisoner, a captive they would have almost certainly killed if Katsumoto didn't have his curiosity piqued by that vision he had. In Avatar, Jake Sully was given a mission to infiltrate the Na'vi tribe, but they only take interest in him once he is very unambiguously chosen by the very real and revered biological god of Pandora, and because of this, the Chosen One trope is given far more narrative focus in Avatar. Now, the second aspect of Avatar that really distinguishes its story, other than its otherworldly setting and its double-agent protagonist conflict, is the dreamlike aspect of it and theme of not just finding where one belongs in the world, which is what the going native trope is traditionally about, but Avatar takes this one step further. It's not just a story about belonging, it goes far deeper than just changing where you want to live and what culture you want to be a part of. In Avatar, the main protagonist has to choose his own reality. His entire reality changes by the end of the film. Every aspect of his very being and the world around him is different. He's been completely reincarnated into a new life. And it's here I'd like to briefly talk about the film Inception. Now, much like Avatar, Inception has a very simple plot, but it's extremely intricate and complex at the same time. There's a lot of moving parts and aspects about the plot to set up and explain. Also, much like Avatar, Inception's cast, outside of the main protagonist, has a very one-dimensional but purposeful cast of characters that all serve their function in the story perfectly. But Inception, as part of its plot, deals with the struggles of getting lost within a dream and losing grasp on one's reality.
They come here every day to sleep.
No. They come to be woken up. The dream has become the reality. Who are you to say otherwise?
Let's see what you can do.
Now, with Avatar's main protagonist, Jake Sully, the concept of getting lost within a dream and letting it become the main character's reality is much more metaphorical, but the theme and struggle of which is still very much real and present within the film and its story.
Everything is backwards now. Like out there is the true world, and in here is the dream. It's hard to believe it's only been 3 months. I can barely remember my whole life. I don't know who I am anymore.
And by the end of the film, Jake Sully completely renounces his very being as a human, giving his mind and soul to the Avatar body. Now, we as the audience know that isn't Jake's real body, but that's not what he sees. He's decided that his human form was just a shell, a precursor of sorts before his actual life starts, and he's chosen the life of a Na'vi as his reality. No more human diet, no more mechanical transportation, no more making money from a human occupation, no more human brothers, sisters, or human parents, no more longing to fix his human spine and walk again, no more gambling, no more going to church, no more paying taxes, no more going to bars and getting drunk with his friends all the time. All of that is gone. To Jake, that was all a dream. He's chosen the reality of living as a Na'vi, and he's chosen the world of Pandora as his home. James Cameron himself has gone on to say that he always planned to begin and end the film with the main protagonist opening his eyes.
And one of the themes of the film, the film begins and ends with the character's eyes opening. It's about perceiving differently, looking at another culture through their eyes, understanding the other person better, and how this interrelates with this idea of aggression and warfare, and how if we just understood the other culture better, we could find a solution that wasn't a solution of war. And I think that the other sort of main theme, obviously, is about nature and our human relationship with nature.
And not to mention the poetic fact that Avatar was inspired by a dream James Cameron had about a bioluminescent forest long ago. A dream that he wanted us as the audience to escape into. And he wanted to use Jake as our avatar in a movie called Avatar.
My goal with Avatar was to have people dream with their eyes wide open. I feel like I'm there. It looks real. But it has to be a dream.
And not to mention the fact that the Na'vi call human avatars dreamwalkers, and hell, even the ending song for the movie is called I See You, and opens with the words walking through a dream. Just if you needed some extra references for this very poetic and intentionally integrated theme that Avatar possesses as part of its story that distinguishes it from its predecessors. Well, that and many other aspects anyway. Before we move on from the plagiarism accusations levied against Avatar, I'd actually like to compare the structure of Avatar and its story to that of Halo Combat Evolved. Now, some of you might be scratching your head as to what a video game released back in 2001 could possibly offer to a discussion about Avatar.
Slow down, you're losing me.
And that's a fair question, but bear with me here as it'll become clear momentarily. Granted, Halo and Avatar are in almost no way similar aside from being sci-fi space epics that have a plot to do with alien creatures. But you know what Halo Combat Evolved does share a lot of similarities with? Why, that would be none other than James Cameron's Aliens film, which inspired a large portion of the first ever Halo game. Matter of fact, it would be very accurate to say Aliens was the precursor template for Halo Combat Evolved, and in actuality, Halo is relevant to this discussion on several levels, the first being the Dances with Wolves plagiarism accusations levied towards Avatar, and the second would be Halo's actual story and depth, which will play a role in addressing the next criticism of Avatar that I'm about to discuss after this. Spoilers for Halo Combat Evolved from this moment on. Now, I've been a fan of Halo for 20 years at this point, and amongst Halo fans, it's fairly common knowledge that Bungie took many elements of James Cameron's Aliens film from 1986 and shoved them straight into Halo. Bungie themselves cited Aliens as a major source of inspiration for Halo Combat Evolved, and many of these elements were meant to pay homage to the original source. Hell, there's even a whole wiki page that's dedicated to this, okay? This isn't anything new, this isn't some sort of hot take. But when you really look at how much from Halo Combat Evolved was actually taken from Aliens, and how similar it actually is, it really does bring up a debate on whether this does lead a little too far into simple inspiration territory. But firstly, again, as I said, the only thing Avatar has even remotely similar to Dances with Wolves is its plot. Halo Combat Evolved's similarities to Aliens, on the other hand, stem far beyond just the similar plot and premise of landing on a mysterious alien world, fighting aliens, and purging an alien threat to save the universe. In addition to that, Halo Combat Evolved also uses a virtual shot-for-shot remake of the arrival of the USS Sulaco to LV-426, and you can see the art design of the Pillar of Autumn is also very similar. The cryopod sequence and design is also very similar to Master Chief's in Halo Combat Evolved. The Colonial Marines in Aliens have a similar armor design to the UNSC Marines on the Pillar of Autumn as an intentional homage. However, Bungie just went ahead and ripped the entire character of Sergeant Apone from Aliens to create Sergeant Johnson.
All right, sweethearts, what are you waiting for? Breakfast in bed? Another glorious day in the Corps. Formation of parade. I love the Corps.
Then listen up. When I joined the Corps, we didn't have any fancy schmancy tanks. We had sticks, 2 sticks and a rock for a whole platoon, and we had to share the rock. Buck up, boy. You're one very lucky Marine.
Absolutely badasses.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose. Man, here's where we show those split-chin, squid-head sons of bitches that they could not have picked a worse enemy than the human race.
You secure that shit, Hudson. All right, sweethearts, you heard the man and you know the drill, assholes and elbows.
We are going to blow the hell out of those dumb bugs until we don't have anything left to shoot them with. And then we are going to strangle them with their own living guts.
Now, intended for homage or not, I'm sure we can all agree this goes well beyond the realms of simple inspiration here. Then we have the design of the dropship for the Marines and Aliens, which is quite similar to the Pelican design from Halo Combat Evolved, and arguably the most egregious example lifted from Aliens is this entire found footage sequence when the Colonial Marines first encountered the hive of xenomorphs on LV-426. Now, this was taken almost beat for beat by Bungie and used to introduce the hive of mysterious parasitic alien life forms on Halo called the Flood. Not to mention, the design and color texture of the Flood infection forms is very similar to the facehuggers in Aliens. And not to mention, the function of each organism is to infect the host with a parasite, but that's about where those similarities end. As for the elites, one of the main alien adversaries you face in Halo Combat Evolved, Bungie's design was basically combining the xenomorph runner from Alien 3, removing the tail and attaching the face of Predator from the 1987 classic, and just shaving off the dreadlocks, but I think I've made my point regarding Halo's extensive similarities to Aliens. And that's not even mentioning Bungie's inspirations from the sci-fi novel series in the 1960s called Ringworld by Larry Niven, and obviously the 1997 film adaptation Starship Troopers. All sources which, as far as I know, Bungie have cited as sources of inspiration. And when you take this into account, it's not hard to see where they got many of their other ideas from, and bear in mind, a lot of these are just simple references and relatively minor ideas, but when you really decide to break it all down, it does start to add up quite a bit. Now, as I said before, this isn't exactly a mystery to fans of the Halo franchise, especially in 2022. But back in 2010, that wasn't exactly the case, and it's funny that while I was doing research for this video, and while we're talking about the criticisms of Avatar supposedly being plagiarism, I came across this article where James Cameron himself was questioned on whether or not Avatar actually ripped off Halo with some of its designs. Yes, back in 2010, in addition to Avatar being accused of being a Dances with Wolves ripoff, many Halo fans or fanatics believed James Cameron was the one ripping off Halo, and here's what James Cameron himself had to say about that. The article reads that James Cameron has hit out at critics who claimed Avatar was reminiscent of Halo, joking that he invented the stuff Halo was ripping off in the first place. Quote, "The funniest thing is when some of these so-called fanboys get up trashing Avatar for looking too much like Halo, pay attention," he joked. If I'm referencing anything, I'm referencing the source work for Halo, which is my own stuff, so I get to do that. Nobody else gets to do that, but I get to do that. My rule anyway, end quote. And James Cameron is absolutely right. Authors can quote themselves and pay homage to their past works as much as they want. It's when authors want to take inspiration from other creators does it become a discussion about ethics and potential plagiarism. Little tangent here, but just for reference sake, because this is going to come back up later in the video, but this is exactly what James Cameron was responding to in regards to his inversion comment about flipping concepts on their head throughout Avatar.
Well, I guess that's the story of story in general, is that, you know, people sit around the fire and have told it differently every time, but
right.
It's still the same story we're telling these years later.
Right.
And speaking of aliens, we've seen you do Robot a little bit and fighting off the Queen Mother.
Yeah.
But here it's again reinvented in a whole new way. Was that
we're generating an inversion here of the classic 50s, 60s sci-fi concept of the aliens that walk among us, that take human form and are indistinguishable from us, or maybe have some little clue that gives them away. You know, like the old Invaders show in the 60s where they couldn't bend their little fingers. You know. But we're flipping that and saying we're the invaders, and we're going to tell the story from the standpoint of the invaded, of the aliens. So we're taking an alien form to walk amongst them, and it's just never been done.
Not just flipping concepts, understand, but also echoing and quoting his past films as well. As he mentioned when he responded to misinformed Halo fans who possessed no wider frame of reference. In Avatar, James Cameron decided to quote aliens by having a mech suit human fight an otherworldly alien, but this time the roles of protagonist and antagonist are reversed.
Get away from her, you bitch!
Hey, Sully, how's it feel to betray your own race?
James Cameron also inverted the concept of dreaming and cryosleep from Aliens.
Are we gonna sleep all the way home?
All the way home.
Can I dream?
Yes, honey. I think we both can.
In cryo, you don't dream at all. Doesn't feel like 6 years. More like a fifth of tequila and an ass kicking.
In addition to that, he also quotes his older movies by shooting dramatic sequences in a similar way that's meant to pay homage to his earlier work. A fairly obvious example I picked up on whilst going on a James Cameron film binge during the making of this video is this sequence from Titanic where Rose has to leave Jack behind and board a lifeboat that will take her to safety that's currently only accepting women and children. Hence, for her to survive, Jack and Rose have to be torn apart. And as the lifeboat is being lowered from the Titanic, the song My Heart Will Go On plays, and it cuts back and forth between Rose and Jack, highly implying that this is the last time they will ever see each other. And this is exactly how James Cameron shot the ending sequence in Terminator 2, where the T-800 was lowered into the pit of molten steel. As a more tragic version of the Terminator theme plays, while the camera cuts back and forth between the main characters, as John and Sarah Connor watch on as their friend is being lowered to its death. But once again, James Cameron inverted the concept in Titanic, where Rose was being lowered to safety, and Jack was the one remaining high on the Titanic, even though it would inevitably plunge him to his doom. Most recently in Avatar: The Way of Water, James Cameron had a sinking ship sequence that was an obvious homage to Titanic. He also likes to reuse his alumni of cast members from previous films and insert them into different roles in his future works, most notably Michael Biehn and, of course, the late great Bill Paxton. And then there's also certain lines of dialogue that James Cameron likes to quote in his films.
Sleep tight. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
You don't say affirmative or some shit like that.
Hey, man!
Yeah, you.
Hey, come on, quit messing around.
Don't move.
Come on.
Trust me.
I'll take you off the police.
Hey, wait, you swore!
Trust me.
Outstanding. All we need is a deck of cards. How will I know if he chooses me?
He will try to kill you.
Outstanding.
Was it an older model?
Yeah, the Hyperdyne system's 128.2.
In 3 years, Cyberdyne will become the largest supplier of military computer systems.
Stay here. Don't kill anyone.
Just put up your hand and say, I swear I won't kill anyone.
I swear I will not kill anyone.
Strong prey on the weak. It's just the way things are.
The strong prey on the weak down here. You gotta stay focused on your dream.
This last one is most likely just a coincidence because of its importance to Avatar's lore and language, but on the off chance that it was intentional, it's pretty fucking cool if you ask me.
I see you.
I see you. You have a gift, Jack. You do. You see people.
I see you.
Anyway, like I said, bear that in mind because we're going to come back to it later on in the video. But again, an author quoting their own work is absolutely fine and even common, believe it or not. This also pertains to things like paintings and even music, something else we're going to discuss in depth later on in the video. However, authors taking inspiration or referencing another particular author's work is also fine, but within reason. The line is much more murky there, especially if you derive your inspiration from mostly one particular source, the way Halo Combat Evolved did. Look, the bottom line of where I'm going with this is that if Avatar is a ripoff of Dances with Wolves just because it follows a similar trope, then what the fuck exactly does that make Halo? And like I said, I've been a Halo fan longer than most. And I'm not trying to cast stones at Bungie, I'm simply stating some facts here, and providing a wider frame of reference and perspective on the matter of what constitutes ripping something off. And once again, much of what Bungie did was intentional homage. It can't exactly be an homage if people don't understand what they were trying to reference in the first place, which is why people understand the lack of subtlety at times. And a lot of their homages were tastefully done, but at the same time, a lot of it was also quite shameless too. Especially when considering whole sequences from Aliens were inserted into Halo. Now that being said, I'd still be hard-pressed to call Halo a complete rip-off of Aliens when you consider just how much Halo does to distinguish itself from its inspirations. And that finally brings me to the second reason why I wanted to discuss Halo in this video, about Avatar, because we're going to be addressing the criticism of Avatar's supposed lack of depth. So let's quickly do an overview of Halo Combat Evolved's main story. In a nutshell, Halo is about a conflict with religious fanatical aliens that want control of a giant space ring that, unbeknownst to them, is an absolute destruction weapon that's meant to kill all sentient life in the galaxy. Humanity has to stop that from happening. It's a relatively simple story, but Anyone who's played the first Halo game knows there's much more to it than that. The game alludes to ancient civilizations, a planet called Reach, which the crew of the Pillar of Autumn has just come from, the fact that this war has been going on for a long time, and so humanity has developed certain protocols to help ensure the secrecy of the planet Earth, such as the Cole Protocol, for instance. You also have to consider the intricacies of the Covenant, and why are they made up of so many different alien factions? Why have they been genociding humanity? How did this all start? The mystery behind the parasitic life forms called the Flood, and why were they buried on the very ring that's designed to end their existence? Who exactly is 343 Guilty Spark, and how did he come to be, and what happened to the Forerunners? There's plenty of depth surrounding this very simplistic story, plenty to ponder and digest in terms of the universe and its lore, and not to mention the relationships between the characters. Similarly with Avatar, I've already outlined the plot, but there's so much more to digest surrounding its story now, isn't there? Now, admittedly, a substantial portion of this was lost in the theatrical cut, nothing that's outright necessary for the movie to work, but still, I'd highly recommend checking out the Extended Collector's Edition, which I personally consider to be the definitive edition of the film. But regardless of that, much like Halo Combat Evolved, what makes Avatar stand out is the depth of the world building, including but not limited to the history of the dystopian Earth, which could exist a few centuries from now, the history of humanity's presence on Pandora, the lore of Pandora, particularly how integral linked by biology every living thing on the planet is to one another, be it flora or fauna, all of which, at least to my knowledge, are completely original and designed to the Avatar IP, by the way. More on that in just a few moments. The Na'vi culture and customs, rites of passage, mating rituals, their deities, the mystery of Awa, their ancestors, Taruk Makto, as well as the amazing design and lore behind the geography of the planet itself and its wilderness. For example, the Hallelujah Mountains, giant floating pieces of rock that apparently levitate due to the magnetic fields caused by the unobtainium embedded within them. Not to mention the bioluminescent forest lands, as well as giant fucking trees acting as ancestral homes to the natives. But then you also have the history of the conflict between humanity and the Na'vi, since the Resources Development Administration started their expedition of Pandora. It goes on. Like Halo, it's a simple story but contains plenty of depth and so much originality that you scarcely find in most movies, especially today, and all of which is attributes that Avatar possesses, that a film like The Last Samurai, that despite being a period piece, with a very similar plot to Avatar, does not possess this level of depth surrounding its story, though granted The Last Samurai has a greater level of depth in other aspects, most notably its drama, characterization, character dynamics, and a focus on historical culture. But I'm sure you can grasp my point regarding Avatar's supposed lack of depth. That being, its depth lies in its world that serves to complement the simplicity of the story it's telling, and that allows the audience to become completely immersed in the events that are transpiring throughout the film, as if they were living it themselves. And that brings us to this next topic. See, what I briefly want to discuss and swiftly crush is this ridiculous notion that Avatar is just a hollow special effects movie and that there's no depth in terms of character drama and story for the audience to latch onto. Now, we'll get back to the characters later on after my next little tangent, but back on point, while it's true that box office numbers and quality do not always correlate, there is absolutely a causality between quality and profit. To suggest that good movies don't make money is asinine. And let's make one thing clear, which is that Avatar's success is not a fluke. Especially since it's hit a home run now, not once, but twice, skyrocketing past all of the supposed bad movies that people love to point to as indicators of box office not equaling quality. And both Avatar and Avatar's sequel did this despite everyone praying for The Way of Water's failure and James Cameron's failure, and everyone going out on a limb to predict its box office doom. Oh, we'll get back to that horseshit later on, don't you worry. But Avatar, after supposedly having no cultural impact, and supposedly no one remembering the characters, after 13 years of the franchise's absence, smashed the $2 billion box office barrier again, and did so without any of the cheap tricks of trailer baiting and nostalgia pandering used by modern-day Marvel Studios. In other words, the franchise box office king of the 2010s. I made a video not too long ago about why bad Marvel movies make money, I investigated this thoroughly, and feel free to check out the video, but what I found in a nutshell was bad movies pertaining to a franchise like Marvel have a lot of unconditional fans and also tend to pull a lot of cheap tricks to get people in the movie theaters, meaning their box office usually has an outrageously profitable opening week, but once word of mouth spreads that the movie is just mediocre or just flat out awful, has no depth, and is just a very shallow experience on the whole, then the profits begin to dry up very quickly. Which is why these bad movies tend to make money, but just as quickly the box office tends to plateau. Granted, there are outliers like Spider-Man No Way Home and Avengers Endgame, but the reasons why those movies made money in addition to their opening profits is really quite obvious. Those reasons including but not limited to nostalgia pandering, trailer bait, 10 years of hype and build up to the climax of the franchise, etc., etc. But an excellent example of what I'm talking about is actually Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, which released in 2022 and had by far the biggest opening domestic box office weekend of that year. But did Marvel take the crown in 2022? Was Doctor Strange the highest grossing movie of that year? Fuck no! See, once the movie's hype fizzled out and word of mouth began to spread that it was a disappointing, awful film, despite all of Marvel's tricks to bait people into the theater, well, the profits dwindled and the movie, while still making money, understand, didn't even crack $1 billion. Which is bad because, you see, that's the supposed benchmark for Marvel that its fans like to propagate. Not only that, but you see, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness made over half its all-time domestic box office within its first week. Now, on the other hand, both Top Gun Maverick and Avatar: The Way of Water's domestic opening weekends at the box office were far less profitable than Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Both Top Gun and Avatar had over a decade since their last installment in the franchise and pulled none of Marvel's tricks. Of course, they still represented themselves well in the promotional material, but understandably, Doctor Strange won the opening weekend by a substantial margin. By the end of the opening week, however, Top Gun Maverick and Avatar: The Way of Water hadn't even made a third of their all-time domestic box office, and then proceeded to dwarf the domestic box office numbers of Doctor Strange, not even accounting for the international box office numbers, which make Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness look like a joke. And these numbers are even more impressive when you consider the original Avatar's opening weekend, and the longevity of how profitable that film was at the box office. See, there's a trend with how this works. A bad movie will sometimes make money due to a number of factors, but when this happens, see, the bad movie tends to open strong, but the majority of people who come to see it do so and then they just leave. They never think about it again. They don't tell people how good it was, and there's very little longevity to those profits, because the word of mouth surrounding that movie sucks. Good movies, on the other hand, most of the time anyway, tend to make money not necessarily because they start strong, but because they keep people coming back. They spread like wildfire because of word of mouth. There's no substitute for word of mouth, and people keep coming back to the theater. They did this with Top Gun, and they've done this with Avatar. Twice! And people keep coming back, yes, for the spectacle, yes, for the action and the special effects, but most importantly, people are drawn to the story, because there's something deeper to latch onto. That being in the case of Top Gun Maverick and Avatar's sequel, as well as the original, the depth of the characters and their arcs within the story they're in. These universalities of human experience is what the audience latches onto, which is why good movies like Top Gun and Avatar do so well. It's absolutely not solely just because of the special effects that these movies are becoming worldwide phenomenons. That is a ludicrous and honestly a very pathetic and sad notion coming from certain people who are projecting this shallowness onto Avatar, not because Avatar is shallow, but because of how shallow their distaste for Avatar actually is. If you understand how projection works, they are doing this because they don't like the film and they use it as some sort of coping mechanism for why it's actually succeeding, when that's absolutely not the case.
Why do you think it is doing so well beyond the technology, beyond the 3D?
Yeah, I think, well, we didn't see this coming. We expected that we were making a commercial film. It had action. It had this whole other world. We kind of knew what worked about the movie. And I think it's actually the sum total of all the elements. There's no one thing. It's not just the 3D, not just the visual effects. I think it's driven a lot by the fact that people are having a strong emotional reaction in the film. I think it's driven a lot by the fact that it's a film for women as much as men and for families. Meaning that parents can take their children, parents can take their parents, grandparents can take their grandkids, and it's that cross-generational thing and transcultural thing that gets you to this kind of stratospheric level. And I'm only saying that because we saw the same thing with Titanic, even though it was a very different film.
Is there any difference in terms of region? Do the audience react differently in China than they do in Spain?
I haven't actually sat through a screening in China, but our results in China are phenomenal. They're off the scale. It'll be the highest grossing film in China. And, so I'm guessing that they're responding in the same way to the universalities of the human experience in the film. I think they're probably, if I have to guess, and what I can tell from the reports I'm getting, they're crying in the same places, and they're cheering in the same places. So they're getting it. There's something in almost the sort of the simplicity of the story seems to transcend cultures very, very easily, and the strength of the visual.
The simplicity of the story is what other people are drawn to. They say this is a classic story.
And it's been criticized for that.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting to.
Right.
Yeah.
But hey, don't just take it from me, and don't just take it from James Cameron, the creator of Terminator, creator of Avatar, writer, director of Aliens, True Lies, and Titanic. Take it from someone else who's something of an expert at breaking box office records, who made a groundbreaking special effects movie with an earth-shattering amount of cultural impact, a self-made billionaire and entrepreneur, a filmmaking pioneer of technology that moved the industry forward decades, mentored by Francis Ford Coppola, director of The Godfather and creator of Star Wars, the legendary George Lucas.
This was a very low-budget movie. It was a $10 million movie. It was, I was reaching for the stars, and you had about so much money to get to Cleveland. And so there was a lot of challenges involved. Obviously, we had no idea it was going to be successful. Everything I did in terms of trying to get the other three done and making the deal and all that kind of stuff, everybody thinks I'm real smart, and I really wasn't. I was just simply trying to make sure that I was able to make all three films, and that I wasn't, going to have somebody controlling what happened here. But to me, this started out as a kind of experiment. I wanted to do something in the Saturday matinee serial genre. And that was one of my inspirations. I wanted to have the kind of experience that I had when I was a kid, when I was 12 years old, and I watched Flash Gordon and Don Winslow of the Navy. And so I came up with this idea. I actually came up with two of them. One was Indiana Jones, one was this. And but this one sort of lent itself to another idea I had, which was to take mythic motifs, psychological motifs from a few thousand years ago, and see if they still worked, see if people still cared about the same issues, about their parents, friendship, society, all these sorts of things. And when the movie came out, everybody said, "Oh, it's fantastic, it's all about special effects, that's why everybody wants to see it." I said, that has nothing to do with it. It really does have to do with the story, the psychological underpinnings, and the fun characters. People said, "Oh no, the characters are terrible, the dialogue's lousy, the plot is simplistic. It can't be that. It's got to be just the special effects." I said, "Okay, go ahead." And obviously after that, they made about 500 bad special effects movies that were boring as hell. And nobody seemed to have still, even today, they don't seem to get it. But I have given you the secret, so hopefully you can go out and make a nice, interesting fantasy, science fiction, and or contemporary movie that's based on very strong psychological underpinnings.
What I'm trying to get across here is that the Avatar films aren't successful just because they're supposedly hollow, empty special effects spectacles with zero depth, as some love to label the franchise as. It's precisely the opposite. The success rests in the story, the profound character arcs which take place in it, and in the case of Avatar, much like Star Wars, its vastly intriguing and thought-provoking world. So hopefully that squashes this little BS notion about why Avatar is successful. And as I previously discussed, Avatar's familiarity in its plot is not only not a detriment to its story quality, or depth for that matter, but it's also one of the key reasons for why the story is so resonant, because it all comes down to execution, which in the case of Avatar was phenomenal in just about all its aspects. And again, the only thing that can be even remotely considered unoriginal about Avatar is its plot. But again, who gives a shit? There's a reason why we call them classics. Tales as old as time.
They say this is a classic story.
And it's been criticized for that.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting to.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you again consider how just about everything else about Avatar, especially its hard sci-fi elements, as well as the vast ecosystem of creatures and the world of Pandora, again, as far as I know anyway, is completely original to the IP. But on that note, while we're discussing the originality of Avatar's designs, there's one particularly curious case circling the internet that I wanted to discuss, that being this blue bipedal tetrapod jungle savage from this 80s Marvel comic, possessing claws, a tail, and a very similar skin texture to the Na'vi, as well as the eyes, ears, long hair, etc, etc. Some people have been pointing the finger at this and are simply yelling, James Cameron is a rip-off artist, yada yada yada. And I'll admit, it's undeniably similar, and it's absolutely possible that James Cameron took some inspiration from this design. However, there's quite an interesting other side to this story that I kind of stumbled on whilst researching this video that I found to be quite fascinating, and so I wanted you all to hear it, and it goes like this. See, if you're familiar with Avatar's world, you would know that the wildlife on Pandora all stem from the same hexapod common ancestor, meaning that all the wildlife, birds, beasts, reptiles, etc., every single bit of wildlife on Pandora is a hexapod, meaning that they have 6 limbs.
Cameron pushed hard for a vibrant and fantastical-looking world, populated by all manner of colourful animal and plant life. Yet at the same time, he also pushed for a sense of grounded realism.
That was one of the big issues at the beginning, was how alien do we get?
What I kept coming back to them with, my question that I always pose to them is, what's the metaphor? What are we trying to say to the audience? What are we communicating with every bone and sinew that we put into this creature?
A constant is that they're all hexapedal to some degree, meaning they've all got 6 legs or 6 limbs.
How do you make that work? Unfortunately, a real horse doesn't work with 6 legs, so you have to re-engineer an actual horse's anatomy, and that's kind of what we did.
Now, some pseudo-intellectuals out there who like to point the finger at Cameron love to think that they've struck gold with this realization, as if Cameron is just a moron who doesn't understand his own world. Like, how could he miss something so blatant as the physiology of his aliens? What a massive oversight! From the lowest dungeon to the highest peak, what a hack James Cameron is, they all love to shout.
Most animals, including the winged creatures of the sky, are hexapods, 6-limbed, except the humanoid Na'vi.
So yeah, Avatar's own featurettes point this fact out to us. So there was absolutely no oversight whatsoever. Nor is it really relevant to the main plot of the film anyway. I mean, like, this is relatively in the background of Pandora's lore. It's never even brought up in the movie as far as I'm aware that all the wildlife are hexapods. I mean, sure, there's a gap in logic there, but it's shrouded in mystery. We don't really know what the in-universe reason is for why the Na'vi are tetrapod bipedal humanoids, and maybe the point is to keep it shrouded in mystery, because again, the reason why it's never been explained is because it's never been relevant to do so. Again, I don't really see it as a contradiction if we don't really know and if it's never been brought up. It could be explained, it just hasn't. Maybe the Na'vi evolved quicker than the rest of the wildlife. They are the dominant, most well-advanced species on the planet, that we know of anyway, and maybe that's due, at least in part, to their faster evolution into tetrapod beings. Or maybe the Na'vi aren't entirely native to Pandora, and that's a twist that's yet to be revealed. We don't know, but again, like I said, none of it is directly relevant to Avatar's story, and it's not like this was a detail that flew under the radar, because they even acknowledge it in the promotional material. That said, would it actually surprise anyone to know that the Na'vi were originally meant to be hexapod beings? It shouldn't, again, given how the biology of the entire world of Pandora contradicts the fact that they're bipedal tetrapods. But tying this back to my original point about the supposed plagiarism of the Na'vi design, well, that's the first obvious contradiction to that narrative, that the design was supposedly thefted from this comic, when the Na'vi were originally meant to look something like this. The second reason, from a purely aesthetical design standpoint anyway, is Cameron wanted the Na'vi to have blue skin and to be bipedal, because he wanted the Na'vi to be alien, but he didn't want them to be too grotesque or off-putting to his audience. After all, the film is called Avatar, and the idea of reincarnation and inhabiting another body is a fundamental part of the story. And since this was also a love story, it was an obvious choice to make the Na'vi angelic and beautiful. And hell, in Cameron's words, he wanted the audience to quote-unquote want to be them.
The Na'vi took a long time to design, but the blue color was never in question because I felt that it was a fundamentally alien skin color that could be quite beautiful. But the idea that they incorporated animal-like features, cat's ears and cat tails and a slightly more protrusive muzzle and a kind of a flatter, more feline nose, big eyes, lemur-like eyes. This was all something that we arrived at over the course of designing these characters. So we have to find ways of pushing away from human, but in a way that people would not find off-putting, and in fact might even find to be kind of quite beautiful. I wanted people to say, I want to be one of them.
However, as I said, the Na'vi were originally meant to be hexapod creatures, and the deeper reason behind that, and why they weren't, is because James Cameron didn't want to culturally appropriate Hinduism, most particularly the benevolent god of preservation known as Vishnu. Vishnu, as you can see, who, like the Pandora wildlife, also has 6 limbs, and not to mention the blue skin also possessed by the Na'vi.
When I saw the promo, the first thing that struck me was I was actually going back to my childhood.
Yes.
Because when I was growing up in a little village, Lord Krishna could do anything, and he was blue.
Right.
So did you read any Indian mythology? Did you study what we have lived with for so many years to come up with these characters? Did it just happen?
Look, I've been in love with the imagery of India since I was a kid. I don't know why, I just have loved everything, the architecture, the mythology, the entire Hindu pantheon. It just seems so rich and vivid. And the colors and the blue skin I always found just amazing. And so when I was creating these alien people, I could also say, well, all of the warm tones were taken by the existing, human race, and green was sort of taken by the little green men. So we really were only left with blue and purple. So I made them kind of blue with purple stripes. But I think subconsciously, maybe because of the title that I'd already chosen, I thought that was an interesting reference. I mean, we weren't right on the money. I mean, we didn't have the multi-armed kind of classic incarnations and that sort of thing. I didn't want to specifically reference the Hindu religion too closely, but a kind of subconscious association I thought was kind of interesting, and I hope I haven't offended anyone in doing
No, not at all.
And then you have the more blatant differences between the Na'vi and the jungle creature from the comic book. The fact that the creature in question has these dangerous claws that can kill you, not possessed by the Na'vi. The tail as well, I'm pretty sure, is a strap-on and not part of the creature's biology, whereas the Na'vi tail is also quite different and is part of their biology. Obviously, there's the ponytail neurofibers that allows the Na'vi to connect to the biology of Pandora and its wilderness that the jungle creature from the comic book certainly doesn't possess. Again, there's also the fact that the Na'vi were originally supposed to be hexapod, and that the whole world of Pandora is hexapod, so the only thing that I couldn't really find a citation for, and I may be very well wrong about this, so feel free to correct me in the comments if this does exist, but I couldn't find a citation where Cameron discusses the skin texture specifically, which, again, is very similar between the Na'vi and the jungle creature, which Cameron may very well have taken inspiration from in this instance. However, when you consider how many lawsuits Cameron was hit with, and the fact that he was able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that every one of those plagiarism claims was completely unfounded because he had kept his original drawings from when he first came up with Avatar, I'm willing to bet that this was no exception. Cameron doesn't specify if this was one of the lawsuits in question, or hell, maybe Marvel simply didn't approach him about it. But again, when you consider the fact that Cameron fought all those lawsuits and won, and the fact that Vishnu is also a hexapod being, and that Vishnu is the god of preservation, the preserver and protector of the universe, and one of Avatar's core themes and messages is about environmental preservation, not to mention the word Avatar comes from Hinduism, The word avatara, meaning incarnation, and the fact that Vishnu has supposedly had several incarnations or avatars, and when you break it all down and realize just how well it ties in with what Avatar is about, like, make your own judgment on whether or not Cameron aped this one design from an 80s Marvel comic book. But as far as arguments go for inspiration, I don't think it gets any more compelling than Avatar's true inspirations coming from the religion of Hinduism, and that Cameron had to carefully temper these inspirations in order to not culturally appropriate. And we'll discuss more about the cultural appropriation allegations levied towards Avatar later in this video. But in regards to this particular case of alleged plagiarism, well, make of that what you will. Let's move on. Now we come to Avatar's next big criticism, which is that the characters are supposedly lifeless and unmemorable, or that they're just hollow tropes with nothing interesting about them, which supposedly makes them bad characters. Now, it's at this time I'd like to compare Avatar's cast of characters to the characters from James Cameron's Aliens movie, since I think for obvious reasons it's the best comparison. I should also mention that this part of the video was actually much longer, but I ended up rewriting it because the amount of depth I went into regarding the characters made me think I should have just been reviewing the movie in the first place. Which, if that's something you guys want me to do, let me know, but this video isn't a review, it's about debunking bullshit. Let's get something straight. James Cameron knows how to write characters. He, just like many other screenwriters, likes to keep the focus on one main protagonist with like 3 or 4 additional side characters that may or may not be multidimensional, as well as having a lengthy supply of background characters that are mostly one note, but distinguished by 1 or 2 particular quirks, and serve as memorable but minor additions to the story. And I think this is very evident with Aliens. Even though Cameron didn't create Ripley, however, most people, myself included, tend to agree that the way she was written in Aliens is one of the most iconic portrayals of a well-rounded and memorable strong female character ever put to screen. But let's break down Ripley's character for a second. Ripley is the lone survivor of the Nostromo spacecraft after a first contact scenario with a lethal alien xenomorph. She suffers from PTSD as a result of this, and wakes up from cryosleep decades in the future to find that the life she once knew is gone, including her only daughter. She's a character who has lost everything, but is the only character who has knowledge of the xenomorph threat that recently attacked a remote human colony, so she has to act as a consultant for an elite squad of colonial marines tasked with securing the settlement and extracting survivors. Now, as I said, besides Ripley, there really isn't all that much multidimensional characterization given to the other side characters. They are relatively one note, but gain characterization due to the relationships they form with Ripley. The other side characters I'm talking about being Corporal Hicks, a colonial marine grunt who finds himself in a position of authority and having to rise to the responsibility of being in charge in order to get his marines off the colony world alive. Newt, the lone survivor who lived through the xenomorph attack on the colony and survived there for several months on her own after losing her entire family. She shares a similar background to the main protagonist, and this opens up the character dynamic that would become the heart and soul of the film, which is the mother-daughter bond that Newt would come to form with Ripley, who also lost her child. And finally, there's Bishop, who has an interesting dynamic with Ripley since he is an android, like the very same thing that betrayed and nearly got Ripley killed in the first Alien movie. For the entire movie, you're constantly questioning Bishop's loyalty, and you see Ripley learn to overcome her hatred of androids and learning to trust in Bishop for the sake of saving Newt and the others. As for the rest of the characters in Aliens, they're relatively one-dimensional in their traits, and are relegated to serving as distinguished background noise for the movie. For example, you have the evil corporate backstabber known as Burke, the tough-as-nails female marine who's got a sassy attitude, the badass Sergeant Apone who's got a foul mouth, a vulgar sense of humor, is charismatic as fuck, and loves his beloved Marine Corps. And finally, the comical Sergeant Hudson, who's probably the most emotive character in the whole movie, and who also plays the realist, or rather the pessimist of the group.
Well, that's great. That's just fucking great, man. We're some real pretty shit now, man. You finished?
Oh, man, we're trapped in here. We're screwed. We're screwed, man.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
But that also adds to his bravery, since while he does have his moments where he wants to give up, he sticks it out for the sake of his comrades.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Fucking A. Oh, 17 days. Hey, man, I don't want to rain on your parade. We're not going to last 17 hours.
Hudson, just deal with it because we need you and I'm sick of your bullshit.
Motherfucker! Come on! Come on! Get it, baby! Come on! It's all right to be scared. Remember, there's no courage without fear.
R.I.P. Paxman. R.I.P. As for Avatar, obviously the most notable character like in Aliens is the main protagonist, that being Jake Sully, a former Marine, now paraplegic, just trying to regain his ability to walk, but when he arrives on Pandora, his motives become complicated due to the characters he meets, the bonds he forms with them, and the clashes of loyalty that he experiences, which forces him to make difficult choices.
I'm still with Augustine?
On paper. You walk like one of her science pukes, you quack like one, but you report to me. Can you do that for me, son?
Hell yeah, sir. Grace didn't miss a thing. She knew I was talking to the Colonel, but I had what she needed, a way back in with the clan. So she's playing nice. Everything is backwards now. Like out there is the true world, and in here is the dream. It's hard to believe it's only been 3 months. I can barely remember my whole life. I don't know who I am anymore.
By the way, you're gonna get your legs back. Yeah, I got your corporate approval. It's a done deal.
I gotta finish this. It's one more thing. Ceremony. It's the final stage of becoming a man. If I do it, I'm one of them. And they'll trust me.
Parker, there is time to salvage the situation. Parker,
Shut your pie hole!
Or what? Ranger Rick, you gonna shoot me?
I can do that.
You say you want to keep your people alive? You start by listening to her. There's nothing that we have that they want. Everything they sent me out here to do is a waste of time. They're never gonna leave Home Tree.
So, since a deal can't be made, I guess things get real simple.
What are you saying, Jake? You knew this would happen?
Yes. Look, at first, it was just orders. And then everything changed. I fell in love with the forest, and with the Kaya people, with you.
Now, aside from Jake, Cameron really only puts a considerable amount of focus on a select few characters, starting with, and speaking of aliens, we have Grace Augustine, played by Sigourney Weaver, the chief scientist with a long history of learning about the flora and fauna of Pandora, even establishing a good rapport with the natives until her Na'vi school was shut down. And for this reason, she despises the military, or rather the mercenary security force of the RDA, because they are too careless, ignorant, and aggressive, and their incompetence makes her job very difficult. And this is the very reason she dislikes Jake to begin with. He's not a scientist like his PhD brother was, who trained extensively to be a part of the Avatar program.
I need a researcher, not some jarhead dropout.
Jake is a former Marine, and so she sees him as another one of the RDA's meat-headed barbarians, nothing but an idiot dicking around with a machine gun in an environment held sacred by an alien culture he doesn't understand and likely doesn't even want to, which has been the root of all of Grace's problems in the first place.
I'm assigning him to your team as security escort.
The last thing I need is another trigger-happy moron out there.
Look, we build them a school, we teach them English, but after what, how many years? Relations with the indigenous are only getting worse.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you use machine guns on them.
And she has this borderline excessive distaste for Jake, despite the fact that they lucked out with him and he essentially traveled to another solar system to get them out of a jam.
Well, actually, I thought we got lucky with him.
Lucky?
Yeah.
How is this in any way lucky?
Well, lucky your guy had a twin brother, and lucky that brother wasn't some oral hygienist or something.
Sure, Jake did it for selfish reasons as well, but the point stands. While both Jake and Grace start off on the wrong foot, and eventually try to get along, mostly to get what they want from each other, Jake wants to learn all he can from Grace so he can improve his understanding and relationship with the Omaticaya clan and report his intel to Colonel Quaritch. And Grace is just using Jake to get back on good terms with the clan after she was exiled along with the rest of the humans after a horrific event transpired at Grace's school, which we'll discuss later. But eventually, despite their initial problems, Jake wins Grace over with his determination to become one of the clan, and eventually the two confide in one another and form this kind of mother and son bond with each other. Next we have Colonel Quaritch, head of the RDA security, who immediately got off on the wrong foot with Pandora, which is one of the reasons he has little to no remorse or empathy for how he treats the natives and the wilderness. And due to being a military man himself, he, unlike Augustine, does take a liking to Jake early on, since they have similar backgrounds and outlooks on life, as well as how to do their jobs. But obviously, Grace's relationship with Jake grows, while Quaritch's friendship with him wanes as Jake's loyalties change throughout the film. Colonel Quaritch has also been criticized for being nothing more than a cartoonish bad guy who is irrationally evil. Firstly, there's nothing irrational about his character. He's a military man who is there to protect the lives of the men and women under his command. He is the head of security there, after all. But also, like Jake, he is an ex-soldier with an ironclad will to accomplish his missions. The RDA needs him to clear out the Na'vi from their ancestral home, and that's what he's gonna do, no matter the cost. If thousands of natives are gathering after he just kicked the Hornet's Nest and posed a significant threat to the human settlement on Pandora, he doesn't need to wait for any more concrete intel. He's gonna wipe them out. All of them. And if he seems a little bitter and overly eager to get into a fight with the Na'vi, again, not only is he ex-military and has that gung-ho thirst for battle instilled into him, but as I previously explained, he learned about how ruthless and unforgiving Pandora was the first day he arrived there.
This low gravity will make you soft. You get soft. Pandora will shit you out dead with zero warning. 3 tours Nigeria, not a scratch. I come out here, day 1. Think I felt like a shaved tail Louis? Well, they can fix me up and make me pretty again. But you know what? I kind of like it. Reminds me every day what's waiting out there.
Not to mention the fact that the RDA has had numerous run-ins with the Na'vi, and he's likely lost many men and women that he cared about at the hands of the Omaticaya clan. As for the cartoonish villain remark, well, what exactly did you expect from a character that was heavily inspired by Darth fucking Vader, the alpha of all alphas when it comes to cartoonish villains?
The quintessence of that character, and how can I encapsulate that, in a kind of almost a synecdoche. Synecdoche is, if I get this right, it's like if you call somebody a suit. You're using the suit as a stand-in for an entire description of them as a corporate executive or whatever. It's basically taking a person and reducing them to a single object or principle. But you want a kind of creative synecdoche of your character when that character's introduced. So I think that there are interesting ways to do that. Colonel Quaritch in Avatar, he was a military guy. He was very formal, and he was in a position of command and authority, and he's introduced with the image of his military boots on a steel floor. We hear the creak of the leather, we hear his voice. He's a very verbal character, and he carried a lot of power in his voice. We see his pistol, we see his broad shoulders, we see the back, his tightly clipped Marine Corps haircut, and we think we know who the guy is, and then he turns to us and he's got these massive scars, and he delivers a line on that turn.
Mud wants to kill you and eat your eyes for jujubes.
I was reasonably pleased with that as a character introduction, because once again he was reduced to that synecdoche of his greater character. He was also a character that didn't exist in shades of gray. Kind of to a fault, he was, what you see is what you get. And there wasn't a lot of nuance to his character. There was just a lot of flourish in creating that relatively simplistic character, which is another way to go. I used the Darth Vader example. Darth Vader didn't have a lot of shades of gray in the first movie, but there was some subtlety that was brought into it later, obviously, which was interesting then. But he was kind of archetypal, and that was okay, because it was just do the archetype really, really well and in a new creative way.
Colonel Quaritch, like Darth Vader, is ultimate bad guy man. It wasn't a problem back in 1977, and it sure as shit wasn't a problem back in 2009. The difference being Colonel Quaritch, unlike Darth Vader, actually has a pre-developed relationship with the main protagonist. Back in 1977, Darth Vader was just evil bad guy man with a mysterious mask. We didn't know jack diddly squat about Darth Vader, other than the fact that he was an evil guy who used to be friends with Obi-Wan and killed Luke's father, apparently. We didn't know his backstory and his true relationship to the protagonists until we saw the rest of the Star Wars saga. Now, that being said, Colonel Quaritch, unlike the original Darth Vader, does have redeemable qualities. He's the alpha male on Pandora, head of security, one of the top dogs on the RDA settlement. and yet he takes a special interest in Jake. Largely, yes, because he's using Jake to get something that he wants, but he also takes a more personal interest in him as a soldier, since they both have a very similar history with the military back on Earth, and Jake, despite his handicap, had the balls to actually show up on Pandora, and so Quaritch admires his grit.
I pulled your record, Corporal. Venezuela, that was some mean bush. You got some hard kids showing up in this neighborhood.
Figured it's just another hellhole.
I was first recon myself. A few years ahead of you, well, maybe more than a few.
Quaritch actually cares about the men and women under his command and even goes out on a limb to help Jake fix his debilitating spinal injury.
Son, I take care of my own. You get me what I need, I'll see to it you get your legs back when you rotate home.
That sounds real good, sir.
By the way, you're gonna get your legs back. Yeah, I got your corporate approval. It's a done deal. I'm a man of my word.
And as a result, Colonel Quaritch felt betrayed by Jake when he chose to ally himself with the alien clan, and Jake was immeasurably pissed when Quaritch destroyed Home Tree in the manner that he did, killing dozens if not hundreds of Na'vi in the process. And that's why the final confrontation feels so personal. It's not just good guy and bad guy duking it out, it's two former friends settling the score.
Nothing's over while I'm breathing.
I kinda hoped you'd say that.
How's it feel to betray your own race?
Finally, we have Neytiri, who in addition to being the main character's love interest, is also the main POV character for the Na'vi's side of the conflict. She initially despises Jake as well until the two form a bond, and you find that Neytiri has a pretty good sense of humor. For instance, when she treats Jake like an idiot for being incompetent, and she can also be quite mischievous too. Lastly, regarding Neytiri, there's something I wanted to address regarding Avatar's romance between Jake and Neytiri. Some people find it confusing, at least how it works from her perspective, so allow me to explain. See, it's pretty glaringly obvious why Jake falls in love with Neytiri. She was the one who introduced him to this fantasy world of adventure, beauty, pleasure, harmony, and bliss. Cameron said Jake tells Neytiri he fell in love with the forest, the people, and with her, and that he loves Neytiri most of all, but Jake said it that way because that's the order for how his character changed.
Everything changed. Okay, I fell in love with the forest, and with the Kaya people, with you.
On the other hand, people criticize Neytiri for why she falls in love with Jake, insisting that there's nothing there and that it's an empty attraction, perhaps most notably referencing the quote-unquote strong heart line that she says when she first meets him.
I save you.
Yeah, why save me?
You have a strong heart. No fear. But stupid. Ignorant like a child.
What seems to go over people's heads is the fact that Neytiri, after Ewa tells her not to kill Jake, follows and observes him, and once it's clear that he's about to die, only then does she intervene. Now, it's important to note that one of Neytiri's defining character traits is the fact that she is a fearless warrior, and she's also a being of purity, devoted to her clan, and most importantly, to the All-Mother, the goddess that governs Pandora. That goddess told her to spare the life of this Dreamwalker, which first sparks her curiosity in him, but only after she sees Jake conduct himself like a warrior. When he's confronted by those jungle beasts and is almost eaten to death, does she decide to save him? Sure, she still rolls her eyes at what an absolute clueless dumbass Jake is when it comes to handling himself on Pandora, which resulted in the unnecessary loss of life that the Na'vi frown upon, and so she belittles him for it, and you can't deny this scene was absolutely adorable.
My fault they attacked me. How am I the bad guy?
Your fault!
Hey, whoa.
You're like a baby, making noise, don't know what to do.
But the point I'm getting at is this display of courage and a warrior's will to fight that Neytiri observed is what sparks her initial attraction towards Jake. Because the film makes it clear how Jake is behaving is not what the Na'vi are used to dealing with from the humans. Jake is the first warrior Dreamwalker that they've encountered.
A warrior of the Jarhead clan.
They're used to dealing with scientists who are much more formal with how they speak, much more cautious, careful, and calculated, and especially fearful of their surroundings on Pandora, but Jake exhibits none of that.
We have tried to teach other sky people. It is hard to fill a cup which is already full.
He and Neytiri fall in love because they're essentially kindred spirits, because deep down they're both fearless warriors who are both rebellious and embrace the call to adventure. They don't shy away from it. As As their relationship grows, their bond is tested and even broken at one point, but they both mature through one another, coming out stronger for it. Neytiri learns more about the true colors of the Sky People and has her faith challenged, since Awa was the one who told her to spare Jake's life, and look what that got her. But her faith is rewarded when Jake returns to her as Taruk Makto, and Jake matures through Neytiri by seeing the true colors of the Omaticaya and the Na'vi, which results in him having a complete change of heart towards them, and questioning where his loyalties lie, which ultimately he decides lies with her.
I see you.
I see you.
Anyway, hopefully that clears up a few misconceptions some of you may have had about Avatar's romance. So what do you say we get on to the other characters? As I said, the way the characters are structured in Aliens is to establish their characterization by how they relate to the main protagonist, and it's very similar with Avatar. And this is evident when you take into account how the rest of the background characters in Avatar, much like the Colonial Marines from Aliens, are all pretty much one note, but more importantly, each one of them brings something to the table, so to speak. Trudy, for example, is the gung-ho pilot who's quite familiar with Pandora and who allies herself with the science faction of the RDA, having had some time to observe both Jake and Augustine dealing with them in a more civilized manner. Norm is the fanatical Pandora nerd who basically is the perfect candidate for the Avatar program until Jake takes his purpose away, leaving him resentful and bitter of him, which also gets developed later on in the film. Sute is the heir to the tribal patriarchy and is essentially Jake's biggest skeptic and foil in the tribe, eventually becoming his rival, but his honor eventually allows him to make a warrior's pact with Jake, and ultimately the two become friends. And finally, there's Parker, who is basically the corporate scumbag who runs the show, but he's motivated by money and keeping his job. He's not some kind of warmongering fanatic who shows a complete disregard for the lives of the Na'vi and no remorse as well, which is why he has supported the Avatar program and why he even allows Jake to try and get the Na'vi to evacuate their home before Korch goes scorched Pandora on them, in a matter of speaking. And even has moments, some of which were even in the deleted scenes, where he's actually the voice of reason in these matters, but Quaritch is taking matters into his own hands. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at is that Avatar definitely has a well-rounded cast of characters, and several of them are very distinguished. Namely, the core 4 characters I mentioned, my personal favourite being Colonel Quaritch, despite him being the bad guy, which, make no mistake, Colonel Quaritch is absolutely the bad guy, something else I'll get back to later on. But let me sum up my point by just saying not every character needs to be multidimensional. If they're just background characters, you can just give them one quirk to distinguish them by and just leave them in the background. If they're side characters, they can be multidimensional, they could be tropes, or they could be both. It really doesn't matter as long as it serves the story you're trying to tell, and every story is different, which is what I'm getting at. Just as long as the characters you want to have growth and development are written in a way that the audience can see them change and grow, then that's all that matters. And like with Aliens, several characters get some development in Avatar, but there was only really one character in Aliens who gets a profound character arc, and in Avatar, that character is Jake. Anyway, moving on, now we come to the next big criticism levied at James Cameron's Avatar. That being, Avatar apparently left no cultural footprint. Well, firstly, that's just flat out wrong. Avatar has left a cultural footprint. It's just not as overly pronounced as the cultural footprint left behind by some other media products out there, some of which I'm about to mention. In the time since Avatar came out at the end of 2009, Cameron has released one novel, a limited release collector's edition director's cut of the movie, which in my personal opinion should have been the definitive release, and apart from that, we got one relatively forgettable video game, and a handful of side comics, some of which were only very recently released. But aside from that, and for the better part of a decade, there's been relatively nothing all that substantive regarding Avatar or its sequels. One of the reasons Avatar fell out of the mainstream eye, quite simply put, if there's nothing to talk about, well, why would anyone talk about it? Now, barring a few exceptions, I'm sure, it's only natural for an IP, be it a film, movie, comic book, novel series, or whatever, to fall into obscurity when the IP has been left relatively dormant for some years. Let's get back to Star Wars for a moment. A film just as groundbreaking for the effects of its time, as well as possessing a relatively simple plot that is just a beautifully executed version of the hero's journey. Star Wars, the franchise, had a 16-year hiatus between 1983 and 1999, and yet it still managed to maintain a vast fan base constantly talking about it and awaiting the next film's entry in the IP. Now let's discuss why that is. Well, unlike Avatar, Star Wars had 2 sequels that were written, filmed, and released comparatively quickly compared to how long it's taken Cameron to make the Avatar sequels. Star Wars also had numerous re-releases as well as the special editions, along with a whole extensive expanded universe of media, be it comics, novels, video games, and merchandise for years to keep people talking about it for over a decade and a half, which is why Star Wars had such a well-pronounced cultural footprint, while Avatar, on the other hand, has been far more reserved. Honestly, I thought this was pretty straightforward why talks surrounding Avatar had gone quiet in recent years. It's because James Cameron has spent his time creating it, developing it, and expanding it, and he hasn't been doing what Marvel Studios loves to do, which is put out an endless stream of bait for phony hype and theory cultists to promote his movie the way that the most shallow corporate garbage is promoted nowadays.
We should tell him the truth. That's bait.
But speaking of corporations, now that the second Avatar film is supposedly ready, and the fact that Disney is Disney, well, it looks like the hype train has begun. Regarding the original Avatar film, I think the cultural footprint has been pretty evident by its groundbreaking visuals, its wondrous original sci-fi world, and the millions and millions of people who went wild when the teaser trailer for its long-awaited sequel was unveiled. Need any more proof than that? Yeah, I thought not.
10 years later, why do you think Avatar continues to have lasting resonance around the world? Well, you know, Avatar doesn't have a constant kind of life force in the zeitgeist the way, say, Star Wars does, which is constantly being replenished by new movies. But Avatar does have, a beautiful and immersive land that was created at Disney in Animal Kingdom, Pandora, the world of Avatar. And we know from the success of that and the multi-hour long lines to get into the ride attractions and so on, that people still love this world and they're anxious to go back. Why did it resonate? It resonates now because it resonated when it first came out. So why did it resonate when it first came out in all the cultures around the world? Everywhere we released the film, it was number one. So, you know, it was operating across every kind of cultural boundary because I think it was about certain universals of human experience.
Now let's get to the next and possibly the stupidest criticism of Avatar I, or likely anyone else, has ever heard of. Humanity are apparently the good guys? What? And this is what I was getting at when I made crystal clear earlier in regards to both Colonel Quaritch and the RDA Corporation. They are absolutely the bad guys in this movie. Yeah, apparently some people think humanity as a collective are actually the morally righteous ones in this film. You pretty much have to have your brain switched the fuck off for the entire runtime to believe that to be the case. Okay, so first of all, here's a little olive branch for those of you under the common notion that Avatar is completely black and white and saying that humans bad, aliens good, when it's really not all that simple. In fact, Avatar goes out of its way to show you that not all of humanity is bad. Rather, it's the worst tendencies of humanity, since Cameron shows that half of the main cast from the human race are actually sympathizers with the natives who are being oppressed and having their sacred arts and land completely ravaged by the corporation. Matter of fact, it's a human being who is capable of opening himself up to the idealism of those he was tasked to spy on, and his compassion and admiration for them pushes him to fight for them, and he was chosen by the deity of the planet to protect the balance of life. Funnily enough, Avatar was also criticized for this. Some were saying it's insulting to native cultures on Earth by insinuating they need the white savior, quote-unquote, to fight and win their battles for them. Cameron, without skipping a beat, addresses this criticism as well.
Yeah, but here's what they were bothered by, too, the critics of this message. It is that they have to be rescued by...
that's a different criticism, though.
No, it's very different, but that's another criticism.
That's the left-wing criticism of the movie.
That's exactly
that
right.
It's paternalistic, which is a form of racism.
Somebody from planet Earth has to come over and rescue the Na'vi from the bad people who want to do in their planet.
You see, I think that they're looking at the film from a kind of a civil rights aspect instead of from a historical perspective. The historical perspective is that when indigenous populations who are at a bow and arrow level are met with technologically superior military forces that have muskets, blunderbusses and ships and horses with armor and so on, which is the history of the colonial period, they lose. If somebody doesn't help them, they lose. It's not a question of them standing up for themselves. They can't do it. And historically, that has been the case. So we're not talking about, a racial group within an existing population fighting for their rights.
But you're saying the noble savage cannot win alone.
Absolutely not.
That's what you're saying.
Historically, there's only one instance that I know of on this planet where they have actually prevailed and become a legitimate part of the ongoing culture once the Europeans invaded, and that's in New Zealand, where the Maori, because they're tough bastards basically, managed to fight them to a draw and get a decent treaty that they all live by. But here in South America and Central America, they just got subsumed or enslaved or marginalized.
David Brooks in the New York Times.
No, you're lining them up. This is good. Bring it.
As I said, Avatar isn't about humanity being inherently bad or evil. It's a hypothetical scenario about what will become of our planet and our dependency if humanity's worst tendencies are not kept in check. Greed, impatience, ignorance, apathy, carelessness, brutality. And what rules humanity, dare I wonder? And is the harbinger of putting its worst tendencies into action? Corporatism! Yeah! The Avatar program, as well as the unobtainium mining operation on Pandora, is funded by a greedy corporation called the RDA, the Resource Development Administration. The fact that this is a privately funded, non-government corporation is even highlighted by Jake in his opening monologue for the movie, when he commentates on seeing former Marines, former freedom fighters in fact, brought in to help secure the mining operations of the RDA.
Back on Earth, these guys were army dogs, fighting for freedom. But out here, they're just hired guns, taking the money, working for the company.
If Avatar was saying all of humanity was bad, then these Marines would be soldiers working for the government, or some kind of United Nations organization that represents all of humanity, but they're not. They're just a select group of sellouts, let's be honest, who wanted excellent pay for similar work to what they're used to, except this time they're doing the bidding of a greedy, ruthless, and apathetic corporation. The RDA essentially turned good soldiers into mercenaries.
Grace Augustine.
Yeah,
so
right.
There was a hint there.
Yeah.
There was a hint there that these institutional realities could have ethics.
Yes.
And that's important because this great evil is upon us.
Yes.
You definitely are talking about corporatism. You're talking about imperialism. You're talking about the great danger and the great evil of corporate power mixed with military.
Yes,
when Jake says, they used to be fighting for freedom and now they're just grunts, right?
Yeah.
They're working for the man, for the company, for the money.
Yep.
And so we don't see corporate power with ethics. We don't see military with ethics. So it's important that there's a character there that I believe it does give us some hope that those forces, business forces with ethics, would be a whole different thing.
That's exactly right.
Government with ethics would be a whole different thing.
What a concept.
So
somebody should try it sometime.
Now, I've seen people trying to justify the actions of both the RDA and Colonel Korch by saying the unobtainium was needed for mankind's survival because Earth had its resources depleted, etc., etc. Again, Earth was a planet ransacked and abused for its resources by greedy corporations, most likely the RDA themselves, among others. And so what? Their solution, instead of trying to fix the problem on Earth by investing in innovation and research, is to go create the same problem on other worlds, regardless of its inhabitants? Yep, sounds like a greedy, corrupt corporation. Instead of actually creating new ways to profit, they just price out their competition and use their assets instead.
Ironic.
I mean, this is even demonstrated in the film itself. The RDA even tries to buy off the Na'vi with materialistic goods that they simply aren't interested in so they can get what they want.
We build them a school, we teach them English, but after what? How many years? Relations with the indigenous are only getting worse.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you use machine guns on them.
We tried to give them medicine, education, roads, but no. They like mud.
They're not gonna give up their home. For a light beer and blue jeans. There's nothing that we have that they want. They're never gonna leave home, Tree.
To all those of you saying these are the good guys, by the way, as if this gives even the slightest justification for making what they are doing on Pandora okay. Because it's not.
When people are sitting on shit that you want, they're making your enemy. Then you're justified in taking it.
But taking this one step further with how this film represents the worst of corporatism is that the RDA could have gotten what they wanted without harming the Omatakaya's home, but the corporate dickheads back on Earth didn't want the hassle or the cost of having to relocate their operation to another unobtainium deposit that isn't resting under occupied sacred land.
It's just that their damn village happens to be resting on the richest unobtainium deposit within 200 clicks in any direction. I mean, look at all that cheddar.
Because regardless of what the unobtainium is being used for, whether it's the survival of humanity or not, that's not what the company is interested in. They're interested in making money. Hence they put Jake on a deadline because they need to start mining in 3 months to yield good quarterly results. That's literally the only thing the RDA are interested in.
This is why we're here. Unobtainium. Because this little gray rock sells for 20 million a kilo. That's the only reason. It's what pays for the whole party. It's what pays for your science. Okay. Look. Killing the indigenous looks bad. But there's one thing that shareholders hate more than bad press, and that's a bad quarterly statement. I didn't make up the rules, so just find me a carrot that'll get them to move. Otherwise, it's gonna have to be all stick, okay?
You got 3 months. That's when the dozers get there.
As I said, corporatism, the harbinger of humanity's worst tendencies. The RDA executives down on Earth are greedy and apathetic to what's happening on Pandora. Out of sight, out of mind. You ever heard the saying? Which in this case is the willful ignorance of corporations turning a blind eye whilst demanding results. Which is putting pressure on the operation and the people running it. An exhibition of another of humanity's worst tendencies, aggression, causing humanity to overstep its bounds, rushing the operation and plunging carelessly into Na'vi territory, leading to hostilities with them, and leading to bloodshed on both sides.
His mother says, "We will see whether your insanity can be cured."
Yes.
That's what I'm always curious about with you, because I don't think that there's any person in public life that so clearly understands, number one, the technological genius that can be employed. It seems to me that with what you have achieved, you're demonstrating we have the genius. We could do this. We could save the planet. So on one hand, you're dealing with this profound sense of what's possible, but also you are dealing with and revealing to us and communicating to us the profound sense of danger if we don't get it right.
Well, I'm torn on a daily basis. I think we sit at this equipoise between, the angels of our better nature, which includes our consciousness and our ability, not just our ability to emote and relate to each other and be empathetic, but our ability to create these things, to have this technical civilization, to have a higher understanding of the universe around us, to do astrophysics, to do planetary science, to do the biological sciences and genetics and so on, all the things that we're understanding that were never understood. For 99% of the human experience on Earth, we now understand things we never understood before. It hasn't made us better in terms of our interactions with each other. One could argue we're even going in the wrong direction compared to, let's say, so-called primitive man. Indigenous peoples innately have a cooperative spirit and an empathetic relationship with each other that I think far surpasses what we have. So, I always feel like we're right on that razor's edge between, kind of the demons of our greed and aggression and the angels of our better nature, our ability to understand, our ability to see the future and act on it, our ability to see each other and act on that empathetic connection. We have both of those things.
It's the very reason why Neytiri's sister was killed after her group of young hunters torched a bulldozer that barged into their territory and ravaged their land with zero warning.
The Omatekaya learned as much about us as they needed to.
What happened here?
You gonna help us with this gear? We've got a lot to do.
What did happen at the school, Grace?
Neytiri's sister, Sawanan, stopped coming to school. She was angry about the clear cutting. And one day, she and a couple of other young hunters came running in, all painted up. They had set a bulldozer on fire. I guess they thought I could protect them. The troopers pursued them to the school. They killed Sawanan in the doorway, right in front of Neytiri, and then shot the others. I got most of the kids out. But they never came back.
I'm sorry.
The scientist Stay subjective. We can't be ruled by emotion. But I put 10 years of my life into that school. They called me Nook. Mother. That kind of pain reaches back through the link.
Now, granted, that was a scene that was cut out of the movie, which, in all honesty, should have been kept in, and is available in the extended director's cut. But this is also demonstrated in the scene where Neytiri awakes and finds that the Tree of Voices is being destroyed. Bear in mind, this isn't the first time the RDA has barged into Obutakaya territory unannounced and destroyed sacred land. Hell, this time the RDA didn't even tell Jake they were excavating that site, so he could have, I don't know, maybe taken some action to help avoid Na'vi casualties, or convince them to maybe hold off and try a different location that wouldn't have destroyed something sacred. Nope, the RDA just went ahead and did it because industry must go on. I'm pretty sure there's a line in Lord of the Rings that articulates this perfectly.
The old world will burn in the fires of industry. The forests will fall.
Pausing for a moment, as previously mentioned that Avatar goes out of its way to show that not all of humanity is evil.
Target. Screw this.
What the hell are you doing?
I didn't sign up for this shit.
This also extends to the RDA as well. Yeah, Quaritch is a ruthless bastard, but he's at least for the most part just Parker's lapdog.
Parker, there is time to salvage the situation. Parker,
Shut your pie hole!
Or what? Ranger Rick, you gonna shoot me?
I can do that.
You need to muzzle your dog.
Yeah, can we just take this down a couple of notches, please?
Parker, on the other hand, is far more reasonable. Like I said, he's supported the Avatar program, and unlike the RDA executives on Earth, Parker actually sees what's happening on Pandora, which is why, despite being a money-grubbing businessman, he's not a heartless prick either, which is why he struggles to make tough decisions. Now, Parker is the character that was by far the most affected by the cut content from Avatar's theatrical release. And this certainly won't be the last time I mention it in this video. But in the Avatar Special Edition, there was a substantial amount of footage added to what I'd call the breaking point moment of the movie, where Jake betrays the humans and totals a bulldozer that destroys the Tree of Voices, which the film makes absolutely crystal clear is one of the Na'vi's most sacred places, meaning it's going to piss them right the fuck off and trigger a response. Now, in the case of Avatar, it gets a bit tricky where to draw the canonical line, so to speak, when you consider just how much footage was cut out. Seriously, the only thing I've seen that comes close to Avatar's cut content is the cut content from The Lord of the Rings. And the reason I say it's tricky to determine this line is because so much of these scenes do exist and were either unfinished or deliberately left out of the film, but they do exist. And there has been several official releases of Avatar. So before you criticize, let's not pretend that James Cameron didn't think of any of this shit that people complain wasn't in the theatrical cut, especially when it comes to characters supposedly lacking what some would constitute as actual depth, despite the fact that there's plenty of characteristics on display in the theatrical cut in regards to these fictional individuals that at this point I have explained ad nauseum. That being said, I'm choosing to draw the line at the Avatar Extended Collector's Edition because that was an officially released version. The other scenes remain unfinished or unused to this day. Cameron could have amended this at any time, but simply chose not to do that. Hence, anything that was not used in this edition will be labeled a deleted scene, and hence not canon to the movie, but can still be used as a point of reference for the author's intent, so to speak, when it comes to the motivation and inner conflict behind certain characters, and why certain decisions by these characters were made. But also, I needed to mention this in case I get some smartass in the comments that thinks any of this deleted content went over my head. Now, in the extended cut of Avatar, it goes like this. The Na'vi take brutal revenge on the humans for desecrating the Tree of Voices. After this, Parker and Quaritch watch on in horror as one of their Marines live streams the carnage back to the command center.
It looks like they hit with Banshees first. See the angle steep?
The rest of the squad?
6 bodies, that's all. The equipment's totaled.
Jesus Christ.
Despite this, Parker still has to be convinced by Quaritch to destroy Home Tree with the Na'vi still occupying the land. And later on, in an already brief scene that was substantially cut down, Grace says that they, meaning the RDA, or more specifically Parker, didn't want the Avatar program to succeed, since they, according to her, deliberately attacked the Tree of Voices that they knew was very much sacred to the Na'vi in order to trigger a hostile response.
Let's go.
You know, They never even wanted us to succeed. They bulldozed a sacred site on purpose to trigger a response. They're just fabricating this war to get what they want.
This is how it's done. When people are sitting on shit that you want and make them your enemies, and then you're justified in taking it.
But it would make more sense for Grace to be referring to the RDA as a company than Parker Selfridge, since Parker, and Quaritch for that matter, weren't exactly thrilled at seeing the gruesome loss of human life. Not exactly the reaction you'd expect to a hostile response that they, according to Grace, intentionally caused. And let's not forget, Parker has said time and time again that he's just doing his job. Parker may not respect the culture of the Na'vi, but he's not looking to kill them either. He's constantly opted to take the diplomatic route instead. Now, in the deleted scenes that were kept from the extended edition, meaning the scenes that are not canon, Parker Selfridge, after Jake explains that the Na'vi cannot be negotiated with to abandon their home, realizes the Avatar program has reached a dead end, and then he decides to shut it down.
Parker, we need to talk like rational people.
Yeah, I cherish that, but unfortunately you're out of here on the next shuttle tomorrow. All of you. I'm shutting down the Avatar program. Effective now.
What?
These gentlemen will escort you to get your personal
Can't
effects.
do that.
I just did.
Sorry, Doc. Party's over.
He shuts down the entire program and opts to ship Grace Augustine and the rest of the scientists home along with Jake back to Earth, which does explain why Grace's lab is getting ransacked in the next scene. Now, as I mentioned, in the canon extended edition, Grace says that they planned to intentionally attack a sacred site to trigger a response. Now again, just by the extended cut of Avatar, and given how Parker and Quaritch react, you would assume it was the RDA corporate executives that never wanted the Avatar program to succeed. And it was they who wanted to trigger an act of war by the Na'vi so they could expedite the process of destroying Home Tree and getting what they wanted. But guess what? There was somehow even more of this conversation between Parker Selfridge and Colonel Quaritch cut from the movie, where Quaritch is actually smirking that they finally got the excuse that they needed to use deadly force. But also, granted, Quaritch still urges Parker not to second guess himself, because even after they were attacked by the Na'vi and lost several human lives in the process, Parker Selfridge was still hesitant to use lethal force because he's a businessman, and at the end of the day, he doesn't want to kill the native inhabitants of Pandora.
I'll do it with minimal casualties to the indigenous. I'll drive them out with gas first. It'll be humane, more or less. Hey now, boss. Don't go limp on me. You're the vision guy, remember? Besides, this is exactly the incident we needed.
All right, let's pull the trigger.
Done.
So for all those of you out there saying that Parker was just bored in this scene and that he wasn't actually conflicted about potentially killing indigenous inhabitants of Pandora to keep his job, well, there you go. There's the proof. But NOMZ, you just said the deleted scenes aren't canon. Yes, absolutely. This sequence is not canon. But see, I understood this scene and what it meant in the theatrical cut. I didn't need the deleted scenes to point this out for me. But believe it or not, some people did. And that's what I mean by the deleted scenes being a reference for further nuance behind the author's intent, despite the scene itself not being canon. And on that subject, I wanted to briefly discuss why I think Cameron cut this scene the way he did. And this comes back to my original point about not truncating Avatar down to just humans bad lol, and the character of Parker Selfridge. First and foremost, Cameron cut this scene because it simply wasn't needed. Like I said, I certainly didn't need this cut content to understand the scene. But from a narrative standpoint, I'm almost certain Cameron kept these tiny bits of dialogue from these already 99% finished scenes because he wanted to portray the humans in a somewhat more flattering light. The extended cut of Avatar still has Parker not pulling the plug on the Avatar program until after the destruction of Home Tree. I mean, at least then it's past the point of no return, right?
Pull the plug. I was a warrior who dreamed he could bring peace. Sooner or later, though, you always have to wake up.
And Grace's comments from earlier would refer more to the RDA Corporation instead, deliberately trying to piss off the Na'vi to start a war, instead of Parker and Quaritch spearheading the whole thing for their own gain in that very despicable act. Granted, it was approaching the deadline that the RDA gave Jake to negotiate with the Na'vi, and Jake did recently make an audio log that basically says that negotiating with the Na'vi is absolutely useless, though it's never entirely clear whether or not that was taken into account before the RDA made their move, though it certainly would help their cause. But again, just the reaction of Parker and Quaritch and the shock and utter horror on their faces when they saw the carnage the Na'vi left in their wake would very much suggest otherwise. That provoking the Na'vi wasn't their call, and that the order came from higher up. And like I said, despite all this, Parker still struggles to make the tough decisions that would result in the loss of life. And to sum up his character, his decisions, still resulting in atrocities, make no mistake, Parker's decisions result in the death and destruction of many natives, and he's responsible for that. But it's important to note that his hands are tied. He has people to answer to, and they are the ones calling the shots, not him. Parker's a corporate lackey. He may be greedy, he may be ignorant, but he's not evil. But for those of you out there who are saying humanity are the good guys in the movie, above all else, there is nothing, absolutely nothing you could come up with for your rationale that will ever justify destroying Home Tree and killing dozens and dozens of Na'vi. Granted, they first used non-lethal means to scatter them from their home, but this is where I bring it back to humanity's worst tendencies, several of which are exhibited by Quaritch himself, who has a long-standing bitterness with the Na'vi, and who's overly aggressive and impatient with his handling of the operation, which is why the Na'vi sustain heavy casualties.
And that's how you scatter the roaches. All call signs, switch missiles. Give me HEs at the base of the west columns.
He could have given them more time to disperse, but he chose not to. There was actually zero fucks given when he destroyed Home Tree. And hell, later on in the movie, Quaritch goes even further, using the mere fact that the Na'vi were gathering in incredible numbers as a reason to use a preemptive airstrike to deter them. I mean, don't get me wrong, Quaritch was right about the attack, but all he had to go off was thermal satellite imagery that suggested they are gathering in numbers, but no concrete reason as to why. Maybe the Na'vi were gathering for some kind of festival, or hell, maybe they were gathering to build a new village, because, you know, you kind of fucking demolished their ancestral home that housed them for countless generations. But no, it's simply, natives are gathering, we must nuke them. That was the rationale for Quaritch.
These orbital images tell me that the hostiles' numbers have gone from a few hundred to well over 2,000 in one day. We will blast a crater in their racial memory so deep that they won't come within 1,000 clicks of this place ever again.
And granted, this is more of an act of Quaritch being the antagonist as opposed to the RDA being the bad guys. And as I previously mentioned, this is further evident in one of the deleted scenes where Parker, the RDA's corporate figurehead, was actually the voice of reason in this instance as well.
Control, listen to me. I am not authorizing you to turn mine workers local into a freaking militia.
I declare threat condition red. That puts all on-world assets under my command.
What? Oh, yeah, I can have your ass with one phone call.
You're a long way from Earth.
Avatar isn't saying humanity is bad, it's saying if the worst of humanity is not kept in check, this is what could happen, and hypothetically, could happen to other worlds too.
You know, I've been a science fiction and a fantasy fan my whole life, so, you know, I finally wanted to make a movie where I could use all these visual ideas that I'd had percolating for years, but I also wanted to tell a story that was about, you know, where we're going as a human species. You know, what our relationship with nature is, and how we don't respect nature, and how we tend to destroy it, and what the end result of that process will be. And in Avatar, you never see planet Earth. It's completely off camera, but it's a presence in the back of our mind. And you know, when Jake says that the Earth, he calls it the dying world. So what we're saying is 150 years from now, we haven't solved these problems yet. And so now we're going to continue with our same patterns on a new world, on the world of Pandora. So it's a way of using the future to look back at the past, when Europeans first came to North America, South America, the way they behaved then. We would do the same thing tomorrow if we could do it on another planet. Let's face it. So it's really about us having to change. And it's not really talking about what we would do in the future on another planet. It's talking about what we have to do in the immediate future on our planet. And so I was thinking about these things back in 95 when I first wrote this. And I think now we see in 2009, after, you know, the scientific community has definitively proven that global climate change is happening, and we have to do something about it. You know, that was all just conjectural. Nobody was really even talking about that back in back in 95. Even Al Gore wasn't talking about it back in 95. You know, so I think the film is even more timely today than it was when I wrote it.
And that brings us nicely to the widely criticized environmental agenda that Avatar puts front and center, which, make no mistake, it absolutely does and would be ludicrous to deny. And for this reason, for some, is the reason why Avatar can come across as a tad preachy with its presentation, but in actuality it's just following another trope. The green Aesop trope, as it's referred to as. Any story with an Aesop, with an environmental message which warns that unchecked pollution will either destroy the earth or incur Mother Nature's wrath. Sometimes the message may incorporate science is bad as well, though it is becoming more and more common to feature good scientists who encourage green technology and environmentally friendly lifestyles. It might also tell the sad story of one plant. It can be done subtly or done blatantly. However, the antagonists of the story will likely be evil poachers or corrupt corporate executives, or just obvious evil supervillains who pollute the earth for the evils. More subtle and nuanced green Aesops also exist. And while some would actually argue Avatar is what's called a broken Aesop, as in it contradicts its own message since the natives are supposedly the villains of the story, yeah, so much for that. And this is the very reason why I addressed that criticism first. But going back to my initial point about having a derivative plot that adheres to the going native trope, there's nothing wrong with following tropes if it helps to enhance the weight and resonance of the story. And there's a reason why Avatar's messaging resonated so strongly for many people, because it was a modest sci-fi dystopian depiction of Earth based on real-world history about a feasible scenario that could take place if humanity doesn't keep its worst tendencies in check and if corporatization is allowed to run rampant.
When you want a movie to have impact with a message, remember what it was a Louis B. Mayer said, if you want to send a message, go to Western Union.
Right, exactly.
You don't buy that, do you?
No, I don't think so. Look, you know, going back to what I said before, I didn't really need to make another film, and I wanted to do something that was personal and that I thought had some thematic value to it. And, you know, so I threw everything I had at getting it, at making it a great piece of entertainment. And that was the 3D and the CG and the creating the world and everything I knew how to do, every trick I knew to get people to come to a theater. And then every trick I knew as a filmmaker to engage them in terms of the story and the actors and so on. And part of that was telling a story that was simple in an archetypal manner that located them comfortably so they could have an emotional reaction.
Sorry to sound like a broken record, but I just needed to quickly mention that again before I get into the second part of my point. What I'm getting at is, once again, there's nothing inherently wrong with adhering to the green Aesop trope. Stop treating tropes like the devil as if you're reading a Writing for Dummies book and act like you just struck gold whenever you spot one. Seriously, I'm sick of hearing pseudo-intellectual bullshit like this from reviewers. However, the second part of my point regarding the environmental agenda is the political messaging insertions, which is a different can of worms entirely. Not to get too technical with this, but like it or not, environmental awareness and preservation was and is a socio-political issue. But its inclusion, unlike most political messages, is integrally linked to the story. A story James Cameron wanted to tell, and he absolutely fought to keep it in the movie for this reason. And hold on to your chairs, because this just might make you all faint. 20th Century Fox, as it turns out, actually told Cameron to tone down the environmental messages embedded in the film because they didn't want to turn off their audience.
I had a studio executive, top studio executive, say on Avatar, we really like this script, but is there a way that you can take out some of the kind of hippie, tree-hugging kind of stuff? And I said, no, because it's exactly the hippie, tree-hugging stuff is the reason I want to make the movie. So if that's important to you, then we're kind of done here, and I'll have to take it somewhere else. No. You know, so anyway, film got made with all the hippie, tree-hugging stuff in it.
So you want the world, and certainly the developed world, to wake up. Is that
exactly
what you want to, beyond being entertained by your characters and your story and your technology? You want them to wake up.
Look, I have no illusions about the efficacy of an entertainment motion picture in changing public policy. It's going to be a minor contribution, but here's where I think it can work, and where it hasn't historically worked, but where it can work. which is we've got the facts. We've seen Inconvenient Truth. We've read all the magazine articles. We collectively as a society know that there are these issues. But as a society, we're in denial. Well, what is denial but a mental mechanism in response to an emotional reaction, which is fear. Fear of change, fear of an uncertain future, fear for our children, and the fear generates the denial. So I figure you fight an emotion with an emotion. Avatar doesn't teach you facts. It doesn't have one bar graph in it. It's not Inconvenient Truth. But it does create a sense of emotional outrage, and it creates a sense of hopefulness toward the end as good conquers evil.
And could you hope it creates a sense of urgency?
Absolutely. That's right. That's right. And people the message does resonate for them because they recognize it.
Here is my point, though. I mean, does everything to have the impact, does it always have to be white hat, bad hat? Can you make it more nuanced? And if you do, will you lose something, both in terms of commercial value or in terms of political value?
Well, look, we're kind of in uncharted territory with this movie because it's a big $200 million plus dollar production, 4-year production, big mainstream Hollywood picture that is dealing with social, political, cultural, environmental themes. That's in a very narrow category because I can't point to other examples of that. The studios try to stay away from that stuff. They don't want to lose one ticket sale to somebody who might be upset by a message. So they caution away from that. And generally speaking, common wisdom is you don't do that.
And in fact,
you do it in a smaller picture.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's a little bit uncharted territory. So I was just trying, look, I mean, every movie's a big experiment, and sometimes they're social experiments. And I was hoping that there was a way to create an emotional reaction and gravitate the public conversation to these topics.
Can you say that just one more time, please, so the people in the back row can hear you?
Let's watch my favorite part again, shall we?
The studios try to stay away from that stuff. They don't want to lose one ticket sale to somebody who might be upset by a message. So they caution away from that. And generally speaking, common wisdom is you don't do that.
And in fact,
you do it in a smaller picture.
That's right.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Dear God, does that not speak wonders about how hard and fast Hollywood has fucking fallen? Seriously, the activists must have bred out the goddamn studios or something. Jesus Christ. However, what this tells me is that Cameron does have significantly more control over the creative direction for the Avatar IP than he did for the Terminator franchise, which is why it was plunged off a cliff by a cavalcade of idiots. But back on point, James Cameron could tell Fox to fuck off when it came down to Avatar. And Disney, having bought 20th Century Fox, they would have likely acquired the same deal in terms of agreement that Fox had with Cameron, meaning if Disney tries to micromanage or Disneyfy any future Avatar films or forcefully insert any of their woke bullshit, then Cameron can rightly tell them to fuck off as well, unless Fox tighten the agreement terms for the Avatar sequels, which is also a very likely possibility. He is just hoping that Cameron learned his lesson after Fox massacred Terminator. But what about the environmental commentary that's actually in the movie? Well, on one hand, ordinarily I'd be absolutely against the inclusion of any kind of political undertones or propaganda inserted into a media product, but on the other hand, I see Avatar as something of an ethical exception. Call it preachy if you must, but personally, I think there's a very clear and ethical difference for how Cameron uses his commentary as opposed to how most of mainstream Hollywood uses their political commentary. Mainstream Hollywood likes to essentially hijack IPs for clout, upon which they molest it with their forced political inserts, whether it's race or gender bending, fundamentally ruining characters, root and stem, turning them into unlikable woke-tivist scum. Now, on the other hand, environmental preservation and the green Aesop trope is one of the core themes of Avatar's entire premise and the plot of its story, which is why it comes across as ambitious and not subtle, because it's not trying to be subtle, because that goes against the premise of the movie. Which is why, and this is one of those rare instances where I even argue the political undertones and messaging serves to actually enhance the emotional resonance of the story, because since it's embedded within the narrative from the ground up. Which is why none of it feels contrived. And if nothing else, James Cameron, created the Avatar IP, so Ethically, he's not actually doing anything wrong, and can tell his story however the hell he wants.
Another thing that I didn't expect was to actually not hate the social commentary. Now look, I'm not a very political person. I call it how I see it and don't align myself with any political view. I just don't care. I just want good stories. And if the political angle you want to throw into your art complements the story, then great. If it doesn't, then yeah, you're pretty much She-Hulk. Look, James Cameron loves the ocean, and there are moments where the film does preach the protection of the ocean, why it's important, as well as the bonds between sea creatures and man, or in this case, alien. Like, Cameron gets his point across, but he doesn't beat you over the head with it. And the subject matter that he's touching on here actually adds to the spectacle that this film is providing. It works in context with the story and the characters and the world. So it actually feels organic. The social commentary in this film, for me, is actually a rare occasion where a filmmaker these days, actually has something to say, but puts the story and character first.
Ding, ding, ding! What do we have for her, Johnny?
This guy gets it.
Avatar doesn't teach you facts. It doesn't have one bar graph in it. It's not inconvenient truth. But it does create a sense of emotional outrage, and it creates a sense of hopefulness toward the end as good conquers evil.
And could you hope it creates a sense of urgency?
Absolutely. That's right. That's right. And people the message does resonate for them because they recognize it.
If he wants Avatar, his own creation, to have morals and lessons that pertain to the importance of environmental preservation and leave the audience with that message, then more power to him. It's as simple as that. And finally, that brings us to the man behind it all, James Cameron himself, and the narrative that's being levied against his motivations behind creating the Avatar IP, his reasoning behind the sequels, and their long, extensive production. The first narrative I want to squash is James Cameron supposedly not having a plan for the sequels, and this has been making the rounds recently since Cameron recently gave an interview with Empire magazine, and in that interview, he describes his mindset for how he would approach committing to making another Avatar movie, let alone 4 sequels. The article reads as follows: "For all that, Cameron is characteristically confident in his vision. Going big with Avatar wasn't an easy call. Quote, I had to think long and hard whether I even wanted to make another Avatar film, because it was kind of ours to lose," he explains. When you've done something that's been that transcendent in terms of success, do you really want to go and try and do it again? There's a lot of pressure on it. I thought about it for a good 2 years before we finally made a deal. Now, we will come back to this very article later on for a second topic, but some of the mainstream media out there and certain content creators painted this as Cameron being a complete and utter hack who didn't understand his own universe and had no plans whatsoever for a sequel when he originally made Avatar back in 2009, and that the sequels were only being made for more money because Cameron all of a sudden one day woke up and decided he wanted more Blue People movies, etc., etc.
This is horseshit!
James Cameron had a plan for the Avatar sequels. He simply didn't have the scripts written yet. Shock fucking horror. It took him 4 years to finish the first Avatar movie, and he couldn't even finish the Avatar novel that he was working on at the same time before Avatar's theatrical release back in 2009. Now, to prove my point, let's start off by playing this short clip of one of James Cameron's interviews from 2010 when he says this.
In terms of, let's first of all talk about the sequels that you say you're planning. How far along are you with those, and sort of, are you at early stages?
Yeah, it's pretty early stages. I mean, we're not really doing anything active on it until we have the deals worked out, and that hasn't happened yet. So basically, it's in a kind of holding pattern. But it's something I want to do, and if they go forward, I will definitely direct, the second one and the third one. Because quite frankly, it's my world. I know it so well, and I love it, and I love working with this particular team of people.
You also said you're working on the sort of the novelization. Is that you directly, or are you sort of supervising?
No. I'm writing it. It's not a novelization. It's a novel, and I started it, sort of a year and a half ago, and just because of the deadline pressure of getting the film done, I wasn't able to get it done, and so I'll be working on that for the next couple of months, and that's just it pretty much ends coterminously with the end of the film, but it's got a lot of backstory and the discovery of Pandora, and a lot of the backstory on the characters and so on.
You see, this is what I meant by pseudos online trying to twist Cameron's words for attention or to spin a narrative into some kind of hot take. that they hope catches on for clicks and revenue whilst at the same time trying to twist Cameron's words and paint him as some incompetent buffoon. It's the same thing that happened to George Lucas with the Star Wars prequels, where they take a snippet or quote out of context and attach a story to it, but as I've demonstrated, it's easily refuted with research. Seriously, that interview with Cameron took me maybe 5 minutes of research for this video to come across, but these online rats will just attach a narrative to every single one of Cameron's quotes. Hell, I'll go even deeper and cite this source from shortly after Avatar's release, where Cameron himself goes on record saying the next Avatar movie will focus on the underwater world of Pandora. Now, if that doesn't shoot the never was a plan, quote-unquote narrative out of the fucking window, then I don't know what does. The fact of the matter is James Cameron had plans. He would have had an outline at the very least for the Avatar sequels. Just like George Lucas had an outline for the original Star Wars saga, meaning episodes 1 to 6, from 1977 he had basic story beats outlined that, like any story, were subject to change later on. And he even had extensive lore written out about the universe and the nature of the Force, including the microbiotic organisms that could communicate, that fanatics threw a fucking temper tantrum about because they thought George Lucas turned the Force into microorganisms when that was completely false. And they tried to actually paint the picture as if George Lucas didn't understand his own universe. Fucking lol. Star Wars is George Lucas's sci-fi fantasy space opera epic from beginning to end. He had an outline for the whole saga back in 1977, but he didn't start writing Star Wars Episode 1 until 1994. James Cameron released Avatar in 2009, and he had an outline for at least 2 more movies, and didn't start writing the novels of which to construct the scripts from until after he signed a multi-million, possibly billion-dollar deal to make the fucking movies. That's all he's saying here. He's also outlining the monumental task he just signed up for and the difficulty of what it was going to take to bring it to life. Hope it's no wonder at this point why I compared the narratives levied against George Lucas to what's going on with James Cameron. Granted, the level of BS being spun about Cameron isn't even remotely comparable to the internet hatred levied against George Lucas, at least at the time. Thankfully, that's no longer the case, at least for the most part, but I see the internet firmly setting their sights on Cameron as the next piñata, so to speak. Like this article here where James Cameron openly cites Dances with Wolves, as well as other pieces of media as inspirations for his Avatar saga. But see, this article's headline framed it like some kind of admission of guilt or something, and that was even before Avatar was even released. Now, this is a relatively minor example, but the point is that the media and content creators in general have been trying to paint this narrative about James Cameron for a long time. The next example I'm going to mention is actually far worse and far more recent. And it's as follows. Where passively called out in an interview, the people, quote, trying to twist the narrative surrounding Avatar, here's what James Cameron had to say in this interview. Cameron insists that this doesn't bother him, and insists that these people are just trolls twisting the narrative. Quote, the trolls will have it that nobody gives a shit, Cameron said, and that they can't remember the characters' names or one damn thing that happened in the movie. Then they see the movie again and go, oh, okay, excuse me, let me just shut the fuck up right now, so I'm not worried about it. Obviously, there will be some exceptions to whom Cameron was actually talking about, and I personally wouldn't have used the word trolls, more so that it was the media and reviewers with a financial agenda trying to spin the narrative. Some trolls for sure, but I think Cameron did himself a disservice by truncating the backlash down to that word, which he should never do. But that being said, I'm actually largely inclined to agree with him about the twisting of the narrative. And we've covered some of the very things he was calling out, like the supposedly forgettable characters and supposedly no one giving a shit about the Avatar sequels, because guess what? James Cameron has heard all of it. He hasn't turned a deaf ear to any of it, in fact. And the irony is this is coming from an article calling James Cameron supposedly being out of touch. Not to mention the fact that this article writer admits to being one of those very same people supposedly feeling apathetic towards the Way of Water's release, as well as the entire Avatar franchise, yet he's going to go ahead and write a whole bunch of very bitter-sounding headlines surrounding Cameron's words. I mean, if that doesn't signal an agenda and playing into the very narrative that Cameron was fucking talking about, then I don't know what does. Then again, that's all the media is nowadays, and mainstream content creators for that matter. All it is playing into narratives, appealing to the largest demographic of people, or catering to the mob for the largest financial gain and clout. But we're not done. In the same article, and this widely made the rounds as well, he points out again, very bitterly I might add, how James Cameron preemptively called out some moviegoers and reviewers whining about Avatar: The Way of Water's runtime. Here's Cameron's exact words on the matter. Quote, "I don't want anyone whining about length when they sit down and binge watch television for 8 hours," Cameron said. Quote, "I can almost write this part of the review for them. The agonizingly 3-hour long movie. It's like, give me a fucking break. I've watched my kids sit down and do 5 one-hour episodes in a row," end quote. And here's this journalist's rationale when he tries to twist what Cameron is saying. It reminds me of a section from a Charles Bukowski poem. Apologies if I got that name wrong. Quote, "People run from rain, but sit in bathtubs full of water." At face value and ignoring any deeper meaning and context from the rest of the poem, those two things seem similar but aren't actually comparable. The same is true for comparing sitting in a movie theater with watching a television show at home. Yeah, here's the problem with that logic, dickhead. Something that I think you and many others are kind of forgetting here is people run from the rain because they don't choose to get caught in it. People, on the other hand, do choose to binge watch an 8-hour Netflix series at home and choose to go pay for a ticket to see a 3-hour plus long fucking movie. You dimwit. It's like paying for a bucket of chicken and then complaining when you can't finish it. Is that KFC's fault? Yeah, I thought not. Obviously, the Netflix comparison Cameron made isn't 100% accurate, and I'll come back to it, but he's absolutely right that both actions are initiated by the audience member because it's their choice to do so. He's not forcing anything on them. Now back to James Cameron's comments, as you could no doubt guess or have likely heard people have tried to twist this into, which is Cameron supposedly lashing out at the fans and moviegoers out of sheer bitterness for the criticism he's received in recent years. Okay, firstly, I think it's safe to say Cameron isn't lashing out at any fans here, because I'm sure at least he doesn't perceive any of Avatar's actual fans to be the ones throwing the bitch fit here. And certainly not throwing a bitch fit about a movie's runtime that they signed up to watch because they were fans of the fucking movie and have looked forward to it for over a decade. As for his supposed bitterness, which I'll talk about momentarily, do you think that James Cameron made these comments because of the criticism he has or is likely to receive, or most likely could it be something else? Last time I checked, James Cameron does things his way, regardless of what critics say preemptively or after his film's release.
David Brooks in the New York Times.
No, you're lining them up. This is good. Bring it.
Bring it on.
Bring it.
This is something I'll get back to briefly towards the end of the video, but it doesn't take a genius to know that a lot of mainstream critical analysis out there, if we can even call it that, is absolute fucking garbage. And it's precisely that which I believe Cameron was calling out most of all. Like, he explicitly calls out reviewers, and I don't think it's any question due to the current media climate surrounding his movies, and movies in general, and the lack of substance provided by mainstream reviewers who complain about a film's length without really having much else in the way of detraction from his work, including but not limited to the surface level BS that we examined earlier. But in addition to that, he wanted to call out the current state of modern cinema audiences, or at least a large proportion of which who don't want to sit through 3-hour movies and tend to complain about it, despite willfully going to see that movie in the first place. Gee, I wonder, wasn't there a recently released excellent superhero detective drama that deviated from what some would consider common superhero story structure and actually gave a shit about the story it was telling? And also had a 3-hour runtime, and which most of its detractors shat all over it for being supposedly too long and too boring because they couldn't think of anything else to criticize, and because they lacked a fucking attention span. Can't imagine why.
Gee, let me think.
Maybe it's because a lot of general audience members in the current year didn't grow up in a time where long, intricate movies were commonplace. Whereas now, almost everything is some Hollywoodized piece of 2-hour vomit, and so they've essentially been brought up and trained like seals to accept this crap and clap enthusiastically at an extremely unfunny joke every 5 seconds because films aren't treated nearly as seriously as they used to be. A mold that The Batman, one of very few movies, especially in the superhero genre, decided to break this year. Now yes, admittedly, The Batman could have shaved maybe 10 minutes off its runtime. I even said as much in my own review where I praised the ever-loving shit out of it, but even so, that still would have left the film with over 2.5 hours of runtime, the runtime of what would be considered a very long movie. But some of these fuckers were blowing it way out of proportion because that's the only thing I could think of to bitch and moan and use to discredit the film. Too long and too boring? I'm sorry, I think you're confusing Matt Reeves' The Batman with Patty Jenkins' Wonder Woman 84, sunshine. But hey, let's step away from cape shit for a moment and let's discuss something that's unanimously praised by one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. Martin Scorsese's The Irishman. Absolute fucking masterclass of a movie. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. However, one of the biggest levied criticisms at the movie was, you guessed it, the fucking runtime. Granted, it was a relatively small amount of people, but certainly a vocal minority of moviegoers and media used the 3-hour plus runtime of Scorsese's film to try and discredit it, in order to grab clicks with a couple of cheap headlines. Hell, Scorsese even had to take it upon himself to defend the 3-hour runtime. He went ahead and said that with theatrical releases, there is pressure to keep the runtime as tight as possible because long films interfere with exhibitors' schedules. That's been a struggle and a fight, Scorsese said. A war in a sense. That pressure did not exist with Netflix. So now we just said, what happens if I just push it here a little bit, the director added. Now if I could sustain the interest, that's interesting. So that's how I pushed the construction of the film. Netflix was very good with me on that and gave us all the financial support we needed. And so that was the way this film had to be made. We could not get it made otherwise. End quote. So in regards to Hollywood's supposed foul trend of painfully long movies, the way this dipshit articulates it in this article, I posed the question, just what the fuck trend are you talking about, you dumbass? Dances with Wolves, you know, the Avatar detractor's holy grail? Yeah, that movie is 4 hours long. 4! Titanic was 3 hours and 14 minutes. Return of the King's theatrical cut was 3 hours and 20 minutes. The Patriot, 2 hours and 55 minutes. Braveheart, 2 hours and 58 minutes. Saving Private Ryan, 2 hours and 49 minutes. All of which came out in the 90s and early 2000s. Comparatively to present day, those runtimes are almost non-existent. A Hollywood movie stretching over 3 hours or even 2.5 hours isn't a trend, it's a rarity. The comparison is staggering when you consider how many movies were over 3 hours long in the 90s, whilst compared to movies in the 2010s. And one of those very few exceptions being, once again, The Irishman, who Martin Scorsese had to approach Netflix in order to make that movie the way it needed to be made, maintaining its 3 hours and 20-minute runtime. So 3 hour plus runtimes being a supposed foul trend in Hollywood is bullshit. Now, on a more personal note, I actually preferred and missed the days when movies were allowed to be longer, because depending on the movie, it would allow for a much richer experience, allowing you more time to get to know and understand the characters and the world within the story it was trying to tell. But we hardly get that anymore, because Hollywood loves to truncate everything down so that they can maximize the amount of movie showings in order to make as much money as possible, and all of these studios are so pussified nowadays, they hardly ever take any risks. Though there are some exceptions, sometimes the risk pays off, like Matt Reeves' The Batman, and other times it fails miserably and makes you want to gouge out your eyes, like Patty Jenkins' Wonder Woman 84. Now, regarding Cameron's comparison to binging Netflix shows, some people, including that dumbass who wrote this fucking article, have been coming up with reasons as to why Cameron's comparison was supposedly nonsensical. Cameron even added that it's okay to take a piss, as if preemptively knowing what they were going to clap back at his comments with, and some of the internet's finest head cases chose to once again twist the man's words into him supposedly admitting his upcoming film will be lacking substance. Now, I'm sure you can no doubt understand the point I'm making about the media, and even those on YouTube trying to twist Cameron's comments because there's an agenda at play that a lot of people are trying to hitch their wagon to. Bottom line, Cameron's obligation starts and ends with publicly releasing the runtime of the movie, so that the cinemas can advertise it as such. If an audience member goes into a 3 hour long movie and complains about it being a 3 hour fucking movie, or having to run to the bathroom midway through the film's runtime, then that's kind of on them, isn't it? Obviously, it's Cameron's responsibility to ensure his 3 hour production is well paced, but he's nobody's babysitter is what I'm trying to say here, and he knows it. And hell, I can understand his frustrations when you put a decade of your life into a project and you get some dumb fuck on the internet who somehow bullshitted his way into getting a job as a reviewer that he neither earned nor deserved, run his mouth online in an attempt to garner clicks about surface level BS like the runtime of your fucking movie, whilst at the same time not making the faintest attempt to absorb the actual substance within the movie itself. I don't think anyone is in a position to judge Cameron for his words on this matter because they're largely fucking true. But also because if you were in his position, you'd likely feel the same way now, wouldn't you? Right, now let's get on to the next narrative. The Avatar sequels only exist to make money. Okay, so let me reiterate. James Cameron did not expect the level of success the first Avatar movie received. In fact, I don't think anyone did.
Why do you think it is doing so well beyond the technology, beyond the 3D?
Yeah, I think, well, we didn't see this coming. We expected that we were making a commercial film. It had action. It had this whole other world. We kind of knew what worked about the movie. And I think it's actually the sum total of all the elements. There's no one thing. It's not just the 3D, not just the visual effects. Yeah.
You ran against Titanic in terms of creating another film. You had to make something that was beyond whatever else had gone before. That's the nature of you.
Maybe I'm being charitable. I think so. I think that's very accurate. I think maybe I'm being charitable, but I think that filmmakers always run against themselves.
Yeah.
It's pointless.
Artists run against themselves.
It's pointless to try to compete with other filmmakers because everybody's got a different vision and a different, agenda, a different bit of communication that they want to do. But you do run against yourself in the sense that you want to do the job better. You want to learn from what's gone before. You want to beat your personal best.
Right.
And I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about box office. Because we didn't imagine that we would blow past Titanic like we did, but communicating to a global audience, that I like to do that. I like to engage people in different languages because I'm speaking in cinema.
And so he had to think long and hard about whether or not he could commit to a single or multiple sequels, which is one of the reasons he designed the original Avatar movie to be a standalone in case he wouldn't be able to go through with it. Despite the fact that he had plans, he's even been quoted saying he left some scenes in Avatar purposefully in case there would be a sequel. And in addition to that, he's been quoted in that recent Empire magazine interview saying he had to think for a full 2 years about being able to commit to this, and if he was going to do it, he would only do so if it could be something grandiose and challenging, which is why he compared what he was planning to on the scale of Lord of the Rings. Which makes a lot of sense when you consider that Peter Jackson and Andy Serkis' work on Gollum is what convinced Cameron that Avatar was even possible to begin with.
Early 90s, you first had this idea, but you wanted to make it right after Titanic, but the technology wasn't ready, and it was too expensive as well. What was the moment when you thought, right, now we're ready, now we can go?
I saw a couple of instances in other films by other directors that looked like the technology was becoming more mature. For example, in the second Lord of the Rings film, when Gollum has this sort of schizophrenic conversation with themselves, I was dumbstruck. It's like they've done it. Of course, the level of photoreality and emotional reality that we needed for Avatar to sustain an entire film with our main characters being realized using the same techniques was beyond that. So I knew we also had to push the art as well. But it's one thing to just dream about it, and another thing to say, okay, right, the time is right now to get in and do the work necessary to push it to the next step and do it within a single film.
Not to mention that, like Lord of the Rings, Cameron decided to shoot these movies back to back, so I guess it made Cameron realize that multiple sequels based on his original scripts could be brought to life, but in his words, he had to go and write the damn novels first. Now that is some fucking insane ambition there, whereas Peter Jackson's insane ambition presented him with a monumental task that he carried out damn near to perfection in 3 of the most legendary movies of all time. At the end of the day, Peter Jackson was adapting this story from someone else's source material that already existed. James Cameron's ambition, however, on the other hand, is much more akin to that of George Lucas. It's just another reason why I love to compare the two, not just the fact that both have been targets for the media as independent creators, being the subject of heavy scrutiny, and the victims of twisted narratives for clout and revenue. Again, Lucas much more than Cameron on that front, but also their creative prowess and ambition. Whereas like Lucas, Cameron has to go and create the source material and then adapt it into his movies, and in the case of Avatar, he had to go and create the new technology in order to accomplish his monumental task.
You don't invent technology and then figure out what to do with it. You come up with an artistic problem, and then you have to invent the technology in order to accomplish it. So it's the opposite of what most people think it is, and any artist will tell you that. And art, on all levels, is just technology.
So as we've established, the Avatar sequels are primarily driven by James Cameron's desire to be creative, push boundaries, and realize his ambition and rise to the challenge. Obviously, money is a factor. The movie industry is a business after all. And obviously, Cameron would like the movie to financially flourish, largely for studios who have bet a bundle of fucking money on him, as well for his staff, cast members, production crew, etc., etc.
When you shoot Titanic, you said, I don't need any payment as a director because of the high budget. It wasn't necessarily this time, right?
Well, I did have to make some sacrifices. There was, I had to make some sacrifices to get the film greenlit. And if the film is financially successful, that won't be an issue. But look, for me, this process of making these movies is not about the money. I like to make some money, but it's not my motivation. My motivation is to get to create these beautiful images, do this exciting these exciting new things. For me, it's a kind of intellectual challenge.
Yes, Cameron wants the film to succeed, but here's a newsflash. This idea that Cameron is this greedy, money-grubbing director milking his product for all it's worth is really kind of stupid because, well, for one, James Cameron has never been, at least as far as I've seen, all that fussed about money in the latter years of his career anyway. And besides that, and above all else, here's another newsflash for you. James Cameron doesn't need money.
I know, right?
And it's kind of a drag when people start going, hey, it's a $200 million film. They're almost rooting for it to fail. So what'd they think? Originally the budget was going to be, what, $100 million or something?
Yeah, we told him 120, and that's what we thought it was going to cost. And
you weren't lying to him. You just figured that's it.
No, in fact, that's why I wound up giving him back all my money, because I said, guys, I don't want you to think we lied to you just to get you to make this movie.
Right. So in other words, they came to you, made the deal, and you said, hey, you get a couple of million just for making the movie.
Right.
And you said to him halfway through the shooting or something, hey, here's the money back?
Yeah, exactly.
How many years have you devoted? I'm talking about from conception to the end of this film. How many years have you devoted to this film?
Well, it was 3 solid years, pretty much from the time I finished True Lies.
Okay. And you had the idea, you worked on the script, I assume?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wrote the script.
You wrote the script yourself, and then you went ahead and you shot this thing, and you've given back all rights to this movie.
Yeah.
You own nothing of this movie.
Nothing.
And you will make $0.
Well, I own the authorship of the film.
What does that mean?
It's, it depends on how much money means.
Well, I mean, how do you make money off the film? Don't you get a percentage?
I don't make money off this film.
You will not get a percentage of the gross?
I would have if things had gone the way they were supposed to. But, my philosophy is I take responsibility. The buck stops here.
Wow. So for 3 years not getting paid doesn't disturb you?
Well, I'm not going to be out on the street selling pencils.
No, I mean, you're a wealthy man from Terminator and stuff, but...
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I wouldn't say wealthy. Because, after Titanic, I didn't have to make another movie if I didn't want to. And I did all these cool expedition
movies
films.
Have been good to Jim.
Yeah, it worked out. And I had other interests, frankly.
Yes, James Cameron doesn't need money, but he's allowed to relish his success. George Lucas didn't need money after the original Star Wars trilogy, but he's allowed to relish his success. That doesn't make them greedy, soulless corporate scum who only care about money. Hell, I would argue the exact opposite. That they are two of the most powerful filmmaking figures who could maintain their independence, or Cameron for the most part anyway, could maintain their independence through success and break the corporate mold, and what money they made, make no mistake, they fucking earned, because they were the ones who created the product for which the profit was made off in the fucking first place. In the case of George Lucas, the claims were particularly egregious because people actually blamed him for people buying his fucking product. He marketed the shit out of Star Wars, and fans, or fanatics rather, bought the products with smiles on their faces, and then they had the gall to accuse him of supposedly only making the Star Wars prequels to sell toys, when the guy was already set for life and raising a family. And then that same narrative was pitched again when he sold the franchise to Disney for $4 billion. The greed narrative was pitched again and swiftly crushed because it quickly emerged that the $4 billion for Star Wars that Lucas made, despite the fact that $4 billion for Star Wars, the most sought-after IP of all time, was a fucking steal price for Disney, I might add, and the fact that it quickly emerged that George Lucas gave most of that money to fucking charity anyway. George Lucas wasn't a greedy corporate scumbag. He hated the corporate Hollywood control bubble, which is why he fought for his independence and was one of the only filmmakers who truly achieved it for such a high level of film production, that he could make a big budget movie trilogy like the Star Wars prequels completely independently. James Cameron's Avatar is, and I've said this on a number of occasions, the closest thing we are going to get to the innovation and high-budget film storytelling from a single author and creator that Star Wars gave us. And Cameron, like Lucas, isn't doing this for a paycheck, at least primarily. He's not doing this because he has to, he's doing this because he wants to. And I, for one, can't wait to see it. But anyway, I hope that finally squashes this little shit-take internet narrative about greed. As I previously said, Cameron isn't perfect, but he's one of the last ongoing directors with power over his IP that can genuinely create something unique. Granted, the Avatar sequels are being distributed by Disney and not Fox, so time will tell on that one. Remember, Fox also distributed Dragon Ball Evolution and X-Men Origins Wolverine the same year Avatar came out, which makes me think that James Cameron does have the creative control over the Avatar IP, despite in the current year and for the foreseeable future, he's going to have Disney looking over his shoulder. And assuming that he is the one in control, I say, thank fuck for that. I suppose time will tell if Disney is going to ruin Cameron's films. According to a couple of sources, Avatars 2 and 3 seem to be ready to go since most of their development was done with 20th Century Fox. So I guess it's the fate of Avatars 4 and 5 that will be the most in doubt. And funnily enough, Cameron himself reckons Avatar 4 is the one he's most excited for, even though he went on record saying that he may not even direct the final two movies. Something else the internet is likely going to twist into yet another narrative, or at least they probably will, saying that Cameron doesn't care about his own IP or some bullshit like that. Like, dude, come on. Cameron has put a third of his life into this project. He started dreaming about it when he was a kid. By the time Avatar 3 releases, assuming it isn't delayed, he'll be 70 years old. I'd love for him to direct all 5 Avatar movies as well, trust me. But if he ultimately decides not to direct them, but stay on as a heavily involved producer, I'd say the guy's earned a break. Now, when it comes to the environmental message in Avatar about respecting nature, call it tree-hugging hippie bullshit in Avatar if you must. Hell, James Cameron and the movie even used the term tree hugger.
Personally, I don't feel these tree-hugging traitors deserve steak.
Make it steak? That's bullshit.
The studio, of course, in their way, tried to get me to downpedal that.
Oh, they did?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, sure.
What did they say?
Well, look, it's common, I would say it was common wisdom, at least prior to Avatar, that you didn't do that in a mainstream film.
You don't put political messages in a big film.
Especially environmental messages. I mean, it was death. You know, if it got out that there was an environmental message to this film, it would cost us 50% of our box office. That would be the classic thinking on it.
So what they did not want you to do what?
Well, you know, I mean, the request was, is there a way to cut down on this sort of, you know, hippie tree hugging stuff?
Yes,
I think was the exact quote.
That's it. Is that what they said?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, look, it's a legitimate concern, but that's why I wanted to make the film in the first place. That was the fundamental driver.
But the deeper message is that humanity is heading for a dystopian or doomed future if it doesn't change course. One of several reasons why this comes across as entirely genuine from James Cameron is because, and some of you would have likely noticed this, is that James Cameron's earlier movies, namely Terminator and Titanic, both share this same motif. Despite the fact that they're completely different stories, there's a thematic statement in both saying that humanity needs to take a good hard look at itself and recognize the long-term repercussions of what we're doing because we're heading for an impending doom and humanity has to change course before it's too late.
All my films express thematically my perspective on existence, and a lot of those ideas were formed when I was just kind of wide-eyed looking around at the world, remembering distinctly as a kid at the age of 8 seeing my dad going through how to build a fallout shelter in your basement at the peak of the Cuban Missile Crisis, seeing the rise of environmentalism in the early 70s and seeing the world potentially becoming a toxic wasteland, and all those sorts of dystopian anxieties. So for me, the nuclear holocaust of the future in Terminator maps directly thematically to the destruction of Titanic, where people just kind of blithely sailed on right into an iceberg, and their world, the microcosm, the world of that movie, because you see very little besides the ship itself in that film, sinks out from underneath them, is destroyed, and it takes down the rich with the poor. as well, which obviously is a metaphor for our world right now with climate change. All the rich people that are propagating climate change, all the big corporations and people who think they're going to be above the consequences will not be. We're all in one world and we're all in it together. So, I think that I think the films, I try to keep them from being preachy. I try to keep them from being too on the nose. But the message is there if you want to see it. And I think it's consistent about the power of the individual, the strength of women, my kind of jaundiced view of organizational systems and authority.
Terminator was made at a point in time when computers were rapidly becoming more prevalent in our society, and when the digital age was on the cusp of taking over humanity. And look at us now in 2023. Now, front and center, Terminator is a love story and an action sci-fi horror film, but it's constantly foreshadowing a bleak, horrific, dystopian future, where humanity has unfortunately paid the price for its mistakes, and this is largely conveyed through the nightmares of Kyle Reese, the soldier sent back in time to protect the future. And then there's also Sarah Connor's horrific nightmare in Terminator 2 that gives the audience a window into the horror that the future holds if humanity doesn't change. Just quickly, I want to mention again, you'll notice the emphasis on dreams in these movies.
We know the dream's the same every night. Why do I have to?
Please continue.
Are we gonna sleep all the way home?
All the way home?
Can I dream?
Yes, honey. I think we both can.
They're fascinating. Like being inside a dream or something. There's truth, but no logic.
Everything is backwards now. Like out there is the true world, and in here is the dream.
Since Cameron himself has been more than forthcoming about how the majority of his inspirations comes from dreams he's had both recently and decades in the past.
Production in Rome on Piranha 2, he called me one morning and said in a fever dream he had this visions image.
He said that he'd had this dream about the Terminator coming out of the fire.
A robot, but one that previous to that was a cyborg, but was covered in human flesh, emerging from the flames.
Terminator. Now, is it true that you thought of the theme, or that the theme of Terminator came to you in a dream?
It wasn't so much a theme as a kind of seminal image. I was in Rome. I was broke. I had a high fever, and I was just having these weird dreams. And I had this image of this kind of chrome skeleton, death image coming out of a fire, kind of phoenix-like. And I just got up and sketched it. And then around the nucleus of that, I started to create a story and sort of backfill. Okay, what is it? Where did it come from? Who's it after? And it all sort of fell into place fairly quickly.
Do you think that science fiction should always have underlying ideas, really quite strong themes there? And if so, beyond this idea of rage and getting the world to work your way, what is it in Terminator?
It's not really about machines from the future. It's sort of about our relationship with technology, but it's really kind of about how our human potential for dehumanization ourselves. You see cops as examples, and then the other idea that not to trust technology and even not to trust the fabric of reality, because by the second film you've got this woman who's gone crazy, knowing that the world is a completely fragile place and it's all an illusion. It can all be torn away by this nuclear war.
And then we have several quotes from both the first and second Terminator movies that feed into this motif.
Defense network computers. New, powerful, hooked into everything. Trusted to run it all. They say it got smart. A new order of intelligence. Then it saw all people as a threat, not just the ones on the other side. Decided our fate in a microsecond.
Your son gave me a message to give to you. Made me memorize it. Thank you, Sarah, for your courage through the dark years. I can't help you with what you must soon face, except to say that the future is not set.
We're not gonna make it, are we? People, I mean.
It's in your nature to destroy yourselves.
No fate. No fate but what we make. My father told her this. The whole thing goes. The future's not set. There's no fate but what we make for ourselves.
She intends to change the future.
You're judging me on things I haven't even done yet. How are we supposed to know?
How are you supposed to know? Fucking men like you built the hydrogen bomb. Men like you thought it up. You
don't know what it's like to really create something, to create a life.
The unknown future rolls toward us. I face it for the first time with a sense of hope. Because if a machine, a Terminator, can learn the value of human life, maybe we can too.
That the future holds incoming catastrophe, and that this has to be stopped before it's too late.
Artificial intelligence is not going to end well. Have these engineers watched any of the Terminator movies? Yeah, actually they do. It just doesn't dissuade them. In sort of military think tank circles, they actually talk about the Skynet problem. It doesn't dissuade them from developing this stuff as fast as humanly possible. You know, at the time the Terminator was made in 1984, the idea of killer drones in the sky was pure science fiction. The next big stage is going to be, when do we give kill authority to an actual robotic intelligence? People are seriously arguing the ethics of that. The point is, even if we were to suddenly grow a moral conscience here in this country and decide that it's a bad idea to develop an artificial general intelligence, somebody else is going to do it. And then the military will justify us developing it, because if we don't do it, the other guys will do it. So it is going to happen. The people who are working at the forefront of artificial general intelligence say it's not if, it's when. And their outside prediction is 50 years, and their inside prediction is 10 to 15 years as a civilization. And it's going to profoundly alter the nature of our existence, I believe. And, you know, we better wake the up. I think we're doomed, personally.
Now, when it comes to Titanic, front and center, it's a classic love story of the simple young man without a penny to his name and the rich, pampered, and well-mannered young woman falling for each other, but it's set against the backdrop of one of mankind's greatest engineering achievements of its time sailing on a collision course to its doom. And the foreshadowing for this incoming catastrophe is ever present throughout the entirety of the movie. Like, understand, Cameron didn't attach this motif to the movie. The story of the Titanic is one of the most infamous cautionary tales in history for all of humanity to learn from. Its tragedy is so renowned, in fact, that you immediately think Titanic when someone says the word iceberg or shipwreck. And the word Titanic is often used to figuratively outline impending doom.
Fine. You want to play the violin on the Titanic? It's your funeral. We're not dead yet, Tommy.
The Titanic movie organically shares the same motif as Terminator and is the very literal example of humanity's worst tendencies not being kept in check and literally needing to course correct from its imminent doom. The worst tendencies of humanity are showcased in the film with the greedy corporatist who pressured the captain into speeding up the Titanic in order to arrive in America early, so that they could make newspaper headlines and promote the ship's grandeur.
This maiden voyage of Titanic must make headlines.
I would prefer not to push the engines until they've been properly run in.
But what a glorious end to your final crossing if we were to get into New York on Tuesday night and surprise them all. Good man.
The arrogance of the veteran captain ignoring the iceberg warning signs and maxing out the ship's engines anyway.
Excuse me, sir. Another ice warning.
Oh, not to worry. Quite normal for this time of year. In fact, we're speeding up. I've just ordered the last boilers lit.
Fun fact here, this wouldn't be the last time Bernard Hill would lead thousands of people to their deaths. The corporation that built the Titanic prioritizing vanity over practicality and safety, leaving the ship without enough lifeboats to save all of the passengers against the objections of the Titanic's own architect.
I did the sum in my head.
Forgive me, but it seems that there are not enough for everyone aboard.
About half, actually. In fact, I put in these new type davits, which can take an extra row of boats inside this one. But it was thought by some that the deck would look too cluttered, so I was overruled.
And just overall humanity being a victim of its own hubris that the Titanic, the largest ship ever built at the time, was an unsinkable vessel and would ultimately meet disaster on its maiden voyage.
So this is the ship they say is unsinkable.
It is unsinkable. God himself could not sink this ship. A waste of deck space as it is in an unsinkable ship.
From this moment, no matter what we do, Titanic will founder.
But this ship can't sink.
She's made of iron, sir. I assure you, she can. It is a mathematical certainty.
Is it terribly sad to sit there and look at it?
I think there's a feeling that it's sacred ground, that it's a monument that means a great deal to people symbolically about the price of human hubris and arrogance.
Even Aliens possessed traces of this motif. Granted, James Cameron didn't create the Alien franchise. That credit will always go to Ridley Scott, but Cameron merely expanded upon what Ridley Scott already set up, making a faction called the Colonial Marines and placing an emphasis on the dangers of corporatism and greed with the whaling corporation that was introduced in the first film that the characters commonly refer to as the Company. And this corporation, once again, is placing humans in danger of the xenomorph aliens for monetary gain. And hell, one of the main characters even backstabs the entire group of people he's meant to be surviving with in order to try and bring a xenomorph back to the company alive in order to profit. Even though the xenomorphs are meant to be the enemy and need to be vanquished, they are all working towards a common goal together, whereas portions of humanity are still betraying each other out of sheer greed, even in dire circumstances that require their unity and cooperation.
This is so nuts. I mean, listen to what you're saying. It's really sad. It's pathetic.
You know, Burke, I don't know which species is worse. You don't see them fucking each other over for a goddamn percentage.
But as you can see, this motif and its thematic messaging is present across several of James Cameron's productions, though nobody seems to take any real issue with it. They may notice the motif in isolation, but it's in actuality a motif of James Cameron that he likes to include and share within most of his films. So why is there such pushback on Avatar for sharing the same motif? Well, personally, I think Avatar's message can come across as more obnoxious to some, unlike the messaging in Terminator, Titanic, and even Aliens for that matter, is the fact that Avatar isn't foreshadowing a doomed future for humanity within the film itself. Instead, again, with the minor exception of Aliens, a setting which James Cameron did not create but merely contributed to, this time, in the case of Avatar, this film is taking place in the distant dystopian future. There's no foreshadowing about impending doom, like we're already there. We've reached the dystopia for planet Earth, and humanity has paid the price for its inability to change. It hasn't kept its worst tendencies in check, and instead of fixing the issues, they're making the same mistakes on another world. And because of this, the message is always present throughout the movie. It has been ingrained in Avatar's story and presentation from the ground up, so there's a constant reminder of it. It's more on the nose than in Cameron's other work, but at the same time, this isn't anything new for a James Cameron movie. He's been doing this for 40 years, and call it obnoxious if you want, but this message that some find so off-putting is the very reason why Avatar exists in the first place. It wasn't inserted by any contrived means in order to disingenuously pander to anyone, like most Hollywood productions nowadays are. And James Cameron is fully aware of the dangers of putting a political message like this within his blockbuster movie, but he stuck by his decision despite the risk because it was something very personal to him. In other words, the message is sincere, and that's why it resonates with so many people and why a whole sci-fi universe was built to accommodate it, because it's not trying to target or condemn any particular group of people or culture with the message, but rather that its intention was to speak to all of humanity.
This is Time Magazine. I'm here with James Cameron, who's taking questions from Time readers.
Great, I'm all set.
This question comes from a reader in Aruba who asks, is Avatar a Native American story?
No, not exclusively. When I was writing it, I was thinking more about the colonial period and the French and Spanish and English kind of coming in and taking over North America, Central America, South America, Australia, where they were basically almost completely genocidal to the Aboriginal people there. You know, so our track record as human beings is pretty bad historically when it comes to a militarily superior society interacting with a militarily, less powerful society. They either get wiped out, they get displaced, and they wind up, kind of refugees or on reservations, or they wind up enslaved. So, this is not something we need to feel guilty about. It's something we just need to be aware of, that as human beings, we have this kind of sense of entitlement. If we can take it, we will. The major relevance now is that that's our attitude about nature. We just take it. We mine it, we strip it, we log it, we take from the ocean, we take all the fish, and we don't concern ourselves with sustainability, with giving back that which we've taken. Mm-hmm. And it's not a sustainable model. We're going to die out if we don't change our perception.
But despite its historical, fictional, and cultural inspirations, James Cameron has made absolutely clear that Avatar is entertainment first and foremost, but its messaging was based on both history in terms of Western colonialism and current events taking place in the Middle East.
What is your main message?
Well, I think, I think the purpose of Avatar primarily is entertainment. And I want to be clear about that. It's an adventure film, it's an action film, it's a love story, it's an emotional journey. But within that, I think there are certain themes and messages.
Technically, it's obviously very complicated, but the story is pretty grand as well. I mean, I think a lot of people might automatically think when they see the film about maybe some political allegory, maybe for Native Americans or for activity in the Middle East. Maybe was that intentional? Were you thinking about that?
I think both of those are fully intentional, and I think that the goal there is to, first of all, the goal of the film in general is to give you a sort of grand adventure in another world, an emotional journey. It's a love story. You're going to see images that you might have only seen in your dreams, but haven't seen in a movie theater before. But I think also to ask the audience to think a little bit about our relationship with nature, and certainly to reflect on the history of how our technological society has impacted indigenous cultures and wiped them out and absorbed them and enslaved them, or whatever it was throughout history. And to ask the audience to think a little bit about what we're doing as a society to this planet, to this wonderful world that we have. Pandora is a fantasy world. We have a wonderful world right here. In the movie, Earth is described as the dying world. 150 years in the future. I think this film asks you to not let that be our true future.
So you hope that people who go in will be, I assume, and they are, I assume, will be entertained.
Absolutely. That's
number one.
Yes.
You are a commercial filmmaker. Anybody in the history of cinema has ever been a commercial filmmaker. You are the king.
You had to go there. Going back to what I said before, I didn't really need to make another film, and I wanted to do something that was personal and that I thought had some thematic value to it. And, so I threw everything I had at getting it, at making it a great piece of entertainment. And that was the 3D and the CG and the creating the world and everything I knew how to do, every trick I knew to get people to come to a theater. And then every trick I knew as a filmmaker to engage them in terms of the story and the actors and so on. And part of that was telling a story that was simple in an archetypal manner that located them comfortably so they could have an emotional reaction.
But primarily, and most people seem to be unaware of this fact, Avatar was actually based on the environmental ravaging of the Amazon and the displacement of the indigenous tribes over in South America.
60 such dams are being planned all along the Amazon, flooding vast areas of rainforest and wiping out local villages. But as I discovered, the native people have one very powerful weapon, some well-placed friends in Hollywood. The Kayapo people who live deep in the Amazon are under threat. Massive hydro dams all along the Amazon. It's shaping up as the world's biggest ever environmental battle.
My greatest fear is that there will be a showdown and there will be bloodshed.
You're saying if neither side backs down, we could see people killed?
I think so. I think so. They're fighting for their way of life.
If it sounds like the plot for a movie, that's because it already is. The film Avatar is based on the plight of the Kayapo. In it, the Na'vi tribe are forced to defend their world against greedy corporations, intent on plundering the natural resources of the planet Pandora.
As someone who played Grace Augustine, a botanist who clearly was on the side of the Na'vi, the parallels are just very uncomfortable. It's really siding with industry over people and over nature.
Actress Sigourney Weaver and director James Cameron have become real-life crusaders against the hydro dams.
The larger point I'm trying to make by bringing this to your attention is to once again highlight the extremely narrow frame of reference that most of Avatar's detractors possess. This is also similar to the lack of reference for the going native storytelling trope we discussed earlier, which is why these same people love propagating the Avatar supposedly plagiarizing Dances with Wolves narrative. But this is also yet another reason why the comparison is made, because these same people just assume Cameron is primarily basing the Avatar conflict on the Native Americans from the American Indian War. And so immediately just shout Dances with Wolves at the screen, as if James Cameron just straight up copied or plagiarized that story, when that's blatantly not true on several levels, including this one. Their lack of reference leads them to immediately point to a well-renowned Going Native story set within the American Indian War. But again, that conflict and so many others have commonalities with other instances of colonialism throughout human history. Avatar also takes inspiration from the human history of excessive corporatism inflicting damage to both the environment and indigenous cultures for the sake of profit, which I would argue is the larger emphasis of Avatar's story. But again, these people have no frame of reference, which is why they just assume the example of history that they are most familiar with, that was already commented on by another movie, is the source. But Avatar has taken a much broader inspiration that's all-encompassing from our history of colonialism and corporatism, with its primary inspirations stemming from events that were happening during the time of the film's production in the Amazon in South America, far removed from both the time and location of the American Indian Wars. Matter of fact, after Avatar was made, James Cameron was actually reached out to by the Kapo Indians and was asked to assist them with the conflict they were currently experiencing with potentially getting displaced from their land and their homes by the construction of these hydro dams that were going to do catastrophic amounts of damage to the Amazon rainforest. And after this call to action, both James Cameron and Sigourney Weaver journeyed to the Amazon to meet these tribes and to help them fight for their lands, and this was actually filmed and documented and placed on the Avatar DVD and Blu-ray to help boost awareness for what was happening to these people.
I had always wanted to go to the Amazon. It's the last great bastion of nature. It's so vast and so biodiverse.
Tenho o prazer de apresentar James Cameron.
I implore the Brazilian government and President Lula to reconsider this project.
I thought, I need to go down there, and I need to talk to the people directly that are going to be affected. For these people, it's the end of their world as they know it, and they're reacting accordingly. They are there with their spears and their bows and arrows, saying that they will fight.
It's very interesting, the parallel of what's going on here with what went on in our movie, you know? And it's one of the reasons that Jim got so passionate and involved in this.
Again, this conflict was the primary source of inspiration for Avatar's final script, and what they were doing to help these tribespeople was also falling in line with the core of what Avatar's message is, which is to protect nature and treasure it, and to provoke the audience into thinking about the importance of our relationship with nature. Look, bottom line, you don't have to care for Avatar or its message to respect what Cameron was trying to do with this movie. James Cameron has made crystal fucking clear multiple times that Avatar has always been entertainment first. It's a movie. It's not trying to teach you facts. It's not trying to educate you. It's not trying to preach to you. It's an archetypal story that's based on the events of human history that has an underlying message that's designed to provoke thought from the audience about the importance of nature and our relationship with it, and that's it. On the movie front, Cameron absolutely delivered the grand sci-fi adventure the movie was hyped up to be, but he also wanted to promote awareness to a cause that was deeply personal to him, and as a result, became even more personal to him once it actually had the impact that it did on not just mainstream audiences, but also cultures around the world that started reaching out to him.
You've talked a bit about how the experiences you've had recently in the Amazon and working with indigenous peoples have really influenced the way you're looking at both the book and what you may do in the future.
I have to be responsible to them and to the real world drama that's playing out right now as they fight for their lands and for their treaty rights and for their and for the place where their people have lived for umpteen generations. Thinking of these, the Shikrin Kayapo Indians and a number of the other Indian cultures that I met in the Amazon. These are people that have lived there for thousands of years a certain way, and now because of a hydroelectric dam that's going to send power 2,000 miles away from there, not even in any way help their communities, they're going to be destroyed. 25,000 of them displaced arbitrarily. An area, areas of rainforest the size of Belgium being destroyed in the Amazon every year. It's insane what's going on down there. And so that's got to influence what I say now. As a result of having made Avatar, I'm now exposed to things I wasn't aware of before,
Or I may have been aware of it in that distant way that we're all sort of aware of it, but now it's personal because I know those guys, you know, and they ask me for their help. So it's different now, it's personal.
And maybe this will clue you in as to why he's committed to making the Avatar sequels, that he initially wasn't entirely certain he would do, and why he's sidelined all his other projects for the most part in order to make them happen. The reasons are not monetary at all, and it's got everything to do with telling a story and having an impact because he has something to say, something personal to express, which is what, at the end of the day, in its purest form, art is all about. Right, now I'm going to take a break from breaking down, debunking, and deconstructing a lot of misconceptions based around Avatar, and we're going to move on to a different topic, where we are going to put everything we've discussed so far into practice. Now for this next section of the video, I'm going to be responding to certain comments, I struggle to even use the word criticisms, that were made by other YouTubers who have made videos on Avatar in the past. And if I'm being completely honest, this was not originally planned to be in this video. I wanted to respond to a lot of popular bad takes on the movie, but I struggled to think a lot of you will actually believe what I've mentioned so far is the bulk of criticism surrounding Avatar, given how shallow and ridiculous most of it is. And having done all this research, I found some of these examples to be so egregiously bad that I realized I had to make reference to it. I simply couldn't leave it out. Easily the worst example I've seen on Avatar was made by The Critical Drinker. Not only that, but it's one of the worst reviews I think I've seen on anything, really. Truthfully, I very much considered responding to this, if you could even call it a review, in its entirety with a separate video. And I still might just do that, but as you can no doubt see from what we've covered so far, I was trying to make a much bigger point with what I had to say and explain than simply responding to one YouTuber. To sum up Drinker's video, it's basically just a shameless panda fest designed to appeal to the online bottom-of-the-barrel bandwagon that existed against Avatar, and basically regurgitates most, if not all, the shallow, pseudo-critical bullshit to appeal to these masses of people, and anyone who's actually seen the original Avatar movie would know from watching this video and paid attention that there was absolutely no attempt whatsoever by Drinker to digest the film in good faith, because it shows an almost complete lack of understanding for the film, which may explain why the video itself spent a large portion of its runtime discussing popular pseudo-bullshit instead of the actual nuances of the movie. Now again, if I responded to this entire video, we would be here for fucking ever, so for the sake of time, I'm going to only include Drinker's most disagreeable points, and of course, we'll be sure to leave all of these points in full context, just so you know all of this is being done in good faith, but you know, with that splash of typical NOMZ rage added to the mix. So let's get started.
To help explore Pandora, the humans have invented artificial Navi bodies that they can download their consciousness into. Avatars, if you will. Why go to the trouble of creating massively complex and expensive alien bodies to walk around in when satellite mapping, aerial reconnaissance, unmanned drones, robotic probes, and fucking respirators are already available and easily to use? Because the script needs the plot to happen, I guess.
Are you fucking high? The Avatar bodies were initially created to try and establish a rapport with the Omitakaya Na'vi tribe to show a good faith attempt by humanity to understand them and try to establish some sort of peaceful agreement so that humanity can mine the unobtainium without any hostile threats from the Na'vi.
Look, you're supposed to be winning the hearts and the minds of the natives. Isn't that the whole point of your little puppet show? You look like them and you talk like them and they'll start trusting us.
Not only that, the Avatar bodies are also tools for getting around uninhibited in the wilderness of Pandora. These bodies are literally designed to survive in that wilderness, meaning they're the most optimal way of getting up close and personal, not just with the natives, but areas of the land that are of scientific interest. And this is showcased not only by Jake successfully evading one of Pandora's predators, displaying just how maneuverable these bodies are, whereas a human being in a respirator would have been absolutely dead meat given the same scenario. But when Grace and Norm find a site to collect plant samples for their research, like a drone probably could have been the safer option to gather samples, but it isn't exactly the most convenient method either when you can just walk out and do it yourself in an unmanned drone biologically built for the wilderness of Pandora called avatars.
Me and Norm are here to drive these remotely controlled bodies called avatars.
Because that's basically what the avatars are meant to be. Unmanned drones who, unlike, say, the Mars rover, for instance, aren't just built to perform one function, but instead are built to do everything. And they're a sound investment for scientists like Grace Augustine, who would know better than anyone how to survive in the Pandora wilderness.
Jake, that armor's too thick. Trust me. Just hold your ground.
You say you want to keep your people alive? You start by listening to her.
And on the off chance the Avatar body is killed, then the driver is ejected completely unscathed. NOMZ Avatar is mortally wounded in the final battle, but he survives. And aside from getting a pretty bad shock to the body, is completely fine moments later. For all these reasons and more is why the Avatar bodies make sense. Dismissing them as simply because plot shows a huge lack of willingness to understand on your part.
Jake Sully is a paralysed war veteran whose twin brother was originally going to pilot one of these avatars, but then he got killed. And because it's only compatible with his genetic code, Jake is given the chance to control it instead. Okay, it's kind of clunky, but I can live with it, I guess.
There is absolutely nothing clunky about that whatsoever. The film explains what happened and why Jake is compatible in very clear detail.
So a week before Tommy's gonna ship out, a guy with a gun ends his journey for the paper in his wallet.
Your brother represented a significant investment. We'd like to talk to you about taking over his contract.
Since your genome is identical to his, you could step into his shoes, so to speak.
And the concept is that every driver is matched to his own avatar, so that their nervous systems are in tune, or something. Which is why they offer me the gig, because I can link with Tommy's avatar.
If your issue for this plot point is the simple fact that it is convenient for the plot to function, that's basically what most inciting incidents for plots tend to be. Something happens that was unlikely or coincidental that causes the main protagonist to go on their journey.
I need a researcher, not some jarhead dropout.
Well, actually, I thought we got lucky with him.
Lucky?
Well, lucky your guy had a twin brother, and lucky that brother wasn't some oral hygienist or something.
And this is neither uncommon or any kind of problem at all.
Isn't it just so convenient that the original scientist had a twin brother? I mean, what are the odds? Sounds like a bit of a contrivance to me, said the person who was wrong. Jake's brother dying is the inciting incident of his arc. And here's the thing about inciting incidents, they're allowed to be statistically unlikely. You're basically asking, what are the odds that the main character wins the lottery in a movie about a person who wins the lottery?
Anyway, moving on.
First, there's the group of scientists led by Ellen Ripley who operate the avatars and try to maintain a peaceful relationship with the Na'vi.
I love how you just answered your previous grievance for not understanding why the Avatar program exists.
So basically, we've got a peaceful, environmentally harmonious indigenous people under threat from the twin evils of greedy corporate capitalism and a destructive warmongering military. You know, we tend to think of preachy political grandstanding in movies as being a pretty modern phenomenon, but James Cameron was doing this shit way back in 2009.
I've explained this earlier, that there is a very distinct difference between James Cameron designing an entire sci-fi world and conflict from the ground up that was largely inspired by the events of human history to accommodate a message about environmental awareness, a message that comes off as very genuine and that is very personal to him as a human being, as opposed to a company like Disney inserting political messages into media products that were never preaching political messages to begin with, like with Marvel and Star Wars, in order to very disingenuously pander to the masses.
And he's forced to go on the run, which brings him into contact with this sexy blue minx. Her name's Natiri, and she's about to shoot him, but a jellyfish floats by and it's like, nah, it'll be fine. Well, that was lucky timing.
I would respond to this, but there's another excellent video that you should all check out, by the way, and I've referenced it several times already, that a guy called Local made that already beat me to the punch.
We meet her when she is literally about to kill Jake, but then a seed from the sacred tree lands on her arrow and she decides not to. Now, when the critical drinker said,
and she's about to shoot him, but a jellyfish floats by and it's like, nah, it'll be fine. Well, that was lucky timing.
He was forgetting the golden rule of Avatar analysis, which is that their religion is real. In light of that, we understand that Natiri is receiving an unambiguous sign from an unambiguous and very real God, one who is connected to all of Pandora's life, including probably Avatar Jake, and is able to make long-term judgment calls. I don't think that's a contrivance. Awas says Jake has to live, and Natiri isn't terribly happy about that, but she does her duty and she obeys the sign.
And Drinker goes on to continue this complete misunderstanding of Avatar's plot and lore in this section of the video.
Anyway, Neytiri takes him into her tribe and starts to teach him her ways so he can learn more about their culture. I love how he's been there for like 5 minutes and he's already managed to achieve more than the other scientists have done in years. Isn't plot convenience a wonderful thing?
Holy shit, dude. James Cameron literally spells this out for you in that very same scene. No, seriously, he actually puts it in writing. Jake was spared by Neytiri because of the literal biological god that the natives revere so much called Awa, who gave a sign for her to spare his life. Jake was brought into the Na'vi tribe because Neytiri vouched for him after Awa expressed a clear interest in him, which the Na'vi find extremely curious because Awa has never expressed any interest in what the Na'vi call dreamwalkers, which is humans operating in avatar bodies. The Omaticaya are further intrigued when Jake tells them he isn't like the other dreamwalkers. He is in fact a warrior, or he used to be, and not one of Dr. Augustine's scientists, which they were used to dealing with in the past.
Just ask Dr. Augustine. I'm no scientist.
What are you?
I was a Marine. A warrior of the Jarhead clan.
And so the Omatikaya's clan leader has his curiosity piqued and allows Jake to stay and learn the ways of the clan because he wants to learn more about Jake. After all, warrior dreamwalkers could very well become a new threat from the Sky People in the future. Oh look, there's Avatar: The Way of Water.
Well, what do you know?
And finally, referring to the part when you said Jake has already achieved more than the other scientists have in years, and you attributed that to plot convenience, well, that's complete horse shit. Because the shaman tells Jake that they've tried to teach other Sky People in the past, but it simply didn't work out. Again, all of which was explained in that very same scene.
We have tried to teach other Sky People. It is hard to fill a cup which is already full.
My cup is empty. Trust me.
And then you have the fact that Grace even established a whole Na'vi school for teaching English to communicate with the humans.
They talked Moat into letting Grace into the village. It's the first time since her school was closed down.
Anyway, moving on.
Now, Quaritch thinks this is all fantastic and orders Jake to spy on the Na'vi for him. Why? Don't know. They're fucking primitive hunters, mate. It's not like they have strategic war plans for you to uncover.
Jesus Christ. At this point, I'm seriously wondering if you were intentionally playing dumb with this review. Jake was sent in there to find out what humanity could use to negotiate with the Na'vi, or what info the humans could use to know how to hit them the most efficiently.
Look, Sully, I want you to learn these savages from the inside. I want you to gain their trust. I need to know how to force their cooperation or hammer them hard if they won't.
Look, Sully, just find out what the blue monkeys want.
Matter of fact, it's because of Jake's intel that the attack on Home Tree succeeded, because Quaritch knew exactly where to attack the structure in order to bring it down.
You want to hit this thing, it's going to be complicated. There's an outer row of columns. Real heavy duty. There's a secondary ring here and an inner ring. There's a core structure like a spiral.
We're gonna need accurate scans on every column.
Roger that.
We gotta move! He's gonna blow the columns!
All call signs, switch missiles.
Give me HEs at the base of the west columns.
Bring it down.
And it's Jake's intel that gives Quaritch his plan to preemptively deter the Na'vi's incoming attack by hitting them first on their most sacred land, the Tree of Soul.
You give me good, usable intel. Oh, this Tree of Soul's place. Yeah, I got them by the balls with that. When this turns into a shit fight, which it will.
Now, the hostiles believe that this mountain stronghold of theirs is protected by their deity. And when we destroy it, we will blast a crater in their racial memory so deep that they won't come within 1,000 clicks of this place ever again. And that, too, is a fact.
So yeah, all those are the reasons why Quaritch wanted Jake to get the intel and act as a double agent.
I know, right?
Naturally, the bomber gets blown up at the last second, and it all comes down to a fistfight between Quaritch and Jake. A human in a mech suit versus a dangerous alien, eh? Where have I... Nah, never mind.
Yes, Cameron is allowed to reference his earlier movies. I'm not sure what your point is. This is something filmmakers and authors do all the time. There is literally nothing wrong with Jake versus the mech suit, so why are you even trying to pass that off as something that makes the film bad, or lesser for that matter? If anything, I'd say this scene is kind of poetic in a way, because Cameron made the Aliens movie, where the Xenomorphs were the enemy, and Ellen Ripley had to kill the Alien Queen when it stowed aboard the Sulaco. but Cameron has basically inverted the encounter for the final act of Avatar.
Speaking of aliens, we've seen you do Robot a little bit and fighting off the Queen Mother.
Yeah.
But here it's again reinvented in a whole new way. Was that
we're generating an inversion here of the classic 50s, 60s sci-fi concept of the aliens that walk among us, that take human form and are indistinguishable from us, or maybe have some little clue that gives them away. You know, like the old Invaders show in the 60s where they couldn't bend their little fingers, you know. But we're flipping that and saying we're the invaders. And we're going to tell the story from the standpoint of the invaded, of the aliens.
So Quaritch gets the upper hand by damaging the pod that houses Jake's human form and exposing him to the toxic atmosphere. Wow, lucky he happened to crash land so close to that thing, eh?
That is mild convenience at best. If you'd watched the movie, you'd know that Jake and his group made their base deep within the flux vortex, as close to the Tree of Souls as they could get without drawing the attention of the Na'vi, but deep enough so that the humans couldn't track them there.
Well, at least they can't track us up here. Not this far into the vortex.
Strongest at the Tree of Souls, right?
Yeah.
Good, 'cause that's where we're going.
And Quaritch abandons ship in his mech suit in that very same area where the final battle takes place. So wherever he landed, the base of Jake's group, as well as their human bodies, were in close proximity to where Quaritch would have ended up landing. Now, one of, if not the only valid point Drinker actually brings up in this video is how the Na'vi strangely have a means to transport the consciousness of an individual from one body to another.
But Ellen Ripley gets wounded in the crossfire, so they take her to a different giant tree, and the Na'vi try to transfer her mind into her avatar body permanently. What the fuck? How is any of this happening? I mean, how is there even a mechanism for something like this? When have you ever been required to transfer a human consciousness into a biological remote-controlled robot? Have you done this kind of thing before with other people? Can anyone download into anything else?
I think this point is actually worth discussing. It's strange that the Na'vi would just know what to do in this instance and have the means to accomplish this so casually. I can't imagine they would resort to this very often after all. Or maybe they've never even attempted this before and this is just a Hail Mary attempt to save Grace's life. But the fact of the matter is this doesn't contradict anything. We simply have not been given enough information on Awa to come to that conclusion. Cameron is the author, he knows this universe better than anyone, and he's already laid some of the groundwork mentioning several times throughout this script that Awa is an actual god capable of archiving data, memories, and personalities.
So who's this Awa?
Only their deity, their goddess made up of all living things.
Within Awa.
The Tree of Souls. It's their most sacred place. There is something really interesting going on in there biologically.
So the process of this personality transplant is pretty straightforward and easy enough to understand. Not to mention, this location is called the Tree of Souls, which is a not so subtle way of suggesting the powers of whatever this entity is that resides within the tree isn't just conducting a mental transference between two bodies, but a spiritual one as well.
Anyway, it doesn't work and she dies. Oh no, I hope Jake doesn't get put into a similar position at the end of the movie, because that would be terrible. Well, I suppose I should at least give Cameron some credit for setting up this plot device in advance, instead of just pulling it out of his arse with no warning, like J.J. Abrams probably would have done.
The reason why it wasn't introduced earlier in the film is because there was absolutely no reason to bring it up, and the reason it's being introduced now is because it's plot relevant, it's the only way to save Grace's life, and it's setting up the completion of Jake's arc and his transformation at the end of the film. And on that note, Drinker goes on to criticize this aspect of the film as well, truncating it down to plot armor.
And the movie ends with Jake going through the magical download process, which works this time because he remembered to wear his plot armor.
How the hell is this Jake having plot armor exactly? The film already set this up with Grace's death and outright tells you she couldn't complete the transformation because her body was too weak from her gunshot wound.
She must pass through the Eye of Awa and return with Jake Sully. She is very weak. Her wounds were too great. It was not enough time.
Jake, on the other hand, was in perfect health when he decided to join the Na'vi in body and spirit. Hence, he could complete the transformation, whereas Grace couldn't. That is not plot armor, that is just the film being logically consistent. Anyway, that pretty much brings us to the end of Drinker's review. He actually skipped through a lot of the film to get to the end there. He also goes on to say that Avatar is emotionally manipulative, because the Na'vi, despite being aliens to humanity, are designed to be attractive, which makes them easy to sympathize with.
Or you can do what Avatar does and take the simplest, quickest and easiest route to your end goal, using every dirty trick in the book to get a reaction. Take the Na'vi, for example. They're practically a textbook example of how to emotionally manipulate your audience. They're similar enough to us in general appearance that viewers can impose human identity on them and see them as people even if they technically aren't. They're graceful and aesthetically pleasing, so the romantic relationship between Jake and Neytiri doesn't come across as weird and uncomfortable. Because let's face it, if the Na'vi happen to look like this, or this, or this, then Avatar would be a very different movie. They even have big, innocent, trusting eyes typically associated with animals, because nobody likes to see an animal getting hurt or killed.
Right. Yeah, you're obviously not familiar with the concept of a humanoid that is commonly used in fantasy or sci-fi to represent otherworldly or fantasy versions of sentient species, including but not limited to elves, dwarves, orcs, Twi'leks from Star Wars, Asari from Mass Effect, Turians from Mass Effect, Saiyans from Dragon Ball, and Namekians from Dragon Ball, etc., etc., etc.
We have an indigenous population of humanoids called the Na'vi, fond of arrows, dipped in a neurotoxin that'll stop your heart in 1 minute.
The whole concept of the humanoid is used for the Na'vi for the very purpose of allowing the audience to see a reflection of themselves within them. That's not manipulation, that's just providing a link for empathy that the audience can attach and relate to. That's one of the reasons why the Na'vi shoot bows and arrows, tangible weaponry that humans have used in the past. That's why the Na'vi kiss each other to show each other love and affection as part of their mating rituals, because humans also do that. Yes, they're otherworldly beings, but Cameron recognized there needs to be some level of basic similarities to primitive man to help the audience connect with them. That's not manipulation, that's common sense. Sure, they're aesthetically pleasing, but so fucking what? So are most Hollywood actors and actresses in films who have an appearance that caters to generic desires for what the audience considers to be the ideal man or woman. Is that manipulation as well? Why do you think we don't have hardly any movies that are about fat slobs and woolly mammoths romancing each other all the goddamn time? If the Na'vi looked like xenomorphs, literally nothing in the story would change. That's bullshit. It would just be a fuck of a lot less pleasant to look at. And of course they don't look like xenomorphs or some kind of alien monstrosity, because that doesn't serve the story Cameron was telling. If anything, it probably would have made the movie come across as unintentionally hilarious. And not to mention the fact that nobody, at least I should hope not, would want to see two xenomorph-looking aliens mating with each other. Moving on, what's probably most groan-inducing and sadly predictable about Drinker's video is the fact that it spent a good portion of the video's runtime pointing out the tropes and similarities to other films, as well as portions of Avatar that were inspired by human history. And Drinker tries to, sadly, pass these off as actual criticisms of the movie.
Oh no, a group of technologically advanced invaders gradually displacing the peaceful but primitive indigenous peoples from their land so they can plunder it for wealth and resources. Whatever could this be a reference to? Anyway, Neytiri takes him into her tribe and starts to teach him her ways so he can learn more about their culture. What does this remind me of? What's this? A beautiful native girl who takes a romantic liking to the mysterious outsider, providing a conduit for him to integrate into her culture? Where have I seen this before? The final straw comes when the humans send a comically huge excavator into Na'vi territory and Jake attacks it. What does this remind me of?
He even goes as far as to compare the slow motion showing the carnage of the final battle to the shell shock sequence from the opening battle of Saving Private Ryan.
And there's a funny shot where Neytiri gets stunned by a nearby explosion and sees the battle happening in a slow motion daze. Where have I seen this before?
Which is really reaching, because the whole point of that sequence was to show the realistic violence from an actual battle in World War II, whereas Avatar used the slow motion just because it was trying to be cinematic and show the tragedy and sacrifice of multiple characters who died during that battle. But the cream of the crop for where this video went off the rails for me was this.
And convinces Selfridge to authorise an airstrike on the Na'vi, which kills a whole bunch of them and knocks their giant tree over like a big building coming down. What does this remind me of?
What were you thinking? What was going on in your mind? You know, you really need some help, but a regular psychiatrist couldn't even help you. You need to go to, like, Vienna or something. Like where Freud studied and have all those people looking at you and checking up on you. That's the kind of help you need. Not the once a week for $80. No, you need a team working round the clock, thinking about you, having conferences, observing you, like the way they did with the Elephant Man. That's what I'm talking about, because that's the only way you're going to get better.
Seriously, I'm convinced those who hailed this video as something worth watching were just falling prey to confirmation bias. And this video was just a moronic hit piece designed to give it to them, without making any point or providing any actual insight on Avatar whatsoever.
9, 11.
And just to be clear, aside from the fact that you are reaching hard with these examples, if hypothetically tomorrow Cameron went on record saying the slow motion battle sequence and home tree falling was inspired by Saving Private Ryan and 9/11, it still wouldn't matter, because aside from the fact that this video is incredibly inaccurate, the other crux of the issue here is that what you're pointing out with these two examples, as well as your earlier ones, correct or not, this is weak source. It's pseudo bullshit, and none of it is a problem with the actual movie. Now, what's even weirder about this is that Drinker goes on to say,
the biggest bone of contention with Avatar has to be its story, which feels like a cheesy, simplistic amalgamation of ideas pilfered from 5 or 6 other better movies. A flawed but sympathetic protagonist drawn into a brewing conflict between two antagonistic peoples, gradually questioning his preconceptions as he learns more about his supposedly brutal and savage hosts. A cautionary environmental message about the dangers of callously exploiting the resources of a lush but dangerous paradise without considering the wider implications of these actions. A romantic love affair between two characters from vastly different cultures, set against the backdrop of an epic confrontation. It's all been done a million times before, and while I acknowledge that there's nothing inherently wrong about reusing classic tropes and ideas, and if you break them down far enough, most movies contain the same basic foundational plot elements,
then why exactly did you spend so much of your review pretending that there was something wrong with that? Other than shamelessly pandering to the online internet narrative surrounding the movie, of course, because let's be honest here, that was the real reason behind it.
And that's it. That's the plot for Dances with Fern Gully Pocahontas aliens while saving Private Ryan from 9/11.
Oh my god, my insides are on fire!
But in addition to that, Drinker also goes on to say the reason why he did it was this.
But Jesus, you can at least try to put an original spin on it. You could introduce a bit of nuance and complexity, encouraging the audience to look at a well-worn story from a fresh perspective. Or you can do what Avatar does.
But that's exactly what Avatar did. What are you smoking? Avatar is a science fiction movie where humanity are the aliens, and our means of communicating with the natives of the land is to inhabit the genetically grown bodies that impersonate the natives in order to negotiate peace between the invading humanity trying to gather resources and the harmonious natives trying to protect their sacred land, and not to mention the literal biological god that resides within the planet and the fact that the entire planet is one big biological supercomputer. That's the original spin. Holy shit. How did that go over your head? And yes, so what? Avatar borrows from several different classic storytelling tropes and tosses them into a blender. Most films and books do this anyway, which you just admitted there's nothing wrong with in the first place, despite so much of the review being dedicated to pretending that there was. And aside from that bollocks, you had very little valid criticisms of the movie now, didn't you? Hell, you recently spent 6 lazy minutes sucking off The Last Samurai.
The basic storyline of The Last Samurai will be pretty familiar to anyone that's seen Dances with Wolves or, God help us, Avatar. An outsider gets absorbed into an alien culture and gradually comes to accept and embrace it, the new perspective helping him to see the flaws and shortcomings of the people he once belonged to and question where his loyalties really lie. It's a tried and tested plot, but it works so well here because it's masterfully executed by great writing and superb performances.
Anybody else's bullshit detector just go off?
You briefly mentioned the similarities, but despite it being even more derivative than Avatar was, you made no great fuss over this because there was no shallow internet narrative to pander to.
I call it hypocritical bullshit.
What actually might be most baffling to me in regards to your Avatar video is that you open the video with nothing but praise for James Cameron and his earlier movies.
Now, it's no secret that I've got a bit of a love affair with James Cameron movies. In fact, I've spent nearly 10 hours ejaculating over Aliens and Terminator 2. The man's been responsible for some of the greatest blockbuster movies ever made, using a unique combination of fast-paced, hard-hitting action, groundbreaking new technology, meticulous attention to detail, inspired casting choices, strong writing, and iconic characters to bring his artistic visions to life. Nice one, Jim.
Yet by the tone and criticisms on display in your review, again if you can even call it that, for whatever reason it's pretty glaringly evident that you refuse to absorb Avatar and its story in good faith. Because if you did, I struggle to fucking fathom how you missed the mark so badly. Fuck. A perfect example of what I'm talking about is the brief section in Drinker's video where he talks about Jake Sully.
I'm honestly struggling to think of something interesting to say about Jake Sully. As far as protagonists go, he's kind of a black hole of personality and charisma. I mean, he got injured and he's in a wheelchair now, so that's something, I guess. But even that doesn't seem to give us much to work with. I never got a sense of a once proud and formidable man struggling with the limitations of his physical condition or bitter about the opportunities that he's lost. It's not helped by an anemic performance from Sam Worthington, who generally acts like he can't quite believe he's starring in a big budget movie, and as a result, neither can I. He doesn't have the charisma, the screen presence, the magnetism, or the acting chops to carry a movie like this, and the problems only get worse when he's buried under a layer of CGI.
Okay, setting aside the fact that Jake has made it crystal fucking clear that he's not the type to feel sorry for himself.
I became a Marine for the hardship. Told myself I can pass any test a man can pass. Let's get it straight up front. I don't want your pity. You want a fair deal? You're on the wrong planet.
And that he's the optimistic sort, faking it till he makes it in a world that he knows nothing about, which is just one of the reasons why it's easy for the audience to latch onto him. See, he's not only a fish out of water with the Na'vi,
Hey, how you doing?
He's also completely out of his depth when it comes to the Avatar program as well. Because he's had approximately zero training, and it's like the scientists that run that division are speaking a completely different language to him.
Is this right? I just say whatever to the video log?
Yeah, we gotta get in the habit of documenting everything. It's all part of the science.
And good science is good observation.
Whatever. Well, here I am. Doing science.
How much lab training have you had?
I dissected a frog once.
Sure, he's a Marine at heart. That's one of the things that defines him as a character.
There's no such thing as an ex-Marine. You may be out, but you never lose the attitude. You gotta go where the Banshees are. Hoorah.
He possesses confidence, assertiveness, he's snarky, humorous, and fearless as well. There's plenty you can take from his character, but above all else, he's a disadvantaged individual on a world he has no real business being on in the first place, and he's done all this for the goal of maybe one day walking again, and despite his somewhat bleak circumstances, becoming a paraplegic and losing his brother...
Looks like him.
Looks like you. This is your avatar now, Jake.
You get me what I need, I'll see to it you get your legs back when you rotate home. Your real legs.
That sounds real good, sir.
Jake clings to this purpose and retains a charming optimism about him.
So you just figured you'd come out here to the most hostile environment known to man with no training of any kind and see how it went? What's going through your head?
Maybe I was sick of doctors telling me what I couldn't do.
Now, you use the word generic to describe Jake like it's some dirty word unbecoming of what makes a good character. Again, because you're catering to a very loud, moronic narrative on the internet for your own agenda, when in actuality, this was a design choice from James Cameron, who wanted Jake to be more generic so that he could act as a vessel for audiences around the world to get immersed in and latch onto.
What was the most difficult part in Avatar to cast? Well, I think hands down that would have been Jake. And I looked at a lot of people for Jake. And it was finding somebody that was that could combine the young, open-eyed, enthusiastic curiosity of the character, but also the hardened veteran, without playing him too bitter, but just worldly, but at a young enough age, and a guy that could make that speech, what I call the St. Crispin's Day speech, when he says, ride with me, my brothers, my sisters, ride, and get the other clans to come along and all that. And he kind of rouses up the Na'vi and takes them to war. And when Sam did it, I just got cold chills down my back, and I said, this guy I would follow. He made me believe. The thing that was holding me back on Sam was that, his accent was about as thick as Crocodile Dundee's at the time. And so it was a leap of faith that we could get him with an accent coach, because I didn't want to play the character as Australian. It was too specific. It was too regional. I wanted it to be more generic. He was supposed to have been American. I think there's something in my subconscious about, kind of the colonialism, the conquest of the New World, the U.S., Canada, South America. I wanted him to be American. I wanted him to represent that. So he wound up doing a kind of a neutral American accent that, he struggled with at first, but then eventually he got it dialed in, and he did a spectacular job in the part.
But if you want to use the word generic as some kind of insult towards Jake Sully, well, so was Luke Skywalker, if I recall, before going on his character arc and his hero's journey. Jake starts off as generic as well before going on his character arc, but the fact of the matter is he starts out this way because Cameron wanted a protagonist that was optimal for the story that he was trying to tell. In the case of Avatar and Jake Sully's character arc, it's about change in perception and how we perceive our world, our reality. Now, in order to facilitate that arc, Cameron chose a simple and easily likable protagonist that the audience could latch onto and sympathize with while they undertake the journey with Jake, who would change and evolve over time, and they could change along with him. Now, Drinker almost recognizes this, and he nearly comes to a decent conclusion about the character, but then he pussies out at the last second to cling to his narrative, once again exhibiting bad faith.
If I was feeling super charitable, I'd say Jake was intentionally written to be as generic as possible, played by an unmemorable actor, so he could become a kind of avatar for the audience to project themselves onto. But that's probably giving the film too much credit.
That is exactly the purpose James Cameron planned for Jake Sully's character. That right there.
The fact that this guy has an avatar, but this guy is also our avatar, and as we watch him fall in love with Neytiri and the world of Pandora, so do we.
That's it. That's it.
Yes, Jake starts off as a simple character because yes, he's meant to be a conduit for the audience. This movie, after all, is called Avatar, but Jake is our avatar for the movie. The POV for introducing us into this strange new world and conflict that Cameron has designed for us to escape into. Jake as a character, of course, becomes more complex throughout the story, where he meets new factions, has to act as a double agent, and ultimately his loyalties are tested. But in regards to Jake being the avatar of the movie, you almost seem to get to that point all on your own, but again, because you didn't want to engage with the story in good faith, assuming or not wanting to admit that Cameron had planned that out, you again dismissed another very endearing aspect of Avatar. And given how you opened your video singing Cameron's praises, I figured you'd want to give the guy just a little more credit, but instead you opt to just paint James Cameron as an idiot, dismissing virtually his entire plot and story as derivative and held together by nothing but plot convenience and contrivances with nearly zero insight, or for that matter, accurate elaboration, because it's the only way you can sell your failure narrative about the film. Anyway, that's where I think we'll leave Drinker's abortion of a video. There's more I could go into. There's a whole section where he goes on about the other characters, but I made sure to cover those characters in length earlier in the video. However, there are parts that I intentionally left out because I plan to come back to them later on for a very specific topic. But for now, I think I've made my point regarding Drinker's video and why on just about every level it's such an awful review, and a perfect example of what's wrong with the internet discourse surrounding Avatar. So let's move on to the next topic where we are going to discuss another video, this time made by a YouTuber called Sideways. Now, unlike Critical Drinker's video, Sideways, as it turns out, actually does provide a very informative and nuanced video about Avatar. In this case, it's pre-production and the struggles of putting together Avatar's soundtrack. To sum up the video, he basically goes into detail about how James Cameron tasked Avatar composer James Horner to put together a completely unique alien soundtrack for Avatar, since it was going to be an otherworldly story taking place on a different planet with a different alien species. And James Horner did as requested, working with various collaborators to bring James Cameron's vision of an otherworldly sound to life. What ended up happening, though, was James Cameron heard the score early on and ended up changing his mind about using the new alien sound, opting for a more traditional Western orchestral soundtrack that resembled what he wanted without fully committing to what he initially set out to do. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I, for one, had never heard any complaints from any of Avatar's detractors about the film's soundtrack, which seemed to get nothing but unanimous praise from just about everyone. You know, since it was the legendary James Horner who composed it, and the fact that the end product that we actually got sounded like this.
Break formation, engage all hostiles.
The soundtrack of Avatar is fucking stellar. And like I said, there was never a time where I heard anyone use that as a complaint about the movie, but you know what complaints I've heard 1,000 fucking times and have brought up at length already in this very video?
If you're one of the 3 people on the entire planet that hasn't seen it, it's basically Pocahontas, but blue. Or you could look at it like Dances with Wolves, but blue. It's actually remarkably similar to Ferngully, but blue. And I think thematically, it's a lot like the Lorax, but blue.
Yeah, those complaints, and I wanted to start off with this because it should be a very clear indicator of why Sideways decided to make this video and how he's going to frame it. And that's the big issue we have here with this video breaking down Avatar's soundtrack. Not the facts it possesses, but how it's framed. And before we get started, that brings us briefly to the quote-unquote irony behind Avatar's soundtrack, which Sideways treats as the golden goose for his video, a new reason why the Blue People movie is bad or lesser, that nobody else ever thought of. To sum it up so we can get this out of the way, basically the irony behind the story of Avatar's soundtrack is that the doctor who specializes in ethnomusicology, who was hired to help James Horner achieve the alien soundtrack for Avatar, was supposedly undermined and oppressed by an evil corporate man who destroyed her work to achieve greater profit for his endeavor.
At every single point, Horner and Bryant did their best, got shut down, and then they had to construct some kind of artificial replacement that sounded vaguely like the original. Boy, oh boy, making something that'll walk, talk, and act like it's from the native culture, but isn't, why does that sound familiar? In other words, this score is kind of like if you took something from a group of people without really asking for it and then repurposed it beyond recognition in order to make money. It's kind of like that. It's difficult to visualize something like that happening, but it's kind of like the musical equivalent of that. Horner and Bryant set out to try and make this soundtrack sound like this beautiful collage of music from all over the planet, but in the end, it was specifically engineered to be as inoffensive as possible while sounding vaguely non-Western. Let me see if I can get this straight for you. A guy spearheading a project sponsored by a massive corporation decides, either directly or indirectly, to hire a doctor who specializes in a field where their work might help legitimize the project's intentions, but at every opportunity, for the sake of profit and easy accessibility, this guy undermines the doctor and her work such that she is effectively forced out of the project and is only able to comment on the legitimacy of their actions from afar. Now, where have I heard that story before? And it's not like it isn't obvious.
Now, in addition to trying to ride the anti-Avatar hate wagon that has made its presence known on the internet, Sideways tries to ride this kind of sub-story narrative that Dr. Bryant was mistreated or disrespected by James Cameron, who didn't want to use her native alien sounds in their original form, and so the audience should be morally outraged for being denied this, and for Dr. Bryant and James Horner being denied their, and I quote, magnum opus of a unique ethnomusicology-driven alien soundtrack that no one had ever heard before. And while the order of events that transpired are mostly accurate, that's not quite what happened with Avatar's production. And what I'm going to demonstrate with this lengthy section of the video isn't just correcting some of Sideways' false comments about the film, and James Cameron for that matter, but also about its production. And what you'll see is the only irony behind the soundtrack is purely circumstantial, but none of it in practice is actually unusual or even unethical at all. And sure, you can make memes about the story message and how it relates to the soundtrack, even though, again, that's not quite what happened on the project. Like, just for a small example here, Dr. Bryant never actually was thrown off the project. as Sideways insinuates with the comparison to Grace Augustine. But even so, it's just a superficial, skin-deep meta-observation, not even a criticism really, that holds little to no weight on both the film itself and the reasons behind how it came to be, and evaporates as soon as you slap the story behind the soundtrack onto another film.
It's like they didn't even bother to watch their own movie, because the story behind this soundtrack is ironically familiar.
But when you realize what actually happened with Dr. Bryant's work and the process of how Avatar's soundtrack ended up turning out, it's actually quite common with most collaborative film efforts, how ideas are changed from their original inception, and most of the hard work surrounding a movie never actually ends up being used in the final cut. And the only thing uncommon about this, as far as it pertains to Avatar specifically, is the fact that Avatar as a film and what it was attempting was extremely uncommon. Like, the movie really was sailing uncharted waters with this project, and of course, Sideways takes that as a reason to chastise both the movie and James Cameron for an ambitious endeavor that they owed nobody, but didn't end up fully realizing because plans ended up changing, and these decisions were actually supported by the very individuals he's going to attempt to white knight for in this video. In the meantime, let's get started with breaking down Sideways' video.
With a budget of $237 million and the Titanic dream team of James Cameron and John Landau, along with composer James Horner again, that you know not only from Titanic, but from all these other films that everybody's seen, it's really no question how this film became so amazingly successful, except that it wasn't.
No, actually, I'm quite certain the success of Avatar is the one indisputable aspect about the film that nobody, not its fans, or its detractors for that matter, would ever deny. Avatar is the most successful feature film ever made. If you're trying to suggest that the film is the most successful failure from a filmmaking standpoint ever made, well, that's equally stupid, and sorry, but as we just discussed, someone already beat you to the punch. Now, while we're on the subject of irony, and before we get to the next part of your video, personally, I find it incredibly ironic that you preface your video by truncating Avatar down to being Pocahontas but blue, as so many hacks have before you.
I mean, the film, I think, was dismissed by some critics as being too simplistic, too familiar a story, just a sort of Pocahontas story, and so on. And I don't think they realized that it was by design a kind of Trojan horse to allow you to deal with a very familiar and simple plot line that has these other layers and textures to it, which was my focus. You know, my focus was on the design, the fabric of the world, the feeling evoked by the watching, you know, so you can synthesize the plot or sum up the plot quite quickly, but you can't sum up the experience quickly. And so it was experiential filmmaking. That was the primary goal.
Yet you also, in your introduction, outlined so many praiseworthy reasons why Avatar is so much more than that in terms of the film's depth from a world-building aspect. And this is what the entire premise of your video largely stems from. Avatar's extensive lore that you all of a sudden pretend to give the faintest flying fuck about, and choose to hyperfixate on one oddly named instrument that, according to your video, behaves more like a trumpet, not a flute, and physically can't produce the sounds that James Cameron has requested because the Na'vi only have 4 fingers, and physically couldn't produce those sounds from said instrument. And this is your lead-in for the premise of your whole video.
Avatar has some of the deepest lore that you've never heard of before. It honestly starts feeling more like Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones as soon as you start looking into it. There's a whole book dedicated to explaining the Na'vi world, and of course, I bought it. And in turn, fans have compiled all of this expanded Na'vi lore into their own wiki. Every single plant you see in this film gets its own little section complete with a made-up binomial nomenclature. It explains the culture of the Na'vi, including how the population that we see in Avatar is the Omaticaya, named after the Omatis Ampa, or the Blue Flute. Omaticaya literally translating to the clan of the Blue Flute, which, of course, doesn't show up in the film, and they make sure to make a note of that in the book. Okay, but if neither humans nor avatars have ever seen the flute, then how do we know what it looks like? Checkmate, atheists!
Prison!
I'd like to draw your attention to the Na'vi language that we hear throughout the film. This is an entirely developed conlang, or made-up language, complete with its own grammatical structures, all created by Dr. Paul Frommer, a linguist at USC, who they hired specifically to create this language. Na'vi is as much a language as Klingon and Elvish. It's difficult to overstate the absolutely astronomical amount of work that went into the world of Avatar. Literally, as far as I can tell, they actually modeled the Pandoran solar system to get the day-night cycles accurate and have the planets in the background appear as they should within the Avatar world. This was the most extra film ever. And with all of those pre-production costs and development, we have my new favorite human being. When not posting pictures of the cakes she decorates on her website, Dr. Wanda Bryant is an extremely accomplished ethnomusicologist. Ethnomusicology is the study of music as it pertains to culture, especially outside the Western European tradition. And when James Horner was hired by James Cameron and they got the old Titanic duo back together, Horner turned to Dr. Bryant to help him develop a new kind of music for the Na'vi. And Bryant, being an absolute badass, wrote up her entire experience with working on the music for the film in an essay that'll link down in the description because I'm just not going to be able to cover all of it here. And I cannot urge you enough to go and read it for yourself because it almost reads like a crime scene investigation. But we'll get to that.
Challenge accepted.
It was intense, and immediately Bryant noticed some pretty considerable problems. Like, one, what on earth, pun intended, is an elliptical time signature? And two, in her own words, she says, I realized that there is a disconnect between the artistic concept and the ethnomusicological or organological perspective. For example, that Omatis Ampa, the blue flute that this Na'vi nation is named after, isn't actually a flute. It's a trumpet. So there's that. Organology is a really important field to study when you want to make up an instrument, kids. Then she noticed that while the avatars have 5 fingers, the Na'vi only have 4, meaning that if they were going to have some kind of aerophone or wind instrument like a flute, then they'd only really have access to a pentatonic scale instead of our heptatonic one. They would only have 5 notes per octave instead of the 7 that you see in the Western European tradition, which, strangely enough, created a big problem for Horner.
Now, I've taken the time to read that crime scene, as you decided to frame it, from Dr. Bryant's experience of working on Avatar, and having done so, I wouldn't say there's anything all that surprising about this artistic clash at all. Firstly, considering Cameron's very unusual request for a movie that's attempting something so artistically foreign for such a big budget blockbuster movie that isn't based on any source material or Lord of the Rings novel series, for instance, I'd say that's a pretty understandable error. And also considering the fact that this is pre-production, where a lot of the film's elements are still in their infancy. Cameron requested the concept artist design musical instruments played by the Na'vi, but these concept artists and production designers haven't the faintest idea about how ethnomusicology works, just like Dr. Bryant doesn't have the faintest fucking idea about how art design works, I'd imagine. Which is why you have James Cameron, who mediates between the two parties. Now, if Cameron requested the alien sound design and score before the art design team for the musical instruments, well, then you could have just as easily run into a similar problem in reverse, with Dr. Bryant designing sounds for instruments that the Na'vi would never play, and so you have yet another artistic clash.
Initially, the music was a lot more ethnically based. There were lots of people playing stuff. The art department drew about 12 or 15 ethnic percussion instruments that these people would play. And so I was tasked with writing songs for these instruments. And all of that had to be done before things were shot, because obviously the actors had to do the motion capture for that stuff.
My point is, this really isn't anything to get all that upset about or hung up on. Like, this is normal. It's all just a part of the creative process, which again was extremely ambitious and unusual in the case of Avatar.
Now, when he heard that the Na'vi would only have access to a pentatonic scale, Horner got a little nervous that it might sound a little too recognizable as Asian or African or Native American. He wanted a completely new sound. At the same time, Cameron made it apparent that he was a very hands-on director, wanting to be invested in every aspect of the music production. So when Bryant ended up getting too focused on the musical logic of the concept art, Cameron admitted that, and I quote, on occasion, a detail or two may have been overlooked or consciously ignored in the interest of storytelling. Which, hold up. Okay, so you're saying that you can break the canon in order to maintain effective storytelling. Okay, cool. Very cool. But that's even though you're spending millions of dollars in pre-production to develop this alien world, which you might then end up ignoring in order to better develop the story that you haven't written yet? What? Let's just call that a red flag and move on for now.
Whoa, okay, pump the brakes. A story that hasn't been written yet. The story treatment for the original Avatar was written back in 1995, long before James Cameron ever tasked Dr. Bryant and James Horner to make that Alien soundtrack you're currently crying a fucking river about being cut from the film.
And Avatar was written in the mid-90s. In 95, it was going to be my next picture after Titanic. And I just felt that we sort of weren't quite getting there as fast as I thought we were going to. Maybe I should do something else in the meantime till the technique kind of caught up with the vision for this particular film.
Everything designed for the film from 2005 to 2009, which was Avatar's production period, was done to serve that story. And as for James Cameron's quote about bending the canon of the Avatar universe, yeah, he's saying minuscule bullshit can be overlooked or deliberately ignored for the sake of the story. And yeah, that statement alone means Avatar will have some blink and you miss it flaws. But if we're just talking about alien anatomy not lining up with their musical instruments and melodies in the official soundtrack, or canonical issues of a similar minuscule scale?
Yeah, so what does hold them up? Grace explained it to me. Some kind of maglev effect, because unobtainium is a superconductor.
Too much iron in your blood.
I say, yeah, fair enough. Like, when you consider the film of Avatar and what you're talking about, like, who fucking cares? Name me another film, not based off a novel series or comic books besides Star Wars, that has a whole fucking wiki dedicated to its hard sci-fi elements and alien languages and planetary ecosystem to the extent that Avatar does. And maybe I and the rest of the normal world will actually start to give a shit. It's like the stupid unobtainium criticism that's been beaten to death at this point.
What do you call this material?
I call it unobtainium.
Yeah. Unobtainium.
Unobtainium. Because this little gray rock sells for 20 million a kilo.
Like, yeah, one word mentioned twice throughout the movie, which has a weird name, is what people fixate on and not the fucking thousands of other shit that Cameron named that actually sounds otherworldly. Talk about grasping at straws.
We have an indigenous population of humanoids called the Na'vi.
Sorry, I'm Norm Spellman. Went through Avatar training with him.
That is Sahelu, the bond. Ikran is not horse.
So who's this Awa?
Who's Awa?
Toruk Makto.
Before we go any further, let's address Dr. Bryant's comments about James Cameron being a very hands-on director, shall we?
So then you had your selections of unusual sounds that James Horner had okayed.
Yes.
And how many of those did you have?
Well, we finally pared it down to about 25. And then he took those to Jim Cameron, because Jim Cameron's a very hands-on director, even with the music. A lot of directors just say, here's the film, you go score it. But Cameron wants to know every step along the way what's going on. So we took our 25 samples to him. And then he went through a similar process. Yes, this works. No, this doesn't. No, I already know what this is, so we can't use that. And we pared it down to about 6 or 8 samples that we then began to work from in earnest.
Now, you frame it like Cameron was being some micromanaging control freak, squandering the creative genius of Dr. Bryant here. Now, you do realize that James Cameron being such a hands-on director is a good thing, right? You understand that kind of instruction and guidance given to film composers helps the score tremendously? And James Horner even says as much in regards to James Cameron and Avatar in this very interview.
As we've seen in, futuristic movies where you're talking screen to screen. But we're not there yet, and I really like the close interaction and being able to read what the filmmaker is really after. Right. And especially somebody like Jim Cameron, who's so exact in his detailing. And you can watch just by his body language as a sequence goes by and he says there. Most people wouldn't even notice what the there was, but I know what he was looking for. And that kind of interaction, you have to be in the same city, same room, and that forces me to live in Los Angeles.
So do you know what the there is from knowing him for so long, or because that's one of your required skills as a
I think it's partly one of my required skills, but certain filmmakers have different ways of showing that. They'll be very subtle or more obvious. The main point being that if you're not catching on to the English that's being spoken by their body or by what's going on, you'll miss it. And that's a gesture that to them is very important that I do musically, yet they're not saying anything directly about it. You can just tell the way they're talking, and then they say, just when he grabs the thing there and the movie keeps running, he doesn't even stop the movie. Right. You just know how to interpret some of the things people are saying. And it's not just Jim, it's all the people I work for.
Are there filmmakers who are too anal about that, or too, want to micromanage you to the point where it's...
Oh yeah, yeah.
It must help matters tremendously when you're working with Jim and John, who have got such a vision and so meticulous in their preparation.
Yes.
I mean, that must make that collaboration, that process must be wonderful.
And laser focus. They know exactly what they're after, whether it's from me or the actors, and no matter how abstract, they know what they're after. I do work with a lot of directors who don't know exactly what they're after. And that's much more difficult, because I'll get an impression from the film and I'll think the scene's a wonderful scene, and they have a movie problem with it and they think it's slow and they want to cut it. And I said, no, if you cut it, it'll change the whole thing. And they can't grasp the bigger picture. It's very interesting how different filmmakers are.
What you're saying about James Cameron nerfing the music could just as easily be framed in the opposite direction. And if history is any guide, it's probably the correct assertion to say James Cameron's approach is what benefited the movie's soundtrack, and that's kinda hard to deny when you consider the end product. Again, returning to George Lucas and how he made Star Wars, and yes, all 6 Star Wars films, because they were all made with him getting the final say on everything, despite what the internet would have you believe. More on that very soon. But the soundtrack for Star Wars, in particular, and in my personal opinion, the Star Wars prequels, was absolutely god tier, and John Williams is rightfully praised for his exceptional work on scores like Duel of the Fates, Across the Stars, and Battle of Heroes. But what people don't understand or deliberately ignore is George Lucas's constant collaboration and feedback to John Williams is what allowed the finished product of the Star Wars soundtrack to be as iconic as it was. One of the core aspects of all 6 Star Wars movies is that they were designed to resemble silent films from the early 20th century. By which I mean the movie is meant to work completely without dialogue, so it's no wonder why George Lucas collaborated so closely with John Williams, because the music was meant to do so much of the heavy lifting for getting the story across to the audience.
The Star Wars films are basically silent movies, and they're designed as silent movies. Therefore, the music has a very large role in carrying the story, more than it would in a normal movie.
Collaborating with George has been a lot of fun over these decades. It's been great with him. We've had great success. Once in a while he will say, this maybe should be a little louder here, a little this there, that there. Very seldom. It being a collaborative process, I'm very used to this, and I will make the adjustments that night and come in the next day and rework whatever little section that he may have had comments on.
I think one of the great interesting things about the George and John relationship is that it is based on total trust. I mean, virtually every movie George has done, John has done the score for. They work very intensely together about 15, 20 weeks before the film is scored. They spot the music over 2 or 3 day period. George goes through every sequence and every cut.
Underlying melodic tone of this should be much more of the ominous strings that we were using earlier, combined with some kind of rhythm track that goes over that.
Yeah.
Aside from that, another instance where the drop-off of music quality for a film and its resonance with the audience, without a director's hands-on approach, was J.J. Abrams for The Force Awakens. And no, I'm not calling it a Star Wars film. Deal with it. But I distinctly remember many people saying that they thought the score by John Williams for The Force Awakens, while not being bad exactly, wasn't exactly up to par with his previous work on the Star Wars saga with George Lucas. That's because J.J. Abrams was far less hands-on as a collaborator when it came to the musical score for The Force Awakens. Side note, this is also why the lightsaber sound effects in The Force Awakens also sounded like absolute shit, because J.J. Abrams was such a piss-poor collaborator with the original sound designer, that being the legendary Ben Burtt. See, Ben Burtt had almost no direct interaction with J.J. Abrams when it came to pitching his ideas or getting feedback on his work for The Force Awakens. According to Burtt, the new Lucasfilm regime just wanted him to stay in his room, make sound effects, and for him to send those sounds to them where they would be discussed by a committee, oftentimes getting rejected. Whereas on the original Star Wars saga, Ben Burtt describes how he and George Lucas worked constantly together, very closely, and how George was always hands-on with his work, so it was easy for Burtt to pitch his ideas and get feedback from Lucas, which led to a very good collaboration. But after the shitty treatment on The Force Awakens, the new Lucasfilm regime didn't want Ben Burtt to collaborate on any more of their shitty Star Wars fanfictions, and note that I'm being extremely generous when I use that term, because those movies sure as shit weren't made by any Star Wars fan worth a fuck. And it's no question the drop-off in quality definitely shows.
You're under arrest, Chancellor.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck was that?
Anyway, sorry for the tangent, but I wanted to outline the fact that Cameron being a hands-on director for every aspect of Avatar was not a detriment to its quality, including the film's soundtrack. And hell, James Horner in this very interview, which I'd highly suggest everyone check out, does outline that some shitty directors can be a detriment to musical composition quality, but he explicitly cites James Cameron and the production of Avatar as not being one of them, because the instances he's talking about is when certain directors and movie makers don't appreciate classicism in movies, the music very much included, and so James Horner would be asked to explicitly remove the specific theme for the film, which he had designed to be the heart and soul of the movie, and carry with it the motif of the film's story. Keep that in mind, because later on I'm going to show pieces of the interview that address a certain criticism that pertains to the similarities between Avatar's soundtrack and Titanic's iconic theme and musical motif, which Sideways does bring up later on in his video, but it also relates to a separate note that pertains to musicians and composers being known for producing a particular sound that can give a negative reputation to some directors in the film industry that apparently are more commonly not looking for, again, the classicism that these composers can bring to their films. And classicism was exactly what Avatar was going for in the first place.
The simplicity of the story is what other people are drawn to. They say this is a classic story.
And it's been criticized for that.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting to.
Right.
Yeah.
And yet the audiences, the real people's ability to remember a score, I mean, that seems to actually have diminished over the last decade or so. It seems like, back in the day of Titanic, and other scores you've done before that, remembering that score and that theme line was kind of a basic thing that film lovers did, and now it's kind of like you can't remember anything virtually.
The style of writing has changed, and that doesn't only come from composers and their sophistication, although some of it does. A lot of it comes from the composers' employers, who are on the same level musically, and they're not looking at Hollywood's golden years and looking for a score that's full of melodic gift and that kind of thing. Those kind of things are very rare.
Yeah.
Most composers are looking for action-oriented, pulse-oriented, rhythm-oriented scores that propel the movie, and the whole thing is about propulsion. And as an afterthought, there's love, and there's emotion, and there's other things. But the main thing is pure adrenaline. And a lot of movies are made like that now. If you look at all of the Marvel comic movies or the tentpole movies that are made, how many of them are made with the same formula? A lot of it is not necessarily the composer's fault. Some of it is. I mean, I'm not taking it all away from composers. Some of them should be more skilled than they are, perhaps. And they owe a responsibility to the film to bring out all kinds of things in the film that can be brought out that may be beyond their grasp. But a lot of the fault for some of the scores being the way they sound, it rests with the producer or the director, who is not looking for a big thematic sweeping score because they find that old-fashioned and are worried that audiences will find it old-fashioned. And yes, if it's done just with a big violin section, it'll sound terrible. But there are all kinds of ways of doing those things to hide them, yet get the effect of that out.
Though it seems like with the pop music and with that now we're down to one theme. I mean, I remember as a kid getting the Star Wars album, which I guess was on vinyl so long ago, and listening to all three movies even, and the themes for each of the characters being so distinctive and so memorable that it created an intimacy with the movie, it created an intimacy with music, where you really could pick up everything and pick up how the music moved through it, and
it was very operatic. You had
You had a theme for Bravery, you had Luke's theme, you had the Empire's theme, you had Leia's theme, and maybe one more, and they were all intertwined, and they were really significant themes. You could tell what was going on. That kind of writing is gone. Because nobody the movie makers in those studios just don't care to do it or don't have time to worry about it? Or I think that the stories being written don't subscribe themselves to anything quite that operatic. Right. But the filmmakers don't want that. They find that old-fashioned.
On the original films, I was looking for somebody who really understood classical movie scoring. And I was talking to Steve Spielberg about it, and he had worked with Johnny on Jaws and said, this is the man for you. He's perfect. He really understands that medium. And once I worked with him on Star Wars, I wouldn't have anybody else doing it.
But it is funny because it's like that people think the old things don't work, but then you have something like Avatar happens, and it could not be a more traditional, old-fashioned genre love story picture, and obviously people want to see it.
People do want to see it, and the directors lose sight of that.
Yeah.
And that's so frustrating to me. I will beg, and I'll say, you don't get it. People want this. This is what people want to experience in a movie, especially if they have the counterpoint of all this other stuff going on. And again, I'm not necessarily talking about Avatar. It's other action movies, and it's just so hard to get through to make them understand that.
Anyway, you go on to say the music kept getting nerfed by Cameron until the composition was primarily, if not entirely, a Western orchestral sound that James Horner decided to include with various words from the fictional Na'vi language, not because of their canonical meaning, but because of how they served the soundtrack.
Honestly, what they came up with sounds really cool on paper, and it sounds like at every point they were respecting all of the concept art and lore that they had already developed for this world. Like some of these microtonal drones that they would have to represent Awa and the natural world for one of the songs. It was really fascinating to read about. So when Cameron came to them saying that he wanted a bunch of different songs to relate to different aspects of Na'vi life, that was actually also pretty cool to read about too. Especially when he mentions that he didn't want the songs to be like a performance, he wanted it to be more about their daily life. Which again is an interesting and non-Western perspective for a director to have, which is pretty exciting to hear on a project like this. He wanted like a weaving song, a hunting song, a funeral lament, and like a spiral song for Awa or something like that. And if you're at all curious, yes, the lyrics for those songs did make it in the book, which is absolutely fantastic until you read about what ended up happening. But to be clear, they set out to create music that sounded like nothing anyone had ever heard before. The problem was that that's exactly what they did, and they went out and wrote music that sounded like nothing anyone had ever heard before, which in turn led to Cameron shooting down every single one of their demos because they didn't sound right to him, probably because they had made music that no one had ever heard before. Which again, to me, sounds like exactly what you want to have happen when you're writing about a culture that is literally alien. Again, millions of dollars in pre-production and research, but it just doesn't sound quite right. How about next time, instead of wasting all these resources, you just toss a bunch of instruments into a wood chipper and save everybody some time?
Well, that's just it. You answered your own question.
Honestly, what they came up with sounds really cool on paper, and it sounds like at every point they were respecting all of the concept art and lore that they had already developed for this world.
What they were doing sounded great on paper, but when put into practice, it didn't translate the way Cameron hoped for the movie. Cameron wanted an alien soundtrack to complement the Na'vi alien culture and the world of Pandora. Something completely otherworldly and foreign to human ears, but he didn't understand what he was asking for because he had no idea what it was going to sound like. And nor for that matter did anyone else. Ultimately, the idea didn't pan out the way he hoped. It's as simple as that. It's not uncommon. In fact, given how uncharted the waters were for this request and this production, it was likely, in fact, the most probable scenario that could have ended up happening, and it did.
To be fair, Bryant paints Cameron as someone who is aware of the difficulties that they had to face, but it doesn't make any sense that he would shut them down that hard. It's like, this is exactly what you paid for. What did you expect? So in the end of this entire ordeal, only one song made it into the film, The Lament at the Tree of Souls. Cameron said that he wanted to break with Na'vi tradition. Remember, this is a tradition that they're making up, and he wanted them to write a Na'vi Amazing Grace, something that could be understood by all from Oklahoma to South Dakota. That is a direct quote. And when they even just tried to ornament the vocal lines in that song to make it sound even slightly less Western or even European, Cameron shot it down again and again. At this point, everything almost completely fell apart for the duo. Bryant specifically says, the Na'vi Amazing Grace episode forced us to realize that our dreams of creating a truly unique and unusual musical sound for the Na'vi would be tempered by the fact that this was not our movie. In the end, and I'm leaving a lot out here, they basically had to abandon almost all their work. In the film, when you hear some kind of vocal line, if it's in Na'vi, it's a nonsense lyric that has no meaning. The syllables that Horner picked were so they could cut through the orchestra, not necessarily because they meant anything. They could literally be singing about what they had for lunch. It wouldn't make a difference.
I mean, fine, you can say the words themselves weren't utilized in the sense of what they were canonically written for, but they were absolutely chosen for a purpose. Horner wrote those melodies and used those Na'vi chants to get a particular emotional response from the audience, which is one of the reasons why it comes across as so enchanting to those who watch the film. You then double down on this point about the music being out of place or lacking meaning, despite the fact that in this very video you talk very fondly about James Horner, and yet you try to paint the composition you put together for the final product as completely purposeless?
When you go through the film with a fine-tooth comb, it's kind of a disaster. Like, let's pretend that in the end they decided to use certain instruments and textures to represent different populations. Okay, fine, it sounds vaguely non-Western, we'll call that the Na'vi sound. Well then why do the humans get these vocal lines when they approach Home Tree, and Jake and the Na'vi get this brass moment during the final confrontation? We even hear brass when Jake shows up on that pterodactyl. In fact, when the animals come to save the day, it almost sounds like Superman showing up.
That's horse shit.
This is horse shit.
There's a good reason why James Horner and James Cameron used these particular tracks for these specific sequences of the movie. For example, the track that you pointed out playing when the humans are moving to destroy Home Tree sound like the Na'vi are chanting in panic because terror is approaching. And that's why it was used. The reason why the European brass tracks are playing when Jake and the Na'vi are flying into battle, or when Jake emerges as Turuk Mukto, is because it's meant to signify to the audience the triumphant return of the hero and the hero's ride to battle.
Right now to Bundle!
I mean, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. And lastly, the gentle trumpet sounds playing when Jake tames his first Ikron and manages to actually fly with it was also meant to signify his triumph and the fact that he was the first avatar to pull it off.
Shut up and fly straight!
That's it. Bank left.
Boys!
And it leads into the track where the Na'vi are harmoniously chanting, because the track's melody, regardless of its alien lyrics, is meant to represent the Na'vi being harmonious with nature, and is a way of rejoicing in the moment, because he himself has now reached a harmonious connection with Pandora. Which is why Neytiri hops on her own Ikron and immediately goes to join him in the sky. As a matter of fact, those transitions between the Na'vi-sounding tribal music and the Western orchestra compositions was one of the big challenges to get just right for the movie. To make music that sounded otherworldly that could blend so well with what was more traditional and build off each other and flow back and forth in a way that felt organic without jarring the audience emotionally, and I think the Ikron sequence and the Tree of Souls war speech sequence is proof enough that James Horner more than rose to the challenge.
I think it's an amazing score. And because it has all this textual richness from all these ethnic instruments, he would segue between stuff that sounded very tribal into very orchestral sections of the score. But I thought the transition between the two was seamless. And I think it's incredibly powerful. And I think he gets to these amazing kind of spiritual moments. He gets to these huge, epic, heroic moments. There are a number of composers that can do that epic, heroic thing. But to integrate that all organically and always tell the audience exactly what they should be feeling without trying to force them to feel it. It should always accentuate beyond what you're already predisposed to feel.
Anyway, moving on.
And there's this really cool moment where they're breaking out of jail, and again when the Colonel shoots Grace, where we get this Dies Irae-like melody.
Trudy, fire up the ship. Go.
Here.
The problem is that both that nature motif and this Dies Irae moment appear in the love ballad that they marketed with the film, which you can just tell that they desperately wanted this to be a new My Heart Will Go On.
Okay, well, firstly, good. My Heart Will Go On was fucking amazing. And one could argue that without it, Titanic would have been successful, but may not have reached the heights that it did without it. So if James Cameron and James Horner were trying to make something on the same level of emotional resonance with the audience of Avatar, then I certainly don't blame them given how successful that song was. Like, that sounds like a fantastic idea. And while I still prefer the former, Avatar's theme song, I See You, is absolutely fucking fire. And I don't think anyone will deny that, at least. Also, just for the record, and in case you get any bright ideas about covering the sequel and doing the same thing you're doing here, Avatar 2's theme song, Nothing Is Lost, was so goddamn dope, and nobody can take that away from the film. So yeah, back on point, there's nothing wrong with Avatar taking the Titanic route with trying to make an iconic theme. However, it's funny that you insinuate that with this video because James Horner was very much going to go that route whilst composing the soundtrack for Avatar, and you could even find some distinct links to Titanic's soundtrack embedded within Avatar's.
It only took 4 chords for Avatar to put its audiences on a completely different planet and to create one of the most iconic and successful movie releases of all time. And that is what composer James Horner gave us with the Avatar soundtrack. Avatar, right? So we have C sharp minor, B, and then F sharp major, and then back to C sharp minor. So really, if you think about it, I mean, it's actually only 3 chords. It's just the sequence is always in that set of 4. And in fact, we can look to some of James Horner's other work for an example of this. If we go back to Titanic, another film that James Horner scored, you can actually hear a very similar chord progression going on. But where does it go from here? That's something everybody knows. You can instantly recognize it.
Also, like with filmmakers, I don't imagine it's uncommon for music composers to quote their past work on new projects as well.
I think it used to be considered in fashion to have a brand, a sound. Now I think it's much more important to be a chameleon and be invisible and not be necessarily distinguished by a certain sound, or we've heard that before, or we've heard that before. But when you write 200 film scores, or whatever it is, you do develop a style, like it or not. And in painting, painters develop styles which recur in all of their paintings. If you take art history classes, that's how you tell who the painter is, even though it's not exactly the same object you're looking at. You can tell by the sight lines and the way the things that it's the same painter, but a completely different object, different year that he painted what he's painting. Somehow in music, that's not tolerated.
And before we jump to conclusions about how much James wanted, desperately wanted, in your eyes anyway, for Avatar to sound like Titanic, here's what James Horner had to say about evil hands-on director James Cameron regarding the process of collaborating with him on Avatar's soundtrack.
On several occasions, on films I've worked on, I would write a theme to express an idea, and I would be asked to take the theme out and just do it with chords, or just somehow imply it, but he did not want a theme in the film. And I don't really know another way to say something from the heart, except by how I orchestrate it, and with a theme. But I would be specifically asked not to do it thematically. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Well, clearly it hurt Avatar's box office. Nobody had any emotional connection to that movie. Jim is, Jim always...
I wasn't talking about Avatar.
I know, but I'm just saying, in general, Jim feels like a military guy a lot of the time. He's always going to the head or doing whatever. And yet, he doesn't seem to have any fear of emotion and laying it on as thickly as human beings seem to really like it.
Well, we have our discussions, to be perfectly honest, where I tell him I don't think it's warm enough. And the way it usually works in our process is that he'll push the comment to one side and carry on forward. But he'll cogitate on it. And a month later, he'll come back and he'll say, where was the cue that you were talking about? Or can we make this more? He has to sort of build the whole picture in his mind, beginning to end, in his vision, see how dry it is in a way, and then I nudge in as much as I can where I can to give it as much heart as possible. And I think it works well for both of us.
I don't lose heart when he tells me to get lost the first time around, and he doesn't get angry. He just says, you know, this isn't fucking Titanic, or something like that.
Good-naturedly, but I know that's my cue to just back off and continue on, and then along the way, I'll see that certain sections aren't working for him as well, either cinematically or emotionally, and I will be the first one to say, I think this should be solved with more from the heart. I think we're not giving enough importance to the romance, and we're not giving enough importance to this or that, and I think he trusts me for that.
Yeah, it was James Cameron who had to pump the brakes on James Horner veering too far into Titanic territory with the music. James Cameron wanted a different sound for Avatar, but he wanted it to be as iconic and emotionally resonant as Titanic's soundtrack, which is just one of the reasons why he abandoned his idea for a completely alien sound, because it was going to be too unfamiliar to accomplish that.
Which, when you look at it that way, means that this moment is actually a reference to the love ballad, or the love ballad has a reference to the medieval chant of death. Take your pick. Either way, it's weird.
How is that weird? Themes don't have to always be used for what they were initially written for and exclusively used for that purpose. Later in this very video, you say you really liked the motif for Home Tree, and then you went on to outline where, when, and why that particular theme was used by James Horner in this movie, which, to your credit, was one of the parts of your video that I actually liked.
To be completely fair, though, there's one thing I actually like about the soundtrack, and it's the motif for Home Tree. When Jake first sees Home Tree, he's a prisoner, it's nighttime, and it's really scary. But when he wakes up there, it's daytime, the motif is less ominous, and that's really cool. We also get it when Jake wakes up from the ashes of Home Tree and goes to help the Na'vi, again, because it's all thematically about Home Tree.
Until you again decide to spin another narrative, and we'll get to that.
But in the grand scheme of things, that is one thing that Horner was able to sneak in there underneath the 3-hour mountain of scathing imitation.
But then you outlined that the Home Tree theme can also be heard during the escape sequence when Colonel Quaritch was trying to kill the escaping prisoners.
It also plays when the Colonel is shooting Grace.
Grab my hand! And you don't seem to have any qualms with this at all. And that's fine, because guess what? Sometimes themes aren't trying to reference anything. They just feel right in the moment, and that's why they're used. And I'd imagine one of the reasons they were written that way to begin with was so they could encompass several tones for the film, so that it could be inserted into several different situations, which I would wager lends to why the theme is so iconic in the first place. And going back to Titanic and My Heart Will Go On,
are you ready to go back to Titanic?
I think that's pretty evident given how the theme itself is scored in so many different ways and at so many different tones and speed to suit various different circumstances and sequences of the film, some of which have nothing to do with romance or tragedy for that matter, which was definitely the motif behind why that song was written. Like, for instance, sometimes the melody is used to signify a race against time. Just one of several instances for how one theme can be used for multiple purposes without being weird, unusual, or contradictive. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
And when Rogue One, yes, her call sign is Rogue One.
Rogue One, you copy?
Yeah, so? Like, is this what you're resorting to? Really? The only reason I decided to stop and talk about this here is because remarks like this, like what you're demonstrating right here, is just so telling for what you're trying to do. You're reaching harder than Frodo and Sam to shit on Avatar here. In this case, it's about soundtrack, but you're bringing up nonsensical, inconsequential crap to try and throw shade at the film and Money Man over here. Like, what's your point exactly? Oh look, something familiar to another IP. Haha, isn't Avatar stupid and unimaginative? Is that what you're going for? Seriously, again, despite you yourself outlining, this is the most extra movie ever made.
This was the most extra film ever.
And you do realize that Trudy went rogue after she freed prisoners from the RDA, right? Like, that's why her call sign was called Rogue One. And you do realize that Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, came out 7 years after Avatar did? and that they most likely used that very idea for their movie from Avatar. Or if you're talking about the Star Wars original trilogy and how they use the rogue call sign.
Rogue 3! Copy, Rogue Leader.
Like, yeah, that dates back over 40 years, but given how popular Star Wars is, and given how much a fan of Star Wars James Cameron is, and given the fact that he and George Lucas are friends...
So, have you seen the new one?
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
Well, George Lucas is a friend of mine, and he and I were having a good conversation the other day about it. I don't want to say too much about the film.
Yeah,
definitely. I also have a lot of respect for J.J. Abrams, and I want to see where they're taking it next, you know. See what they're doing with it. I have to say that I felt that George's group of 6 films had more innovative visual imagination, and this film was more of a retrenchment to things you had seen before and characters you had seen before, and it took a few baby steps forward with new characters. So for me, the jury's out. I want to see where they go with it.
It's nothing more than a harmless homage that does tie into Trudy's character perfectly. There's nothing contrived or malicious about it. Hell, Jake's final line in the film was a very obvious homage to Ridley Scott's Alien film. Or did that go over your head too?
This is Ripley, last survivor of the Nostromo, signing off.
I don't want to be late for my own party. It's my birthday after all. This is Jake Sully signing off.
These references of Cameron are so minor and inconsequential, and most importantly, done in good faith. I wish I could say the same about your video.
But in the grand scheme of things, that is one thing that Horner was able to sneak in there underneath the 3-hour mountain of scathing imitation. When you look at this film as a whole, with all the work that went into creating, at the time, the most successful film in history, the story behind the music is nothing short of depressing. On one hand, Horner's efforts were commendable. He never had to reach out to an ethnomusicologist, nor did he have to put in all of that effort to try and create this familiar but artificial musical landscape. But he did it anyway, and I would absolutely kill to hear those demos.
And finally, just to sum up the big issue with this video, as mentioned before, while the research you conducted was very sound indeed, no pun intended, there's no question you're pushing all of these events through a very particular lens because of the internet climate surrounding Avatar. And you made your position very clear from the intro of your video, which is why you're telling the story of poor Dr. Bryant and James Horner trying to create something truly unique and special, and of course, money-grubbing evil James Cameron had to ruin the whole thing, blah blah. You word it like some kind of tragedy, but that's under the very presumptuous notion that it would have worked better than the orchestral soundtrack that ended up being used, which you have very little point of reference for. Yeah, Horner's and Bryant's alien sound could have sounded beautiful, it could have been the greatest thing ever, however, it could have ended up being a complete pile of dog shit. And the fact of the matter is we don't really know. Now, do we? Personally speaking here, I like the fact that only traces of those alien sounds were used because it makes their inclusion that much more special and pronounced when showcased in the film. But not I, and not you, and not James Horner or Dr. Bryant know what the movie should sound like. That is up to James fucking Cameron. He is the author, like it or not. And yes, you can say he played it safe and that the decision was made for the mass appeal of the movie, because yes, that was a big part of it, but don't try to frame it as Money Man bad either. You yourself outlined in vivid detail this movie cost a lot to make, and guess what? It has to make that money back. But more importantly than that, from an artistic standpoint, James Cameron recognized that a completely foreign musical composition for the movie would likely not resonate strongly with the audience, which is why he went for something more traditional yet resemblant of what he wanted. Because at least then, he and James Horner could engineer it to what would work best for the movie, knowing that these particular sounds, used to mimic what he was after, would resonate strongly with the audience, because there's a degree of familiarity that the audience can latch onto. This is probably as good a time as any to bring up George Lucas for yet another comparison. Reason being, if there's another sci-fi film franchise out there that's not been adapted from a novel series that possesses even more world building than Avatar, I think we can all agree that would be Star Wars. Just one of several reasons why I keep saying Avatar is the closest thing we are going to get to Star Wars for a long time, since it's a giant-scale, big-budget, epic sci-fi created entirely from the helm of one author, without the influence of major studios or interference from other authors taking the reins. Well, for as long as that's going to last anyway. There's 2 clips I'm going to play for you. Both are from the Star Wars Episode 1 documentary. Now, these clips have been taken wildly out of context to push a very similar narrative about George Lucas. In many instances, the internet's bottom of the barrel like to use these clips as some sort of admission of guilt from George Lucas that he supposedly lost his mind one day and actively tried to destroy his own movies and was a walking contradiction of a filmmaker. Again, process that for a second. Using cherry-picked, out-of-context quotes to sell a narrative about George Lucas from an hour-long documentary that George Lucas himself approved and probably helped cut together and officially released. And these dimwits probably thought someone snuck the camera onto the Star Wars sets. Imagine being stupid enough, one of these ignorant douchebags, asking themselves why this documentary was included in the Phantom Menace DVD set. It's because George Lucas watched and approved it and wanted to share what it's like to make a movie with the Star Wars fan base. Excuse him for not having the foresight to know that a large chunk of the fanatics that treat his original trilogy films like a religion would be too stupid to comprehend the transparency of these documentaries, or they would just digest it in bad faith or simply lie about it out of disdain for the man, or to simply push their own agenda to make bank. Anyway, the first clip of the Phantom Menace documentary is from pre-production where George Lucas explains to Ewan McGregor the reasoning behind Obi-Wan's Jedi Padawan hair braiding.
It's nice that it stands up, actually. Yeah. But it shouldn't look like he has been to a barber shop at all. The most difficult part is to not go too far, just go strange enough. Yeah. That's the biggest trap people fall into in these kinds of movies, is they go too far. Yeah.
How about that much?
That's fine. Don't get any more though, Katie.
Will it just be braided at the top part?
I sort of think it's better if it's braided all the way down. In essence, it's a symbol of a learner. It's got to have, when we wrap the bottom of it, if we do wrap it, we could wrap it actually in little colored threads. There's got to be some significance in maybe that wrapping of how many years where you are in the training process. Yeah. Well, as a rough start, I think that's a good length. I do think we should rehearse some sword fighting and stuff with and see what happens, how far we don't want them to get in the way.
Nice, huh?
What George Lucas was saying here is there's a danger of leaning too far into the world building. If you go too strange, you're going to lose the audience. In the case of the Padawan training braid, it's an element of Star Wars' world building and lore, and Star Wars is a sci-fi fantasy after all, meaning it's not going to be like our world and its rules, but there is some tangible familiarity to this and many other aspects of Star Wars' world building. And in this particular instance, at the end of the day, it's a measurement of a Padawan's training, and it's just a simple hair braid that you'll find on all Jedi apprentices, and the older they get, the longer the braid will be to signify how far along in their training they are. Very simple to grasp, and yet fits perfectly into the fantasy setting. And this applies to more than just the world building, understand, when it comes to hooking the audience and bringing them into the world. But bear that in mind, because now we're going to watch the second clip where George Lucas and his team watch the rough cut of Star Wars The Phantom Menace.
Let's do it.
Alrighty.
A little disjointed.
Seems like a lot of short scenes.
It's bold in terms of jerking people around, but I may have gone too far in a few places.
Side note here, see, internet clowns love to attach meanings to this quote, saying that this is proof that George didn't know what he was doing, and saying that this was some kind of gotcha moment because he basically did exactly what he said earlier in the documentary.
The most difficult part is to not go too far, just go strange enough. Yeah. That's the biggest trap people fall into in these kinds of movies, is they go too far. Yeah. I may have gone too far in a few places.
And that's why this only makes sense out of context, because in actuality, George Lucas was referring to the ending of the film and how it was cut together, not the strangeness of the film and its world building.
In a space of about 90 seconds, you go from lamenting the death of, a hero, to escape, to slightly comedic with Jar Jar, to Anakin returning with his little kind of tag. It's a lot, and it's a very short time.
Boggles the mind. I mean, I've thought about this quite a bit, and the tricky part is you almost can't take any of those pieces out of there now, because each one kind of takes you to the next place, and you can't jump because you don't know where you are.
So no, George didn't walk into the very trap he said he wouldn't fall into. These brainlets, however, think they're Sherlock fucking Holmes or some shit when they identify this stuff whilst completely turning a blind eye to all of the nuance. They will also use this clip as a means of pushing the narrative that George Lucas and the Phantom Menace production team didn't realize they were making a bad movie until it was too late. Oh, the horror! If only George Lucas didn't surround himself with yes men. Bitch, please. If you rely on George Lucas reacting to the rough cut of his own movie as a gotcha for why the movie is supposedly bad, then you really don't have jack shit on the man now, do you? And you obviously don't realize that this is precisely why rough cuts fucking exist in the first place, which is to be edited and improved for the final cut of the film. That's why in the documentary it said rough cut, and rough cuts of any film are very commonly awful to sit through. But hey, I'm just a guy online. Don't take it from me, and don't take it from billionaire, entrepreneur, filmmaking pioneer trained by Francis Ford Coppola and creator of Star Wars, George Lucas. Quite the resume. No. Take it from someone these same people love to actually put on a pedestal, Mr. Martin fucking Scorsese.
If you don't get physically ill seeing your first rough cut, something's wrong. You always think you're not going to get physically ill, but you do.
It's almost like the person who started spilling this BS narrative had absolutely no idea about movies, the creative process, editing, writing, or fucking anything. This was simply an idiotic invention of the internet that people with an agenda just ran with by someone who had no first-hand knowledge of the production, behind the scenes. And this little fib that made the rounds is in the same realm of internet BS that started the Star Wars saved in the edit narrative. Because as most of you already know, and as Mr. Scorsese here just outlined, pretty much every film is saved in the edit. And in the case of Star Wars, it was an edit that George Lucas spearheaded, supervised, and approved. Which again, Sideways tried to spin a very similar narrative about Avatar's music with James Horner to an extent. That he tried to save the soundtrack from evil money man James Cameron, who tried to hinder it at every turn.
But in the grand scheme of things, that is one thing that Horner was able to sneak in there underneath the 3-hour mountain of scathing imitation. When you look at this film as a whole, with all the work that went into creating, at the time, the most successful film in history, the story behind the music is nothing short of depressing. On one hand, Horner's efforts were commendable. He never had to reach out to an ethnomusicologist, nor did he have to put in all of that effort to try and create this familiar but artificial musical landscape. But he did it anyway, and I would absolutely kill to hear those demos.
Going back to the Phantom Menace rough cut, George Lucas and his team were discussing how the initial ending was cut together, how the scene jumping was too rapid, and the order of how it was cut together felt off. And here we have another George Lucas quote taken wildly out of context and memed to death without taking into account its actual meaning.
It's stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it.
The final battle of the Phantom Menace was always meant to be fought on 4 different fronts, and intercut between characters and their respective point of views, in a way that logically progressed the story for the audience. Now, that was by design, and is exactly what George Lucas was going for. George Lucas used a very similar style with Return of the Jedi, when the ending was intercut between 3 different respective points of view. However, the Phantom Menace rough cut presented the challenge that doing this on 4 different POVs can reveal an issue for having to cut between scenes quickly, among other things, thus making it harder for the audience to get immersed in what was going on. Now, where was I going with this? In addition to knowing where to draw the line of familiarity with the world building of the fantasy setting, George Lucas, in regards to the rough cut of Star Wars Episode 1, said this.
You think about the very first Star Wars, sitting in there.
Yeah. No, I know.
And it starts open up. You don't know what the hell.
I do a particular kind of movie, of which this is consistent, but it is a very hard movie to follow, and at the same time, I've done it a little more extremely than I've ever done in the past. It's stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it. We can slow it down a little bit so that if it's intense for us,
yeah, we don't know what
a regular person's going to go nuts.
This is what I was building to. Here is what I'd like to call the tolerance of the author. And once again, billionaire, entrepreneur, filmmaking pioneer trained by Francis Ford Coppola and creator of Star Wars, George Lucas, is right, as usual. And I'd imagine pretty much anyone who's ever created something before, whether it be a book, movie, television show, or hell, even a Broadway show, would likely agree with him that The author of any given piece of art or media is going to be the most tolerant of what they are consuming because they are the ones who created it. No one understands the intricacies behind what the piece of art is and what it is doing better than they do. Whereas even the target audience will have far less tolerance and patience for the product and the way it tells its story. Whether it's regarding the editing and how it's cut together, how comprehensible the world building is and the lore, and yes, even how well the musical composition works for each particular scene. The author, in most instances, knows what works about what they are trying to convey. And if something feels off to them, then the audience is going to know about it.
Now, we often talk in fiction about the marathon of the middle and how that stops everybody. That's one of the places that I stop too. I mean, I've written over 190 books, and I every time get to the halfway or three-quarter point, and I wonder, why did I ever think I could do this? That's the marathon of the middle, and you can't just survive it or endure it. You have to thrive in it, because the reader is right with you. If it seems boring to you, your reader is asleep.
It's stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it. We can slow it down a little bit so that if it's intense for us,
Yeah, we don't know what
a regular person's going to go nuts.
Now let's tie this all the way back to Avatar and its author James Cameron. Avatar can be as foreign as it wants in terms of its artistic development, but bottom line, it needs some tangible familiarity to humanity in order for the audience to establish a personal connection to the film. I briefly mentioned this earlier, but this is likely exactly why it was decided that the Na'vi would use bows and arrows to fight with, and not some completely foreign made-up alien weaponry, like something that spits acid that the Na'vi manufactured from one of Pandora's deadliest plants, for instance. Though their arrows are dipped in some kind of neurotoxin, it's mentioned, but you get the point.
But if your whole film is basically a blue version of Pocahontas, Dances with Wolves, Ferngully, and the Lorax, it might do you a little good to, I don't know, maybe actually sit down with one of those stories and really think about what it's trying to say. Because the score in this film is the musical equivalent of strip mining. Yeah, it made a lot of money, but it came at a cost. We are all worse off for not having a score that could have had all those different types of world music coming together. At every twist and turn, they mutated the non-Western music that they'd collected to fit in with a Western audience. There's virtually nothing about this score that isn't just some permutation of traditional Western European music. This stood to be one of the most amazing and awe-inspiring Hollywood scores ever, on top of being James Horner's magnum opus, but they just undermined the duo's efforts over and over again.
Now, this entire narrative that you're cooking up rests on this big fat sob story that James Horner was robbed of his magnum opus, and poor Dr. Bryant, who tried to give us something out of this world and breathtakingly unique and beautiful, were completely shat on by James Cameron, and we as the audience were robbed of that, or rather, they were robbed of that, so everyone please be outraged on their behalf. But let's dial it back to that crime scene, quote-unquote, testimony from Dr. Bryant that you told everyone to go check out. Well, I did. And what was it you said earlier in your video regarding Dr. Bryant's recount of events?
In the end, and I'm leaving a lot out here.
Yeah, here's something quite important that you left out in order to pull the wool over people's eyes for how and why Dr. Bryant's work was abandoned, and it comes from James Horner himself. You know, the guy who was supposedly robbed of his magnum opus by evil money man James Cameron. And Dr. Bryant quotes James Horner's summary and reasoning for why they decided to take a different direction with the musical composition. And before anyone gets any wise ideas in the comment section, remember, this is coming from an actual professional on the subject of musical composition in films. This is James the Mad Lad fucking Horner, and here's the excerpt from Dr. Bryant's recount of events in Avatar's pre-production. The final score layers sounds representing both the Na'vi and the Earthlings. Horner has described the process as actually writing two separate scores, one to represent the Na'vi soundscape, the other a traditional cinematic score to drive the film. Throughout the process of creating the score, the choices that we made always kept the average film goers in mind. Quote, had I been more avant-garde in my musical choices, I believe I would have pushed the audience further away from an emotional center. I chose beauty, heart, and emotion over trying to radically expand the audience's musical capabilities. Quote, audiences seem to be much more capable of absorbing new visuals and things that are much more outrageous or avant-garde visually. However, orally, audiences are much more conservative, Horner says. Quote, if I went as far as Jim Cameron did visually and started to use all kinds of weird scales for the music and made it too avant-garde or too out of the box, I would be ungrounding the film. Obviously, I'm still writing film music, so it still has to appeal to a film audience in a conventional way. Unquote.
I wrote music that is different than standard music, and you can call it Pandoran music, but I created a lot of atmospheric stuff.
And I think that's the trick. The trick is we all know that's going on. He explains it, so we have all the information on why certain things are going.
It gives you the feeling of being in a different place, and it matches the beautiful visuals that Jim has created. That was my biggest job on this film, matching
the bar is
Jim's
set high
visuals.
Because the expectations
in a new language,
and I think that's a good
new musical language,
and in some places a new musical language, but nothing too extreme because film goers, being what they are much more accepting of new visuals, but much less accepting of oral things being too modern or too grating or things like that. So everything is very beautiful, but at the same time it's all very new and matches.
New in what way?
New in terms of all the instruments were created,
all the actors
and all the instruments were digital renditions of real instruments, a lot of vocalizations, a lot of different vocal sounds, just things that aren't used a lot.
You created new instruments? Is that something you did?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, this goes back to my long rant about tangible familiarity being necessary to connect an audience to an otherworldly or fantasy setting. That's not to say there can't be some exceptions, and it's possible that Avatar could have been one of them, but James Horner, the man robbed of his magnum opus, remember, in sideways words, perfectly outlined why this was a very sensible choice by James Cameron for not going too far with the otherworldly motif of the film.
The most difficult part is to not go too far, just go strange enough.
Yeah.
That's the biggest trap people fall into in these kinds of movies, is they go too far.
Yeah.
Exposing the audience to all these strange and otherworldly visual settings, customs, and species was breathtaking for the eyes, but couple that with music they'd never heard before and don't know how to contextualize because of how strange it is, will likely be a detriment to their experience and the emotional resonance of the story, that in films, the music plays a heavy role in translating to the audience.
I find that having the music be part of a multimedia experience, film and music, resonates much more with an audience emotionally than just music by itself and just film by itself. The marriage of the two, to me, is what makes it magic. And that is something that I sort of felt and realized early on. And that's something that I'd been missing in my own music. Or going in to see Beethoven, just walking into a dark room, the lights go out, and you hear a Brahms symphony. It's very beautifully performed, and you walk out, and that's that. But to have a piece married to a piece of film, having a piece of music married to a piece of film, that's a special sort of relationship. And that had a much more profound effect on me.
Johnny really understands movie music. It's not just music laid in there, it actually tells the story.
As for Dr. Bryant, well, there's a little more that you could say that Sideways kinda left out.
In the end, and I'm leaving a lot out here,
towards the end of her recount, where she comes to terms with why certain decisions were made regarding Avatar's soundtrack, and why the majority of her work wasn't used for the final cut, Dr. Bryant had this to say. The colors of the Na'vi are almost always present in the score, sometimes vibrant and alive in the musical foreground, partially hidden within the forest of Pandora, or sometimes nearly overwhelmed by the Western musical representation of the Sky People. In the 2001 documentary Behind the Scenes, the Chase director and sound engineer Walter Murch explicated his theory that a film audience can only process or understand 2.5 things at a time. So the key to integrating all of this is making sure that all of these various elements, music, sound effects, dialogue, work together with each other and don't step on each other's toes. In Avatar, Cameron also appears to work consistently with 3 streams, adjusting the volume of whichever stream needs to be prominent. Sometimes the Na'vi musical voice is in the background, sometimes it's in the foreground, but almost always there. Horner acted in essence as sound designer by foregrounding certain musical sounds within the score. Each decision concerning Avatar's score was influenced by both artistic and economic considerations. While we would prefer that our artistic choices supersede all others, that is often not the case. The late critic and impresario Lawrence Morton pointed out that quality has little to do with film music's success. Film music has nothing to do with art. It has everything to do with commerce. Above all, it must be successful. That is, it must do something for the picture, please whoever's paying for it, and if possible, win an Oscar. While I feel that this claim that film music has nothing to do with art is overstated, it is undeniable that commerce is a very influential force in today's film world. Decisions regarding Avatar's score, whether about the number of performers, instrumentation, timbre, structure, length of cues, volume, acoustic or electronic sources, affected the overall character and tenure of the picture. Even though we were dealing with an imaginary culture, the score still needed to be a logical one. So yeah, kind of a big piece of the puzzle that you decided to leave out of your video there, mate. Now, to her credit, I'd say Dr. Bryant gave a very measured, reasonable, and level-headed viewpoint on the matter, despite her undoubtedly being somewhat bitter about what happened, as anyone in her position would be. But it's quite clear that she's not losing sleep over any of this.
And there's also been discussion of a prequel, a sequel of some kind.
I've heard those discussions.
I imagine you'd be happy to be part of the process.
I would love to. I have a lot of ideas that some of which didn't make it into this film, but I think could be really fascinating to expand our knowledge of the world of the Na'vi people.
And she went out of her way to say that what happened with Avatar's soundtrack wasn't just a business move, but also an artistic one. It made sense on all accounts, and that's precisely why she was so understanding. She was tasked to make something that catered to Cameron's production, not the other way around. As you even quoted earlier from Dr. Bryant, it wasn't her movie, and she could have made the most beautiful mix of ethno sounds ever assembled, but this isn't a symphony orchestra concert, it's a score for a blockbuster movie. It's like if you ask dozens of art designers to make beautiful concept art for your movie, and a lot of the stuff looks absolutely breathtaking and gorgeous, but it just doesn't quite fit what the filmmaker is going for, and much like the artistic clash in Avatar and the quote-unquote irony behind the soundtrack, and the rejection of Dr. Bryant's sound mixes, this is not at all uncommon. Now, I need another example. Gee, I could have sworn there was a filmmaker, one of the best of all time, who is another excellent example of this, but shit, I forgot his name. Much like so many people pretend to forget the character of Jake Sully. What was his name again? The filmmaker I'm thinking of?
Basically, we were here to provide George with variations on a theme, putting them out on boards, and then getting his feedback for honing the look in.
Now we hit your lava world. I mean, obviously that's another thing, but these are kind of in that Mufasta realm.
It's hard to get one person to do 2 different planets because it all comes out looking the same. That's always been a problem we've had of trying to get the variety of design that we need.
You have disappointments when your thing doesn't get picked or whatever, but there's always a really good reason for your image not being picked. And it could be something as basic as, this is great, you know, George says this all the time, this is great, not for my movie, but this is great, you know. It just doesn't fit into the story that we're telling.
And we would go through various designs. I mean, this would go over a period of months while I was writing the script. So I would rewrite the script as I was beginning to see the environment and what I had to work with to design the sequence.
Anyway, moving on.
Bryant mentions that there are in fact some fragments of their work in the film, like how the film opens with a call that is vaguely reminiscent of one of the Swedish cattle herding calls that she had shown Horner at the very beginning. But aside from that and the Lament of the Tree of Souls, Bryant really makes it seem like very little of the original work made it into the film outside of vague timbral colorings here and there.
So far in my research, I've found 5 places where I can identify very clearly, here was the sound source that I brought to James Horner. And here's something very similar. Not the same. You can hear Horner's creativity in it, but the concept or the sound quality, something that is there that's very recognizable.
When talking about the overall effect of the score, she cites Marvin Cook's A History of Film Music. Cook could have been writing about Avatar's score when he discussed the pervasive use of ethnic instruments and voices, sometimes lending authenticity to a film's cultural or geographical milieu, but at times perpetuating a generalized timbral exoticism that suggested Hollywood stereotyping was still a guiding spirit. That is Avatar's score in a nutshell.
Oh, I see what you did there. Why don't you let the lady finish talking for a few more seconds? Because you're trying to paint a very disingenuous picture here. That Dr. Bryant's music and sounds were hardly used in Avatar's final cut, when that's more than just a teensy bit bullshit. First, let's go back to the clip I played earlier when Dr. Bryant says, through a process of elimination, they worked down 25 unique indigenous sound samples that she provided because they were either too recognizable as to where its origin stems from, or because it was just too balls out wacky to fit into the movie.
So we would sit and listen to these musical examples I'd bring in, and he'd say yes, no, maybe. We'd start to pare down the selections and go from there.
Okay, so then you had your selections of unusual sounds that James Horner had okayed.
Yes.
And how many of those did you have?
Well, we finally pared it down to about 25. And then he took those to Jim Cameron, because Jim Cameron's a very hands-on director, even with the music. A lot of directors just say, you know, here's the film, you go score it. But Cameron wants to know every step along the way what's going on. So we took our 25 samples to him. And then he went through a similar process. Yes, this works. No, this doesn't. No, I already know what this is, so we can't use that. And we pared it down to about 6 or 8 samples that we then began to work from in earnest.
Right, now that we've got that out of the way, later on in this very video, but prior to the clip that Sideways decided to play, Dr. Bryant goes on to discuss what those samples were used for.
I hired some students from Cal Arts because they're so great. They're trained in new music techniques, in singing contemporary music styles, so they can use their voices in some very unusual ways. And they're used to doing things like that. They're used to improvising. So initially, those were our singers. We brought them into the studio and talked to them about the kinds of things we were working on, and then we would play some of those samples for them and say, this is what we're thinking about. Can you do something like this?
To recreate vocally
yes.
these unusual clips.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, the sounds that they heard, the people singing in these clips that I brought in, we didn't want the exact sound. We wanted something that was similar, inspired by that sound, and then something that we could then continue to manipulate and turn into the music of Avatar.
It sounds like those unique alien sounds in their native form were always meant to be used as inspirational templates and nothing more, and that it was never planned that the sounds themselves were just going to be ripped unaltered and shoved into the final cut of Avatar to begin with. Dr. Bryant, the ethnomusicologist herself, is saying that they didn't want the same sound, but rather something akin to mimicry that they better understood that could be used in all sorts of unique and interesting ways. And finally, that brings us to the section of the interview where Dr. Bryant elaborates on how much of her work was actually used in the film of Avatar. Here's what Dr. Bryant went on to say in the part that Sideways decided to cut out of his video.
And so the final product, I suppose, what people are hearing in the film Avatar, how close is that to what you were doing in that setting?
In some cases, it's very close. There are, so far in my research, I've found 5 places where I can identify very clearly, here was the sound source that I brought to James Horner, and here's something very similar. Not the same. You can hear Horner's creativity in it, but the concept or the sound quality, something that is there that's very recognizable. But really only in a few places, because then from those samples, he began to blend sounds together. And that's where the true genius comes in, is he would take a voice quality and a different song structure and link them together. Right. He would take sounds of voices that may be more African sounding and more Asian sounding, record them separately, and blend them together for a different tone quality.
The true genius, taking those samples and blending sounds together. Gee, it sounds like her work was actually far more prominent in Avatar's final score than Sideways was letting on. It just wasn't so prominently included in its absolute purest form, which again, based on both her essay and this interview, doesn't seem like it was ever the end goal in the first place. And she has a deep love of her craft, so of course she hoped for more of her unaltered sounds to be used in the final cut of Avatar, and sure, James Cameron played a big part in preventing that, but based on her account, it seems like she mostly came around to agreeing with him that it was the right call in the end to use mimicry over completely authentic ethnomusical sounds. And as I previously showed, James Horner also supports this notion in several of his interviews, one of which is this Avatar featurette, where he talks about the process of scoring the movie.
One of the biggest challenges on this movie was James Horner's. How do you create music for a world that doesn't exist? Jim wanted him and challenged him to combine indigenous sounds into a traditional cinematic score.
The first thing James did on this film was bring in an ethnomusicologist and start collecting sounds, vocal sounds and various different instruments from around the world.
What I did was I sampled a lot of interesting instruments. And then I worked with them electronically to get an effect that was different than the instrument could make, but that had a kind of a weird spectral quality that made it sound like you really haven't heard it before, but it doesn't sound quite human either.
Avatar wasn't some kind of indigenous documentary as some brainlets believe, and like Sideways here is pretending. It's a fictional movie about a fictional alien culture in outer space. That again, and I cannot stress this enough, is fictional. And it wanted to provide a soundtrack that, while not being actually alien, would mimic something that felt like it was. A soundtrack that sounded alien, that was inspired by alien sounds, but without being 100% authentic. But again, apparently that's a bad thing because we didn't get Sideways' precious demos.
But in the grand scheme of things, that is one thing that Horner was able to sneak in there underneath the 3-hour mountain of scathing imitation. When you look at this film as a whole, with all the work that went into creating, at the time, the most successful film in history, the story behind the music is nothing short of depressing. On one hand, Horner's efforts were commendable. He never had to reach out to an ethnomusicologist, nor did he have to put in all of that effort to try and create this familiar but artificial musical landscape. But he did it anyway, and I would absolutely kill to hear those demos.
So we gotta spin a narrative about Evil Money Man over here, and again, as I have said several times, and will likely repeat because I cannot stress this enough, this kind of collaboration around any movie, the shutting down of ideas, editing, refining, and altering plans is 100% normal. The only thing unusual in this instance was the very endeavor Avatar was undertaking in the first place. I'll bring this full circle at the end of this video section, but for now, let's continue.
I can't stress this enough. Everything about this film was artificially engineered to satisfy its audience's preconceived notions. Everything about this film is fake. It's a veneer. Nothing about it is remotely genuine. That's why Disney had absolutely no problem integrating it into the hyper-reality of the theme parks. This is not what non-Western music sounds like. This is what Western audiences think non-Western music sounds like.
And with that last dose of verbal diarrhea, we've reached the end of what I wanted to cover about Sideways video, and we can finally finish breaking it down, as well as bringing everything I've mentioned in the video section thus far full circle, and coming to a proper conclusion on the matter of Avatar's soundtrack. Okay, first off, you got a lot of nerve to call this movie fake or not genuine with its intentions when you yourself outlined how far it was willing to go to create and immerse the audience in a whole new world that was entirely fictional. You yourself said no other movie was willing to go to these depths of authenticating its own fiction. Which is true, again, for a movie which hasn't been adapted from other source material, like Avatar or Star Wars for that matter. And then there's the fact that James Cameron came up with the idea for this movie from his raw subconscious, a dream he had while he was in college.
What's the message here that you, the filmmaker, were trying to say?
Well, you know, it's probably my most personal film in the sense that I can track the inception of this film over a development period of many years, from when I was a kid out in the woods in Canada, where I grew up catching frogs and snakes and being a kind of hands-on, you know, junior naturalist, you know, through learning to scuba dive and loving the ocean so much, and you know, it's my response to this world, this Pandora right here, this you know, natural beauty and diversity that we have here. And then through the development as a filmmaker, learning the craft, learning the visual effects, learning how to push the envelope and all that. So for me, Avatar is a sum total of all of that.
Along with that, James Cameron developed a made-up language, a made-up world and ecosystem as well, and a made-up culture inspired by a mixture of different indigenous cultures on Earth. This is about as genuine as a fucking movie gets, but according to you, everything about this movie is fake and not genuine because you didn't get your precious ethno-musical demos? Look, I know you went to music school or whatever, and your channel is all about being pedantic about music soundtracks, so it's kind of your job to be outraged or feign outrage when there's a hate mob to cater to for mass appeal, as so many YouTubers do nowadays, but this is just sheer entitlement on your behalf. You're acting like James Cameron owed it to Dr. Bryant to not disregard the use of so many of her ethno-musical demos in their original form, despite the fact that she and James Horner, despite their disappointment, seemed to agree in the end that for a musical score pertaining to a film about a fictional culture, maybe having music that sounded otherworldly and alien without sounding too ethnically extreme or nonsensical to the film was in fact the right way to go. Which, given the sources you provided, you should already know, which again makes me think this wasn't you reeing on behalf of Dr. Bryant, this is simply you reeing on behalf of yourself because you feel this movie owed you something, and whether or not this was the reason you decided to turn your video into a hit piece on Avatar or vice versa is anyone's guess. And returning to some of your comments made about the Na'vi.
But to be clear, they set out to create music that sounded like nothing anyone had ever heard before. The problem was that that's exactly what they did, and they went out and wrote music that sounded like nothing anyone had ever heard before, which in turn led to Cameron shooting down every single one of their demos because they didn't sound right to him, probably because they had made music that no one had ever heard before. Which again, to me, sounds like exactly what you want to have happen when you're writing about a culture that is literally alien. Again, millions of dollars in pre-production and research, but it just doesn't sound quite right. How about next time, instead of wasting all these resources, you just toss a bunch of instruments into a wood chipper and save everybody some time?
Okay, I think you're confusing alien with ethnic. James Cameron wanted an alien sound, but first of all, he wanted it to sound good, and secondly, he didn't want it to sound too ethnic. And again, you can have an alien sound or otherworldly sound without drawing from the most obscure native cultures around the world.
Initially, the music was a lot more ethnically based. There were lots of people playing stuff. The art department drew about 12 or 15 ethnic percussion instruments that these people would play.
But then again, you yourself said that Horner's efforts were commendable later on in your video, but just because you're drawing inspiration from all these cultures doesn't mean your work is suddenly obliged to them to feature their music. But it's your remarks on the Na'vi that I wanted to address because you kind of use this as your main point of reasoning.
Which again, to me, sounds like exactly what you want to have happen when you're writing about a culture that is literally alien.
The Na'vi are not a culture that is literally alien. They are a fictional culture that is fictionally alien. You're grandstanding for musical demos pertaining to various ethnic cultures not being utilized in the movie, when the very culture in question that they weren't used for that you're discussing doesn't even exist in the first place, and therefore not bound to adhere to any authentic ethno-musical sounds to begin with. I mean, maybe if The Last Samurai had the Braveheart bagpipes blaring during the final battle to satisfy a mainstream audience, you might have some sort of case here. But the Na'vi are completely a work of fiction. There was no cultural heritage that James Cameron had to respect when portraying them or their soundtrack because he created the heritage. Granted, James Cameron had to be careful not to culturally appropriate, and I'll come back to that in just a few moments, but for a fictional alien race that is fictional, remember, what does it matter if the indigenous musical sounds sampled from other cultures around the world are not showcased in their most organic form at the forefront of the movie? The answer is it doesn't, because there's no relation between the two whatsoever. Avatar and the Na'vi were inspired by indigenous cultures. Its otherworldly sounds were inspired by various indigenous cultures, but it was always designed to be its own thing. But later on in your video, you kind of double down on this weird cultural grandstanding when you, again, truncate Avatar down to this Pocahontas Dances with Wolves comparison.
But if your whole film is basically a blue version of Pocahontas, Dances with Wolves, Ferngully, and the Lorax, it might do you a little good to, I don't know, maybe actually sit down with one of those stories and really think about what it's trying to say. Because the score in this film is the musical equivalent of strip mining. Yeah, it made a lot of money, but it came at a cost. We are all worse off for not having a score that could have had all those different types of world music coming together.
But again, what does that even mean? What those films are trying to say? How does that have any bearing on Avatar or its soundtrack whatsoever? The flaw lies in the comparison to begin with. Avatar is not Dances with Wolves, Pocahontas, and all these other films people like to make comparisons to. As a matter of fact, those comparisons defeat the argument, or lack thereof, because Avatar is not any one of those movies, but rather an amalgamation of their ideas and themes. But most importantly, Dances with Wolves is a history piece about Native Americans. Pocahontas is a Disney animation also based on Native Americans. The Last Samurai, even though you don't mention it, was a history piece on Native Japan. All of those films have messages that pertain to tangible cultures that exist in our reality. None of those movies had to literally invent their own culture and universe to facilitate the message that they wanted to push in their movies. Avatar did, which is again one of the reasons why it's so different from the rest of those Going Native stories. But because of this, Avatar had no ties to any human culture, and so didn't need to authenticate itself with any of their cultural music in order to be considered authentic or genuine with its own message. Now, to be fair, you are fully aware of what the idea of the Na'vi was and what James Cameron was trying to do with them, but instead of actually acknowledging the nuance behind the purpose of why this was done, which was to appeal to certain universalities of the human race, you choose to trivialize it instead.
See, the idea with Avatar was that they wanted to take cultures from all over the planet, kind of throw them into an artistic blender, and then create a culture that wasn't completely recognizable as one specific population or society on Earth. They wanted something vaguely non-white that wouldn't single out any one group of people. So they committed to blue cat people.
Again, your agenda for shitting all over Avatar wherever possible because of this weird chip on your shoulder is just so glaringly evident throughout the entirety of your video. You basically just did the haha blue people thing that people pretend is a dumb aspect of the movie, which again is just probably the most basic bitch surface level fucking comment you could make about Avatar. And again, when considering the design of the Na'vi, they're just alien humanoids designed to be familiar enough in appearance to humanity so that the audience can get attached to and gravitate to them. In James Cameron's own words, he wanted to portray the Na'vi in a way that was very enchanting because he wanted the audience to want to be them, which falls perfectly in line with the motif of Avatar, the inhabiting of another body, another persona, the whole idea of reincarnation, and the dreamlike aspect of the film that I discussed earlier. But the bottom line regarding this weird chip on your shoulder is this: Avatar owed you nothing, and owed nothing to those cultures that Dr. Bryant sampled for the ethnic music to help produce Avatar's score. You want those demos so bad? Tough shit.
And I would absolutely kill to hear those demos.
I want what I am entitled to.
You're entitled to shit.
Avatar's soundtrack was always meant to sound otherworldly, but the level of inclusion for how much of those native sounds would make it into Avatar's soundtrack was always up in the air. Whether the sounds would be completely true to their organic source was never set in stone. Again, it's pretty glaringly apparent that whatever the idea originally was, what was settled on is that these organic sources of ethnomusical sound would be used as templates that would be electronically altered and manipulated to best suit the world, atmosphere, and story of Avatar, but it was always meant on some level that these sounds would be somewhat prominent and would be blended together with other sounds and would be transitioned throughout the soundtrack with a Western orchestra. The only question was how much they would need to do this to get the soundtrack that James Cameron was happy with and provided the best emotional response to the movie. The 8 core alien sounds that Dr. Bryant provided are still in the film, but those sounds were always meant to be used as a baseline for mimicry and combination sound mixing with other ethnic sounds or electronic flavorings to disguise them and to provide more alien sounding music or sound effects. Back to that stupid played out Dances with Wolves Pocahontas truncation you use as some weird way of championing those other films over Avatar.
But if your whole film is basically a blue version of Pocahontas, Dances with Wolves, Ferngully, and the Lorax, it might do you a little good to, I don't know, maybe actually sit down with one of those stories and really think about what it's trying to say.
Oh, The Last Samurai. Don't forget The Last Samurai there, buddy.
We don't do that here.
But you know what else you forgot? Is that little quote you had earlier where you said Avatar was the most extra movie ever made.
This was the most extra film ever.
And in actuality, Dr. Bryant's work in the grand scheme of Avatar's production was probably the least of the content that was unfortunately cut from the film. Again, not without good reason. But like I said earlier, Avatar's cut content is enough to rival that of Lord of the Rings. You yourself tried to make a mountain out of a molehill when you spurged out over the blue flute musical instrument being in the film's accompanying novel and not the actual movie itself. So I wonder, did you redline when you saw the hours and hours of deleted scenes and cut content that was far more expensive to produce than gathering a bunch of ethno-musical sounds together and likely needed exponentially more manpower to fucking create? Like, there's tons and tons of instances I could point to. But probably the best example was the Dream Hunt sequence that was removed from Avatar's final cut. For those of you unaware, get this. It's an 8-minute deleted scene. Just one of dozens. And this scene has some of the best character interaction between Jake, Dr. Augustine, and Norm, where Jake confesses to his science friends the fact that he's been a double agent for Quaritch this whole time.
You know why I'm here. Quaritch sent me.
What?
Find out how to screw them out of their home.
And what about now, Jake?
I'm not that guy anymore. If I tell Quaritch the truth, I never see her again. And if I tell her the truth, and the clan throws me out, that's if they don't cut my heart out and show it to me first.
No happy ending here.
They won't even understand what you've done.
No, they don't even have a word for lie. I had to learn it from us.
I taught it to them.
They're waiting, I gotta go.
He then laments the fact that he's now a changed man, and Grace tries to help him come to terms with the fact that he's essentially living in a fantasy world, and no matter how much he loves Neytiri, he's always going to be human, and she will always be an alien existing in a world that he can never be a part of.
Jake, no matter what you prove out there, you are still in here. You're right here. Our life out there takes millions of dollars of machinery to sustain. You can never truly be with her.
So yeah, along with that, this deleted scene contains a sequence where the Na'vi basically subject Jake to this wild acid trip that's so extreme and dangerous it would likely kill him, but it was the final test, the final rite of passage, so to speak, for becoming one of the Omaticaya. You're currently looking at the rendered but unfinished CGI sections of the sequence, and like I said, this was a lengthy sequence. All of this was cut out. None of it made it into the movie or even into the extended cut. And while some might weep for this, hell, I certainly wish it could have been included, but the simple fact of the matter is that none of it was important enough. It didn't suit the movie and the story Cameron wanted to tell. None of it was necessary for the plot to function, and guess what? When it comes to movies, it doesn't matter how much creativity and man-hours you put into the music, deleted scenes, concept art, or whatever. If it is not crucial for the plot to function or assist the story the filmmaker is trying to tell, it's getting left the fuck out. But hey, Sideways is grandstanding for an ethnomusicologist because he didn't get his precious demos. So how about I provide an example that's a little more ethnically based? Towards the end of principal photography for Avatar 2009, there was an interesting event that transpired on set. I'd assume most of you know that Avatar was filmed in New Zealand and James Cameron hired a New Zealand cast to play a lot of the human soldiers that would do battle with the Na'vi in the climax of the film. Now, after they were done filming this sequence, this is what happened.
Here we were in New Zealand, and we were just finishing up our work, and I turned around, and here they all were, these New Zealand stunt guys. Some were Maori, some were not Maori, but they were all New Zealanders, and they had all worked on this haka. And what this haka does, if translated, is it challenges you to continue to do your best. And that was their way of saying, New Zealand thanks you for bringing this project here and for making us a part of it. But I think that the Maori, especially, that worked with us on the film, really felt like the film was making a statement that somehow represented their past, their culture, and this meant a lot to them as Indigenous people working on this film. And I have to say, these stunt guys, I mean, they gave us their all.
James Cameron was so moved by this that he in fact requested permission to incorporate some kind of a New Zealand-based haka into the movie of Avatar.
So after my experience in New Zealand and my connection with the Maori people there, I thought, wow, we should incorporate something of this into the Na'vi culture. So I asked for their permission, and in fact, what they allowed to happen was the writing of a new haka that incorporated some of the Na'vi themes and ideas. And so they created a whole new haka.
Wasn't that haka sequence in Avatar 2009 just fantastic? Wait, what's that? You don't remember the haka sequence in the original Avatar? No shit! That's because it was completely cut from the bloody movie.
Now, in the fullness of time, it turned out that the film was way too long and there just wasn't time for it. There wasn't room for it. But we did the capture, and it's quite remarkable.
And here you can see the footage that they'd already produced for this sequence that was rehearsed, acted out, and given an unfinished CGI rendering. Countless man-hours were probably spent on this sequence trying to create it before it was cut. Oh yeah, what was your narrative regarding Avatar's quote-unquote irony again?
Let me see if I can get this straight for you. A guy spearheading a project sponsored by a massive corporation decides, either directly or indirectly, to hire a doctor who specializes in a field where their work might help legitimize the project's intentions, but at every opportunity, for the sake of profit and easy accessibility, this guy undermines the doctor and her work such that she is effectively forced out of the project and is only able to comment on the legitimacy of their actions from afar. Now, where have I heard that story before? And it's not like it isn't obvious.
Well, how many doctors or PhD equivalents worked on the haka sequence? People who specialize in New Zealand culture, people who specialize in CGI rendering, on choreography, on directing, cinematography, etc., etc. How many of them do you think worked on this sequence? How many do you think worked on the Dream Hunt sequence, on all those deleted scenes and all the concept art, on all the props and all the costumes, etc., etc., just for all of their work to be completely abandoned outside of a small mention in the behind-the-scenes making-of documentary for Avatar 2009? Does Avatar now have the most ironic deleted scenes of all time? Of course not, because all of this comes with the territory of making a movie, especially a movie of this scale. But again, just to be clear, even if Avatar's deleted scenes were ironic, much like its soundtrack, that wouldn't matter in the slightest. It's nothing more than an eyebrow raiser, a meme-worthy observation, nothing more. It has no bearing on quality whatsoever. Seriously, tens of millions of dollars, dozens of actors, hundreds of crew, several of which were likely doctors, PhDs in their field, that have worked on hours and hours of cut content, but disregard all that. Let's all feel bad for the ethnomusicologist who was denied the majority of her sound samples in their native form from being incorporated into the movie without some vocal mimicry and electronic editing to go along with it. And before anyone starts on James Cameron for the idiotic cultural appropriation argument or lack thereof, I'd like to point your attention to this.
I allow Maori culture without hopefully, going across the line to cultural appropriation, but I allow it to subconsciously invade some of my thinking as I'm writing the Avatar sequels. I don't think you just go in and you grab from different cultures as a writer. I think you have to be respectful. But for example, I'd like to include a haka in one of the Avatar films, and before I do that, I'll go to the iwi in the Wellington area where we'd be shooting and asked for their permission and support to do that. I have already done that in the past. We were going to include a haka in the first Avatar, but it wound up getting cut out for length. We even did the performance capture on it.
Oh, and by the way, never forget that James Cameron and 20th Century Fox provided the resources necessary for Dr. Bryant to accumulate all of these new and interesting, near completely unheard of ethnomusicology sound effects and music in the first place that you would never have been able to do without them. And not only that, but according to the quote-unquote crime scene essay that Dr. Bryant wrote, she goes on to thank James Cameron and all the parties involved with Avatar for allowing her to keep the rights to all the demos she made from what she was able to create with the resources that they provided so they could help further her incredibly unique field of study. Now, dare I wonder, how exactly does that fit into the whole irony narrative you've been preaching for your whole video?
But at every opportunity, for the sake of profit and easy accessibility, this guy undermines the doctor and her work such that she is effectively forced out of the project and is only able to comment on the legitimacy of their actions from afar. Now, where have I heard that story before? And it's not like it isn't obvious.
Right. Dr. Bryant also went on to say in this interview and her essay regarding her experience working on Avatar that she was thrilled to have partaken in the development of Avatar, and it's something that she would happily do again. Granted, this interview took place over a decade ago, so her perspective may have changed on the matter, as well as other events could have taken place that we are currently not privy to. But this is the source you've been referencing, so we're going to consider it valid.
Did you ever, in your wildest imagination, picture yourself in a position where you're a part of one of the biggest motion pictures in history?
Absolutely not. Never in my wildest dreams was this something that I thought would ever happen. You know, this is, okay, we live in Los Angeles. The film world is all around us. But you never expect, at least not in the world of academia, you don't expect that world will come calling.
And there's also been discussion of a prequel, a sequel of some kind.
I've heard those discussions.
I imagine you'd be happy to be part of the process.
I would love to. I have a lot of ideas that some of which didn't make it into this film, but I think could be really fascinating to expand our knowledge of the world of the Na'vi people.
Excellent.
And just to dry your tears on the matter, those ideas could still very well be on the horizon in future Avatar movies. And despite the tragic death of legendary composer James Horner, in a recent interview, James Cameron discussed Horner's close friend and collaborator Simon Franklin, who took up the reins to compose Avatar: The Way of Water's musical score after his friend's tragic death. And he goes on to say that Franklin still has access to the whole ethnomusicology library that Horner and Bryant created together.
Obviously, the very sad passing of James between the first film and this one, and Simon coming in to take the reins and bring in his creative wizardry in there. But what were the conversations that you had about that? Because what's also interesting is that I believe that Simon had to look at all the scripts for all these films that are to follow, so that there's a
exactly.
Talk to me a little bit about that in the conversations.
Well, we were shooting, capturing initially. I brought Simon in right at the beginning of the process. Now, I hadn't made a decision to have him compose the score. He was brought in to do source. He had worked with James. He had access to all of James's, kind of ethnomusicological investigations, all of these tribal and ethnic instrumentation that they had recorded, that they had researched and recorded. Simon had been there at James's side throughout all that. He dates all the way back to Titanic. So I've known Simon for ages. I hadn't made the cognitive leap yet to have him compose it. We always thought we'd get, some big shot, sort of somebody in the top 3 or 4, kind of, if you can even think in those terms.
Yeah.
And Simon wasn't that established. He'd done a couple scores. A few, and they were respected, but we were trying to solve a proximal problem, which is we needed source music. We needed Na'vi music for ceremony, for the actual performers to sing and to play and to do those things, because in creating a culture, and in this case multiple cultures, we had to see the fullness of their culture, which included vocal expression, music, dance, all of those things. So we had choreographer, and Simon came in, and he had already done a kind of bridging project in a way, which was for Disney's Pandora, the world of Avatar in Orlando, Florida.
Finally, to bring this section of the video to a very much needed conclusion, for Avatar's sort of but not really ironic soundtrack, and again, this whole irony narrative, again, stretching the narrative to the max, is only valid by circumstance alone, and is nothing more than a weightless observation. Put it this way, even if Avatar was the most ironic soundtrack of all time, as Sideways tries to portray in his video, that has no effect on the end quality of the score whatsoever. The end quality of the score that James Horner, remember, that legendary composer James Horner put together. Did Avatar's soundtrack lose some of its ethnic authenticity during its production? Yes it did. But that has absolutely no bearing on its own authenticity. They weren't trying to make an ethnic soundtrack for Avatar, they were trying to make an alien, otherworldly soundtrack. Don't conflate one with the other. And above all else, Avatar and James Cameron never had any obligation whatsoever to provide native ethnomusical sounds in the first place. Whatever their original intentions for the soundtrack prior to hiring an ethnomusicologist, that was still very early on in pre-production, and still heavily subject to change, before the collaboration of refining the sound samples into an actual score had even begun. Again, despite several accounts suggesting the intent was always to have an ethno-inspired soundtrack rather than a completely authentic one, and also despite Dr. Bryant and James Horner, while loving the work that they were creating together, Dr. Bryant and James Horner had to remember they weren't creating a bloody ethno-musical concert here. They were aiding the creation of someone else's movie, and once the picture of what was needed became more clear as production rolled on, it seems they both grew to accept and even agree with the direction that James Cameron wanted to go in. In the end result, the soundtrack of Avatar undoubtedly sounded otherworldly, and you'd be hard-pressed to deny Horner's efforts to give us just that, even if it was electronically achieved. And let's not forget, in addition to blending those alien sound templates with other various ethnic sounds and tones, Horner also had to blend them organically with the Western orchestral cinematic sound scoring, basically having to create two different soundtracks. And still, he managed to give Avatar one of the most iconic, yes, not ironic, but iconic cinematic themes in recent film history. And bringing this back to my long tangent about classicism in music scoring for films, the classicism of Avatar having such a thematic cinematic score, as well as a score providing all these unique alien sounds, while some might call that playing it safe, according to James Horner, remember, Avatar daring to have a theme at all that carried the motif of the film was considered old-fashioned over a decade ago. And James Cameron and James Horner basically said, well, fuck what Hollywood considers to be the norm in the current year. We're doing an old-fashioned cinematic score, damn it. Which, when you put it like that, could be considered doing something risky in of itself by some people in Hollywood at least. But Cameron and Horner didn't waver on that. They knew what the audience wanted, and by God, did they ever give it to them.
I would say so many of the processes on this film were evolutionary. James would go off and he'd compose some stuff to templates of scenes, and then I'd get the music. Scenes would still be changing, the cut would be changing, and I'd put the music in, shift it around sometimes, say, hey, what about this? He'd say, oh yeah, that's great. He'd actually orchestrate it to fit more my cut of his sketches. So it was a very give and take process.
This is Jim Cameron, everybody.
The first thing James did on this film was bring in an ethnomusicologist and start collecting sounds, vocal sounds and various different instruments from around the world. Then he brought that all in to me to audition and say, well, what sounds like it might be Na'vi? And I said, you have to find ways to be alien, but be familiar. Because when you're playing an emotion, whether it's a triumphal chord in a battle, or whether it's a sense of defeat or a sense of loss, whatever it is, that has to be recognizable. And he organically integrated that into what I think is his best score.
Before we move on, just some final words on the matter of Avatar's soundtrack in this section of the video. While I promise I have nothing personal against Sideways, hell, I barely knew his channel even existed before I came across his Avatar video. And like I said, his video had some decent research put into it, but when I first watched it, it came across as nothing but a very disingenuous hit piece laced with a very catering agenda to a certain demographic on the internet, and I shouldn't have to spell out for you which demographic I'm talking about here. And I felt this way because that's exactly what his video was. That's not to say everything he said was wrong, but it was just framed so awfully, because he was coming at this topic with, again, a very particular bias on the matter, and it's because of that and the research he referenced that I have no doubt he didn't come to such an improper conclusion by accident. Not to mention, his tone was quite insufferable in his delivery too. I'm not saying I'm a peach either when it comes to my tone, but those are the reasons why I may have come across as a tad hostile towards Sideways. Now that being said, this section of the video was way longer than I had originally intended it to be, which is the only reason I had to leave certain parts of Sideways' video out of this section. Granted, it was only parts of the video that bloated what he was already saying, like the stuff about Avatar's lore, and there was a weirdly edited section where he showcased some of the cultures Dr. Bryant took samples from, but that's about it. Trust me, no one is more surprised than I am that this section of the video stretched well beyond an hour in length, and another big reason for that is because everything that I wanted to respond to regarding Sideways' video, I wanted to leave that fully in context so as not to do him a disservice, as well as all the interview references and excerpts from Dr. Bryant's essay, but once I started looking into the production behind Avatar's music, I just became increasingly aware of things, of more and more facts that I needed to include in this part of the video, because the ultimate goal with it was to paint the clearest picture possible as to what exactly happened with Avatar's pre-production, and the process of determining what Avatar's score would actually be. I also wanted to widen everyone's frame of reference for what goes into making these types of movies, how creative differences on design aspects, especially as experimental in Dr. Bryant's own words, describe the collaboration process for Avatar's soundtrack. Now, collaborations aren't supposed to be creative bloodbaths, quote unquote. More on that very soon. But there's always going to be disagreements as well as the cancelling and refining of ideas. Hell, James Horner pushed for more emphasis on Avatar's love story in the film's soundtrack, and while Cameron didn't want the movie to turn into Titanic, he absolutely, for the most part, agreed with Horner on that aspect of the movie because, as James Cameron said, it was a very give and take process. And while it's regrettable that so many ideas were again left out of the film, the least of which pertained to the music, it's all part of the creative process and what goes into making a movie like Avatar. Again, the closest example to Avatar's production is Star Wars, which is just one of the reasons why I've used so many George Lucas comparisons in this video, to demonstrate not just how par for the course this is, but also to showcase many of the similarities to help everyone understand why these decisions are made, to delete good and or questionable content from the movie's final cut. And in the case of Avatar, there was nothing at all damning about what happened, despite the supposed irony behind how Avatar's soundtrack came to be.
Alright, enough of that bullshit.
Now let's discuss some of James Cameron's recent comments surrounding Avatar: The Way of Water, and this is the reason why I made sure to partially discuss this earlier, to show you that this weird internet agenda has been going on since before the release of the first Avatar movie.
When Titanic came out 15 years ago, there was a great companion book that came out with it for which you wrote a foreword. And there's always a line that you wrote that stood out for me. And you said, the greatest of loves can only be measured against the greatest of adversities, and the greatest of sacrifices thus defined. So thinking about the love you have for movies, the love you have for this movie, what was the greatest of adversities that it was measured against, and then the greatest sacrifice that was thus defined?
Well, look, I mean, the making of the film was one huge adversity, and the hardest part of it was the sort of the press and the media having great sport with telling the world what idiots we were and how over budget it was and how it could never make a dime and all of that. I mean, that was all hard for us to deal with when we were trying to make the film. Look, the sacrifice is the same on every movie, which is that you sacrifice your day-to-day life if you have children or whatever.
So consider this the part 2 section of the video for the weird internet media agenda at play. Now, obviously, I can't discuss everything that's been in the media surrounding the release of Avatar 2, A, because there's simply too much to discuss, and B, because James Cameron has this bizarre target on his back, again, very similar to George Lucas did, back when Star Wars was the hottest property on Earth. And because of this, just about everything that Cameron says gets twisted into a new narrative that the media try to use against him, and in most instances, without the appropriate context and nuance. And this seems to be happening pretty much every day at this point. And that's the problem, you see, because it feels like every day something new gets twisted about Cameron's words, and the media and content creators go after the guy firing on all cylinders again and again and again. So that's why I wanted to discuss only the biggest instances of media backlash relating to James Cameron's recent comments in various interviews surrounding Avatar: The Way of Water. Now, big disclaimer here. I can't predict the future most of the time. And I'm not saying that James Cameron won't lose his mind one day and pull a Kanye West on us or cuck to the Hollywood agenda and sell out or politicize himself to the obnoxious degree of, say, Jennifer Lawrence or Seth Rogen. I, for one, just highly doubt it, and given Cameron's reputation as a dictator and a highly principled individual when it comes to getting his films done the way he wants them to, I seriously doubt he plans on bending over for any agenda that caters to the woke mob. That's not to say he won't toe the occasional company line to be a good sport for his studio overlords. He, after all, helped promote Terminator Genesis, remember, and did attach his name to Terminator Dark Fate. And we'll get to that. But as of January 2023, in terms of the internet climate surrounding Avatar: The Way of Water, I firmly believe that that isn't the case as of right now. The first quote of James Cameron that I wanted to address is when he said, quote, "Testosterone is a toxin." Oh boy, did this piss off a lot of people. Now, to address why people exploded with outrage over this, well, I think there's two very understandable reasons that relate to the current year, which are firstly the fact that a lot of Hollywood personalities have been very obnoxious with their political statements that relate to things like toxic masculinity, misogyny, and basically white man bad as the political agenda on display.
That 67% of the top critics reviewing the 100 highest grossing movies in 2017 were white males. Less than a quarter were white women, and less than 10% were unrepresented men. Only 2.5% of those top critics were women of color.
And look no further than Terminator Dark Fate and director of that shit show, Tim Miller, as a prime example of this.
To be fair, Sarah Connor's destruction started before the film even came out. The director, Tim Miller, had this little gem while promoting the movie. Yeah, if you're enlightened, she'll play like gangbusters. If you're a closet misogynist, she'll scare the fuck out of you. Because she's tough and strong, but very feminine. We did not trade certain gender traits for others. She's just very strong. And that frightens some dudes. You can see online the responses to some of the early shit that's out there. Trolls on the internet. I don't give a fuck. Hard to believe this sales approach didn't work. You don't give a fuck. I bet you give a fuck now.
And the second reason why people were so sensitive to this comment from James Cameron is because Disney bought 20th Century Fox and now owns the distribution rights to Avatar. Something that, just for the fucking record here, James Cameron had absolutely no control over. And having seen Avatar: The Way of Water, I can tell you firsthand that The Way of Water is not a Disney film. It is a James Cameron film through and through. Anyway, that aside, the reason why the testosterone comment set everyone's teeth on edge is because Disney, likely the biggest company in mainstream Hollywood entertainment at the moment, also happens to be the company that is currently spearheading more political messages in their productions than pretty much any Hollywood studio out there, and whose contracted actors and directors are the ones most commonly noted for spouting obnoxious political statements, and of course none of it is genuine. It's tacked on virtue signaling designed to pander to a certain demographic, who are the loud but vocal minority on the internet, but of course the general audience is much larger and can sense the disingenuous and most oftentimes insulting nature of the remarks, and that's why this almost never results in profit for the company in question. So this is why so many people were on a hair trigger when James Cameron made this remark, but I happen to know for a fact that in the case of James Cameron, this is severely misplaced. People are framing it like he's saying men are toxic, toxic masculinity bad, white men are bad and should feel bad for being white, testosterone is misogyny, etc., etc. But in actuality, what James Cameron was referring to was how aggressive and impulsive he was as a director in his youth. Here's what James Cameron actually said. The article goes, on Titanic and the first Avatar, Cameron clashed with Fox execs over budgets and the film's potential to earn them back, but his relationship with Disney has so far been a smooth one. Maybe it's still in the honeymoon phase, Cameron says. I don't know, we'll see. If the movie doesn't make money, then maybe the honeymoon's over. He cites his transparency, telling the studio early on if he feels something may shift in the schedule, and says he respects Disney's marketing prowess, which, side note, explains why Disney were going fucking ham with the marketing material after Avatar: The Way of Water's first teaser trailer. Anyway, back to the article. It may also be that his era of F-bomb laddered shouting matches with executives is behind me. A lot of things I did earlier I wouldn't do career-wise, and it's just risks that you take as a wild, testosterone-poisoned young man. He says, declining to specify further, I always think of testosterone as a toxin that you have to slowly work out of your system. Now, I will admit the comment is weirdly worded, but this is an extremely slippery slope to climb for the people pushing this narrative. This comment wasn't directed outward at anybody, it wasn't directed at any demographic or any fans, and neither was it meant in any derogatory way whatsoever. James Cameron was simply describing how the years have changed him, and how he was a lot harder to deal with back in the day, and far more reckless in his youth when it came to helming his productions, and basically describing how this made his life a lot harder and that much more stressful. Now, personally, I think this testosterone-fueled side of Cameron is exactly what made his film so excellent in the end product, but you don't have to agree with Cameron's comments to respect his new outlook, and how he would have done things a little bit differently in his career. Now, what's most hilarious about all these people once again trying to make a mountain out of a molehill is that this backfired spectacularly when Avatar 2: The Way of Water finally released, because the message embedded within that film massively contradicts the notion that James Cameron thinks that men are toxic, or that testosterone equals misogyny or whatever. Now, with Avatar, of course, there's an emphasis on the environment and indigenous cultures and colonialism, but at the forefront of this film's story, if we're using testosterone as a stand-in for men or male, Avatar: The Way of Water couldn't be any more pro-male or pro-testosterone for that matter, because the plot of the film is essentially a revenge story centered on the importance of family that champions fatherhood. Not just for the protagonist, understand, but the antagonist as well. And not to mention, the male characters in Avatar: The Way of Water are given the most screen time. And a personal complaint of mine and many other Avatar fans is that Neytiri, a fan favorite character from the original, was actually pushed to the background for a large chunk of the movie. Actions speak louder than words, and as The Way of Water demonstrated, Cameron's comments were not part of some anti-male agenda. And speaking of actions here, let's go back to Terminator Dark Fate for just a moment. Now, the less said about Terminator Dark Fate, the better, and yes, Cameron holds a chunk of the blame for how that production turned out. Much as I wish it wasn't so, he did play a role, and that film was a disaster. That said, when you consider Tim Miller's comments about the production, and considering that Cameron had to promote Terminator Dark Fate, no doubt Cameron had every reason to follow suit with Tim Miller and play the woke as fuck misogyny card for why some fans would be displeased with the end product of Terminator Dark Fate. But he didn't. Instead, he barely promoted the movie, which he himself describes as a creative bloodbath, which should give some indication that Dark Fate wasn't the film Cameron wanted to make, and that's clearly evident when you consider, in regards to Alita Battle Angel, this was the complete opposite case. Working with Robert Rodriguez on the project, Alita Battle Angel was a far better product that wasn't trying to virtue signal, felt like a story more akin to what we're used to seeing from James Cameron, who was happy to promote it, the fans adored it, and James Cameron, like I said, described Alita Battle Angel's production as the complete opposite of Dark Fate's, and described Robert Rodriguez as such a gracious collaborator that he welcomed more creative input from the man, and insisted that the film took on more of Rodriguez's vision. Now, I'm going to play some clips for you here and try to spot the difference between a movie where James Cameron and his influence and philosophy on female characters and storytelling is front and center, and try to spot where it isn't.
You're talking about Ripley and Sarah Connor are two incredibly strong female characters, and whenever you hear people complain about how there aren't enough strong roles for women in Hollywood, the two that they point to that are, it's certainly in the action genre, and with all due respect to Lara Croft, but it's those two characters, it's Ripley and Connor. And that's something that do you intend to do that when you go to make a film?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I made Aliens because I really dug Sigourney's character from the first film. I thought, well, she should be the whole movie, because in the first film she kind of emerged after everybody else got killed off. You didn't really know she was the main character. She was just kind of this bitch officer that you thought was going to fall by the wayside as it went along, and
But then later
the guy was going to be the main character, you know, and they flip-flopped on you, you know, and I love the unexpectedness of that. So I wanted to get into her head more, and that's why I made Aliens, you know. But I think I mean, for me, it's interesting. It's a fun challenge as a male to write female characters and have them not just be, you know, like guys with tits, you know, which is sort of, I think, the flaw that, you know, you can't treat a female action character as just a straight kind of soulless warrior. I think that doesn't work. There has to be other stuff, or women won't relate to her, and that's a big part of it.
Much later.
I'll be back.
Oh my God, my insides are on fire!
I am human, just enhanced. Which means I can rip your throat out if you piss me off, so don't.
Peter, I need you to hold my ears.
If you put her in danger, or you get in my way, I will fuck you up.
I mean, for me, it's interesting. It's a fun challenge as a male to write female characters and have them not just be, you know, like guys with tits, you know, which is sort of, I think, the flaw that, you know, you can't treat a female action character as just a straight kind of soulless warrior. I think that doesn't work. There has to be other stuff, or women won't relate to her, and that's a big part of it.
Something's missing!
Something's missing, all right.
Meanwhile,
Taste receptors are working.
I don't even know my own name.
Let's look at the bright side. Your tears are working.
And what could I learn from a loudmouth pretty boy who spends all of his money on his face? I do not stand by in the presence of evil.
Now you know who you are. But that's just a shell. It's not bad or good. That part's up to you.
This is a long time coming, James. Like, how does this feel today? Do you think this was ever going to
Well, it's not like I was sitting there pining away for 20 years, you know. I mean, I started the process 20 years ago. I wrote a script in 2004, and then Robert and I started talking. I think it was only about 3 years ago. And I said, all right, take a look at this script and see if it sparks any interest. He went crazy for it. He said, it's all there. It just needs to be edited down. It's like 180 pages. He edited it down. I read it with a bit of a cringe, thinking, oh, he's going to have taken out all the bits I like. But he didn't. He protected that. He protected that which was good, streamlined the storytelling, and at that point I said, dude, we got to make this movie. Let's just not even think about it. Let's just go do it.
And that's the thing, you're so passionate about your projects. Was it hard to give up the reins a little bit?
No.
Like you keep on checking in?
No, not at all. And it wasn't a check-in kind of deal. I mean, it was a collaboration. He and I worked very closely through pre-production, costume design, designing the characters, casting, of course, very, very important, and writing, fine-tuning, which he and I did together. But from the split second the shooting started on his set down in Austin, I didn't show up at all. I wanted to make sure that the cast and crew understood it was Robert's movie. I wasn't hovering in the wings, you know, second-guessing everything. It was his movie, and I told him it was his movie.
Now, make of that what you will, but even despite some of Cameron's questionable ideas for Terminator Dark Fate, I'm pretty sure he wasn't the reason why that film turned out to be a complete and utter abomination.
Fuck your mercy.
Like I said, actions speak louder than words. Yeah, the testosterone comment was weird, but Cameron's actions in regards to the aftermath of Terminator Dark Fate, the production of Alita Battle Angel, and the story of Avatar The Way of Water heavily contradict this narrative that he's anti-white male or calling fans misogynistic or whatever the fuck the internet was trying to go with this narrative. And yeah, there you go. And on that note, when it comes to James Cameron's new outlook and perspective on making movies, this brings us to the second comment James Cameron made that I wanted to address. In a recent interview, James Cameron admitting to cutting 10 minutes from Avatar The Way of Water's runtime because he didn't want to glorify gun violence. Here's the exact quote. I actually cut about 10 minutes of the movie targeting gunplay action, Cameron said in an interview with Esquire Middle East. I wanted to get rid of some of the ugliness, to find a balance between light and dark. You have to have conflict, of course. Violence and action are the same thing depending on how you look at it. This is the dilemma of every action filmmaker, and I'm known as an action filmmaker. Cameron further explained that given the rampant gun violence in the United States, he felt uncomfortable with glorifying gun usage in his movies, saying that his approach to certain action films that he made, like the Terminator films, he would likely change had he made them in today's climate. I look back at some of the films I've made and I don't know if I would want to make that film now. I don't know if I would want to fetishize the gun, like I did on a couple of Terminator movies 30 plus years ago. In our current world, what's happening with guns in our society turns my stomach, Cameron said. Now, people see this as Cameron once again being a disingenuous wokey trying to virtue signal. People are also saying this paints Cameron as a gigantic hypocrite given that he is known for gun violence in his action films. Here's the part people seem to be leaving out of Cameron's comments and out of the narrative, which adds so much to the perspective that Cameron is coming from on this matter. I'm happy to be living in New Zealand where they just banned all assault rifles 2 weeks after that horrific mosque shooting a couple of years ago, he added, referring to the 2019 Christchurch terrorist attack. There was more gunplay in the original cut of the film, more machine guns, more brutality. And I had this epiphany about 6 weeks ago before I locked picture. I woke up from a nightmare and thought I don't have the right balance between the beauty and the attraction and the epiphany parts of the movie and the brutality. I didn't have so much of a problem with the human soldiers, I had more of a problem with Jake because he's our character that we're following. I cut a lot of stuff out that was mostly gun-oriented. There you fucking have it. Cameron's comments in large part come from the fact that he has moved away from the United States, away from Canada, and has settled in New Zealand, which has a very different outlook on gun control, much like Australia in fact. And if you will recall, without going into too much detail here, there was a horrible tragedy in New Zealand back in 2019 involving gun violence, at which point their gun laws were heavily overhauled. Australia did much the same thing back in 1996 after a similar tragedy. Look, the point I'm trying to get at is, again, you don't have to agree with Cameron's stance on gun violence, but it's important to note that much like Cameron's hippie stance on the environment, it comes from a genuine place. It's not trying to be woke. It's a simple change of perspective based on real-life events, culture, and personal experience. Now, regarding Cameron's specific quote saying that he wouldn't make the Terminator films the same way in the current year because of its emphasis on gun violence, well, this is only one aspect of Cameron's earlier work that he would change if he could, given how he's changed over the years. To show you what I mean, here's another small clip from James Cameron's masterclass.
There are a few extra stars in the number of states, because presumably America is a colonial superpower in this imagined future. But we never say it in dialogue. They're just the colonial Marines. And at the time, I didn't really know any Marines personally. I didn't know their ethos. Later on in my life, my younger brother would join the Marines, serve for 6 years, and I learned a whole new appreciation and respect for the U.S. Marine Corps, and I actually wouldn't make this movie this way now because of what I know about the U.S. Marines. But every filmmaker evolves. They learn, they observe life, and sometimes their opinions on things change.
The Colonial Marines are some of the most beloved and quotable characters in sci-fi, and yet James Cameron wouldn't portray them in the same way after his brother joined the US Marine Corps. Now, this is very similar to his stance on gun violence changing with time. As you can see with his stance on the Colonial Marines, it's not trying to virtue signal, nor is it woke. It's simply a change of perspective. With age comes wisdom, as the saying goes. And that's all this is. You can disagree with Cameron, and I certainly do in both of these instances. I'm very much a fan of the action gun violence and glorious shotgun twirling from Cameron's earlier movies, and the Colonial Marines are just so awesome as they were, but I'm not going to fault Cameron for simply having a change of heart. And the irony behind all this internet backlash he received for these remarks, much like the testosterone comment as we discussed earlier, Cameron never explicitly said he was against gun violence in his movies. He said he didn't want to fetishize gun violence, and he said this despite giving us the most action-heavy blockbuster involving guns in the entire year of 2022. So what exactly is the problem here? He said he didn't want to overemphasize gun violence, cool, but his actions tell us that the gun violence ain't going anywhere. He's still gonna make action movies, and there's still gonna be guns and action and violence, and that's just the way the game is played, with movies like Terminator, True Lies, Aliens, and Avatar. Bottom line, James Cameron wasn't trying to be woke with this comment. nor was he lacking self-awareness. He's fully aware of the hypocrisy, he simply acknowledges it, and like anyone else who looks back with the benefit of hindsight, would like to do things a little differently. Even if you disagree, and again, I certainly do, I think it's perfectly understandable when you consider where this newfound perspective is coming from. But now that brings me finally to the most propagated recent internet narrative surrounding James Cameron and Avatar: The Way of Water, which is the supposed $2 billion price tag. This was, and always will be some straight up bullshit. And what was worse is that most everyone who bought into this were the same people cucking to the Avatar bad bandwagon, and they leapt on this and were actively saying this movie was gonna flop and that nobody cares about a movie that came out 13 years ago and that Avatar 2 was going to be the biggest box office bomb of all time. Never forget. And for the millions of people out there like me who are actively anticipating the next chapter of the Avatar saga and James Cameron's theatrical return, savor this moment because it is going to be sweet.
Let all those who doubted us rue this day!
Firstly, James Cameron never said that Avatar 2 needed $2 billion to break even. Here is the actual quote. Cameron has been working on the movie since 2013. It was due out years ago in September, but still wasn't done. The Way of Water was expensive to make. How expensive? Very fucking expensive according to Cameron, who told me he'd informed the studio that the film represented, quote-unquote, the worst business case in movie history. In order to be profitable, he'd said, quote-unquote, you have to be the third or fourth highest grossing film in history. That's your threshold. That's your break even. As you can see, there was no $2 billion price tag mentioned at all. Secondly, James Cameron never specified whether he was talking about the domestic box office, pertaining only to the US, or the worldwide box office. Thirdly, since James Cameron filmed Avatar 2 and 3 at the same time, and the fact that Avatar 2: The Way of Water was split into two movies, James Cameron could have just as easily been talking about more than one of the Avatar sequels. Fourth, James Cameron would have had this conversation with the executives of 20th Century Fox between the years of 2010 and 2012, long before any of the major blockbusters pertaining to the MCU or Disney Star Wars had even come out yet. And that's not even counting all of the other billion-dollar box office breakers of the 2010s. And finally, James Cameron announced after Avatar 2, The Way of Water made over $1.5 billion that Avatar 2 had indeed made profit and that the sequels would be happening. Never, I repeat, never let all those who bought into this $2 billion farce and propagated it live this down. They were betting hard on this film failing, praying for its downfall. No cultural impact, they said. They were saying nobody was gonna care, they said. Imagine being so drunk on the internet Kool-Aid that you unironically thought nobody was going to care about the sequel to the highest grossing film of all time. Not to mention the fact that it was James Cameron's first fully involved production in 13 years. And the fact that millions of people were screaming, pleading even, for an epic sci-fi movie that wasn't another by-the-numbers fucking superhero film that has saturated the market to death at this point. Imagine being one of those warped internet fuckers who thought Avatar 2 was going to flop. Avatar 2 beat the highest grossing movie of 2022 inside of a month.
You don't make great stuff by creating what everyone wants. You make what people didn't even know that they wanted. And people still want it to flop, bro. This movie is the definition of hold up. Let him cook. Let Jimmy cook. This guy's a madman. Everyone is saying you can't have plans for 5 movies. Nobody even wants the second one. And he's like, by the way, I have plans for a 6th and a 7th one too. What? How is this not funny to you guys? If this joint is good and it blows up and it's like one of the biggest movies ever, I need y'all to remember that you said nobody wants this, all right? And I feel like this is gonna be revisionist history if this comes out and it does that. I was the one that wanted this and nobody stuck with me.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
Damn straight, you fucking tell him, dude.
I will fly with you.
Now, there's only a couple of things left that I wanted to discuss before wrapping this video up in a neat little bow, but before I do, if you're still here watching this video and taking the time to listen to what I've had to say thus far, I sincerely want to say thank you very much. I know this is a long discussion, a lot to process and digest, and it certainly took a lot of my time to put together. So the fact that you took the time to listen and absorb it all means the world to me, and I appreciate it. Now back to business. Throughout this video, I've made many comparisons between James Cameron and George Lucas, namely how they as filmmakers, not novelists, but filmmakers, both made sci-fi IPs on such an epic scale with enough lore and creativity to satisfy a fully fledged novel, without actually having been adapted from one, and managing to maintain sole authorship over that IP without studio micromanagement, which for a $200+ million movie pertaining to a sci-fi film saga, it's basically unheard of to satisfy all that criteria, and both James Cameron and George Lucas had to pioneer new technology in order to bring these dreams of theirs into reality. Now, there's many comparisons one could make between George Lucas and James Cameron, and I've certainly made a few. It's not exactly hard to do if you've done your research, but leave it to the fucking internet to make the most moronic, surface level, incorrect, and quite frankly, dumbest comparison between these two legends one could possibly make.
The problem with all this success is that eventually it can go to your head. With no one left who has the balls to call you out, challenge your ideas, or rein in your ego when you need it, you're free to be as impulsive, excessive, and self-indulgent as you like, and the quality of your creative output inevitably suffers. Just ask George Lucas.
Oh look, there's Drinker again.
Fuck you. In Cameron's case, the end result of this uncontrolled burst of ego-driven creativity was Avatar, the most successful bad movie ever made.
Yeah, based on what exactly? Well, nothing apparently, since we already went through that video. But in addition to constantly recycling his unfunny jokes, Drinker also decided to recycle this point in his Avatar 2 review, doubling down on it as if thinking to himself he'd finally discovered something clever, when A, as a creator himself, he should know better, and B, anyone who's done any measure of research on the matter would know he's talking entirely out of his arse.
I mean, I can't fault the amount of care and work that Cameron's obviously put into the technical aspects of Avatar 2. I just wish he'd put that same level of thought into the story and characters, especially when he had 13 years to do it. And more than that, I wish someone had been around to make him do it. The more I think about this film, the more I'm reminded of the Star Wars prequels, where George Lucas had unlimited creative and financial freedom to indulge all his worst excesses as a filmmaker, and everyone around him was too afraid to call him out on it. Avatar 2 suffers from a similar problem. It's what happens when a filmmaker is given too much time, too much money, and too much freedom, and it all starts to go to his head.
Yeah, I really wasn't joking when I said the misplaced and incredibly dumb fuckery of shit thrown at George Lucas was rearing its ugly head again at James Cameron. And of course, leave it to the ignorant, moronic, and misinformed masses to overlook the numerous accurate comparisons that one could make between George Lucas and James Cameron, and jump to the most outright stupid and inaccurate one that you could possibly levy to appease the mob of angry sheep who allowed it to propagate in the fucking first place, from an older generation of dumb shits.
The sheep, mere sheep.
And in case you couldn't tell, I've been building to this for the entirety of this 4-hour-long plus video. I wanted to lay the foundation before I discuss this point, which is another reason why I've gone on so many George Lucas tangents throughout. Now again, there are many factual comparisons one could make between George Lucas and James Cameron. The fact that they are both sci-fi movie-making pioneers, the fact that they both follow similar, not identical methods of collaboration for making movies, but indeed the process is very similar. More on that in just a bit. The fact that they are both experimental movie makers, the fact that they both value old-fashioned filmmaking, the fact that they both created their own extensive lore and sci-fi universes on a scale of sci-fi fantasy novels that is entirely native to the film medium. Both Cameron and Lucas, for the most part, write very simple stories, just told very well, and with a lot of very intentionally layered depth below the surface. They both also love to incorporate their own unique motifs in their movies, as well as echo and invert those motifs in all their other movies as well. They both make movies that base a lot of their internal logic on human history to provide a lens for humanity to reflect on the cycle of its own history. And most relevant to the discussion is the fact that they both fought tooth and nail against the system to make their films as true to their vision as was artistically possible without studio interference fucking up the production. You know, the kind of studio interference that people constantly complain that they wish wouldn't happen to movies that end up being ruined by them. The kind of detrimental studio interference that happens to 99% of movies nowadays. Yeah, that is what they fought against. And yet, once these same individuals are given movies that fit the criteria of the movie maker getting the final say on everything to do with the production and not the studio, if they just so happen to dislike the filmmaker or some of their recent works, then out of some sheer personal spite, these same dipshits will do a complete 180 and start saying these filmmakers, or more accurately, these creators of their own IPs have too much control over their own productions. And they'll mouth off with something akin to, gee, I wish there was someone who could keep these creators in check before they ruin their own movies. And that, dear viewer, is where we have a very big problem. Now, sometimes these individuals will say this because the movie in question is a downgrade in quality from the prequel that came before it. Other times they'll say it because they simply didn't get what they wanted, but when it comes to creators and their own IPs, this argument or lack thereof when it comes to control of the movie, novel, comic book, or whatever is an absolute non-starter. Before I move on, there's two very distinct differences between George Lucas and James Cameron that I'd like to point out just for reference sake here, because I'd like to quickly distinguish between the two. The first being that James Cameron self-admittedly has very mainstream taste. Like, he likes to see things in his movies that most people would want to see.
So is part of the challenge for you to make the 8 to 80 picture where you know, is that part of your thinking as you're writing this, as you're preparing for this and wanting to do this picture?
I don't kind of think in those terms like I'm going to try to pander to an audience.
Well, not pander, but to...
No, but I'm going to try to contour it for, let's say, an international audience,
right,
or a broad age group spectrum. I just make movies that I like, you know, personally, and I've got very kind of mainstream tastes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I think there was an effort made to not make it too violent, for example,
mm-hmm,
to not make it too gory, so that we could get a PG-13 rating.
Mm-hmm.
That seemed to make sense. It's just good business, but I also wanted to make a film that my kids could enjoy. Mm-hmm. So I didn't want to do a film like Aliens that was a gore fest,
mm-hmm,
you know. And so we didn't. And I think the film's got a lot of punch. You know, it really feels intense.
Yeah.
But it feels intense because of the fact that you care about the characters, because the action is unrelenting at times, and just because you feel the stakes of what's happening.
Which is one of the reasons why his movies are so financially successful. Whereas George Lucas, on the other hand, has much more eccentric and obscure taste, where he likes to make the movies he wants to see, and he's not so preoccupied with how many people his work resonates with, because it either resonates with people or it doesn't. Which is why, despite the overwhelming success of Star Wars, it's still very much a niche movie.
I haven't changed much over the years. It's funny, if you were to see all the films, you begin to see that there's a certain continuity of eccentric taste that flies through those movies.
How worried are you that the critics are not going to like this new movie?
Oh, I'm not worried at all. They haven't liked any of them, really. And they especially haven't liked the last two. So,
well, exactly.
Hey, you know, I mean, it can't get any worse.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, when they go after your writing, your directing, it has to hurt.
Oh, it always hurts.
It has to hurt.
It hurts a great deal. But part of making movies is you get attacked, and sometimes in very personal ways.
And this is why some people tend to comment on some of the strangeness in the dialogue of Star Wars. And when I say Star Wars, I mean the dialogue in all 6 of the Star Wars movies, because they were all made with the same taste in mind, and in the same way. Some people thought the dialogue was weird, and it is certainly a bit unusual, but this was entirely by design. It's dialogue that's native to the Star Wars IP, and George Lucas fully intended for it to fall in line with the genre he grew up and fell in love with, which was the 1930s serials he used to watch when he was a kid.
This whole aspect of the film, which is the mystery, is based really on a 1940s film noir, mystery, Maltese Falcon.
You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon?
All the great mystery movies of the 30s and 40s is the influence here. I wanted to have that kind of quality of one of those great Raymond Chandler mysteries. You got to remember that this whole series of films is based on a 30s genre. On a serial. The acting style is very much from the 30s. Conceptually, it's using the influence and the inspiration of the 30s films as its basis.
The style that I picked to tell them in is a style of a 1930s, Saturday matinee serial. So the acting style, the sets, everything in these are sort of done in the 30s, in the genre of movies in the 1930s. And this one, it gets a little film noir. We have a little bit of a, mystery and that sort of thing. But it's all done in that sort of era.
Not only was the dialogue and acting based off the 30s, but the dialogue was also written with narrative purpose in mind. The best example I can give is the "I don't like sand" quote from Attack of the Clones that people like to make fun of constantly and without end, without understanding its true purpose. They say it's a nonsensical, out-of-place line that's unintentionally hilarious, and the characters and or actors have zero chemistry with each other. And this has always been the hyper-focused go-to example, and it's always taken out of context. And this is done in an effort to try and smear George Lucas and his intentions. But you can make just about anything unintentionally hilarious when it's taken out of context. That's the whole fun behind why memes exist. But it's not supposed to be criticism that's meant to be taken seriously. The fact that it is just another example of what I said near the beginning of this video, which is the critics of George Lucas and the prequels fundamentally didn't understand the movies, and so propagated and regurgitated all of their shitty dumbass remarks into a narrative against the artist in question, again, that being George Lucas. When in actuality, like anything else, context is key, and in context, both Anakin and Padme are fish out of water in this scenario. This is what George Lucas himself describes as quote-unquote the awkward kiss in the Attack of the Clones audio commentary, meaning the lack of chemistry was absolutely by design. Also, the dialogue, which most idiots take at face value, isn't Anakin just talking about sand. It was a line of dialogue that was in fact set up by Padme, who's recalling her memories of growing up in basically what Anakin sees as a paradise land. She talks about how, in her youth, she and her friends would swim out to the islands offshore, and because of this, she goes on to talk about how much she loves the water.
We used to come here for school retreat. We would swim to that island every day. I loved the water. We used to lie out on the sand and let the sun dry us, and try to guess the names of the birds singing.
Anakin, mind you, was a slave who grew up on a desert shithole, remember? So when it's Padme who is the one who actually brings up sand in the first place, Anakin's dialogue basically just bounces off hers, and he goes on to talk about why, in fact, he hates sand. And without having to explicitly spell it out for us, he says this because he's reflecting on the depressing childhood he's had on Tatooine.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like here.
The dialogue is written this way to show how they're from two completely different worlds. Star-crossed lovers. Their love theme is even called Across the Stars, as I mentioned previously. And lastly, Anakin Skywalker is an awkward teenager who's been trained to suppress his emotions and lust his whole life. He's not James Bond, and Padme isn't a Bond girl. If the kiss scene went swimmingly smooth, that would actually go against both characters and their backstories. So yeah, that was a big in-universe reason for why the dialogue was written this way, because it's largely dictated by its narrative and character consistency. But from a design standpoint, like George Lucas said, it was heavily inspired by the 1930s serials, which he used as a baseline. He wanted to base Star Wars off that style of dialogue, and he did, but James Cameron doesn't operate that way. He's more of a commercial filmmaker.
Situations on
so
a global
you hope
scale.
that people who go in will be, I assume, and they are, I assume, will be entertained.
Absolutely. That's number one.
Number one.
Yes.
You are a commercial filmmaker. If anybody in the history of cinema has ever been a commercial filmmaker, you are the king.
You had to go there.
I did.
But both James Cameron and George Lucas do believe strongly in the authenticity of their work. Which is why, of course, for like 90% of the dialogue in Titanic, James Cameron wrote it for the era that the film took place in. And it just so happens that Titanic was a real historical event. It took place in our timeline as part of our history in the year 1912, which is tangible context from human history for why the characters speak and dress that way, which is why the dialogue doesn't feel out of place or unusual in Titanic.
Confronted with the wreck itself, the fact of it lying on the sea bottom created a sense for us collectively, certainly for me personally, that after that point, everything else had to live up to that level of authenticity. You know, I wanted the first class dinner to be very elegant and very correct for the times, the formality.
Start from the outside and work your way in.
And really just as deadly as watching paint dry. I mean, this is not a world you want Rose to live the rest of her life within.
Whereas Star Wars doesn't have that. It's completely fantasy. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, wherever the fuck that is. However, while its dialogue and acting was based on a very old genre, it was done so tastefully, and was kept consistent throughout all 6 movies. Which is why if you're not digesting the movie in bad faith, the dialogue and acting feels perfectly within universe and native to Star Wars. In other words, it would be more out of place if the dialogue and acting didn't stick to the formula George set up from A New Hope back in 1977. And that's perfectly evident when you see the cringy current year dialogue insertions of the Disney fan fictions that have been shoved into the IP.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
If you reach him, tell him Leia has an urgent message for him about his mother.
The second big difference between George Lucas and James Cameron is that James Cameron handles himself like an independent filmmaker, but strictly speaking here, he's really not all that much of an independent filmmaker because he still needs funding from the studios to make the movies he wants. He still needs to convince them to sign off on his movies. George Lucas, on the other hand, after the success of the first Star Wars film, became an entirely independent filmmaker. The biggest budget independent filmmaker of all time. Completely self-funded. Completely free of the Hollywood system, of corporatism, of external influence fucking with his movies. And going back to my previous point, that's why George Lucas was able to maintain his own continuity of taste whilst creating all 6 Star Wars films in his saga. Do you really think they would have allowed him to maintain the Star Wars style, as I call it, the campiness and melodramatic tone that was based on the 1930s serials he grew up with? Fuck no! They would have sucked the soul right out of those movies. And wouldn't you know it, that absolutely happened as soon as Star Wars, the most sought-after, successful, high-budget, and beloved independent film saga, fell back into the hands of a corporation that proceeded to do just that. And that leads us nicely to the point I'm getting at here, which is that George Lucas and James Cameron managed to tell those same corpos who screw up these productions to kindly fuck off and let them cook. Now, the quality of their movies varying with every release, well, that's just a part of fucking life. You win some, you lose some, as the saying goes. And that applies to every filmmaker. The thing is, George Lucas and James Cameron have scarcely failed in their careers, which, make no mistake, is the reason for each of their enormous success, respectively. But this also left a huge target on each of their backs for criticism and scrutiny. And when the loud vocal minority of people didn't like their latest production, even though in most instances it was just a case of fundamentally misunderstanding the movies they were watching, or simply because they didn't get the movie they wanted, much like most, if not all, of the god-awful videos on the Star Wars prequels, and you bet your ass Drinker's abysmal review of Avatar, if you could even call it that, which we ripped apart earlier in this video. And because all of these bad faith interpretations of the cinematic works of both George Lucas and James Cameron, the internet, in its infinite lack of wisdom and insight, and in some manner of coping out of disdain for the creator, or to push an agenda of their own, love to frame this like these 2 high-budget successes and mostly independent filmmakers have too much control over their own productions. And thus, the stupid notion that George Lucas had too much control over Star Wars, his own fucking creation, and now people like Drinker and certain others on this platform, and in the media too, are making the same bottom of the barrel comparison to James fucking Cameron, saying he has too much control over Avatar and that's why those movies are supposedly garbage. And this is despite the fact that an author simply can't have too much control over their own creation. Like I said, it's a non-starter because they were the ones who bloody created it. Period! It's theirs! They own it! They decide how it's used! They know their universe better than anyone. Seriously, imagine two shitty authors walk into a pub. One author says to the other, you have too much control over your own book. Gee, you really should have people around to keep you in check. You can't do that stuff in your own novel. Like, could you imagine the nerve? The other author would rightly tell the instigating author, who lacks any and all self-awareness, to go get fucked. Because they should know better, being an author themselves. Now that being said, does this mean that authors and filmmakers can't be criticized, or that authors shouldn't listen to criticism or seek out collaborators?
No! Absolutely fucking not.
Of course you can and should criticize them if they are indeed valid criticisms. You cannot, however, tell them that what they are doing is wrong because they're making a chocolate cake and you wanted it to be a strawberry one. If you're going to use a cooking analogy here, constructive criticism should help improve the recipe for what the author wants. It should not change it into what the critic wants.
Did you not say ever to yourself, well, maybe they had a point with this or with that?
The point is, it's like if you paint your house white and somebody comes along, well, that should be a greenhouse. Well, fine, but I wanted to paint it white. I don't think there's anything wrong with painting it white. I don't think there's anything wrong with me for painting it white. Maybe it should be a greenhouse. But I didn't want it to be a greenhouse. I wanted it to be a White House.
The reason George Lucas used the color analogy here is because he's referring to the criticism that was trying to get him to turn his story into something it wasn't. Hence why he didn't concern himself with it. Because it, at least for the most part, wasn't constructive. It would take entirely too long for me to list every bad faith criticism levied against the prequels that demanded fundamental changes instead of simple story improvements. The best example I can give is the critics saying that Anakin Skywalker shouldn't have been portrayed as a 9-year-old kid. And this criticism largely stems from the fact that these critics simply didn't want to see their precious Darth Vader as an innocent child instead of the edgy badass that he is in the original trilogy. That in their eyes, Darth Vader always was. The other side of that argument that people levy against Lucas is that Anakin should have been an older teenager from the beginning, so that he was more dark and disturbed when Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan found him, giving him a larger predisposition to turn evil, and also to make the romance with Padme more believable as well. But that would fundamentally defeat the purpose of the story, which is to show how a good-natured, innocent young boy can fall victim to the dark side and ultimately become the biggest villain in the galaxy. That's the story of the prequels. So starting off the prequels with Anakin a bit older and with a stronger predisposition for turning evil wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense for the story. Not to mention these same critics called the Jedi stupid because they allowed Anakin to train despite his predisposition for attachment. And there's a good reason behind that also, because it was more like Obi-Wan basically coerced them into letting him train as a Jedi. But Anakin being older and having a stronger predisposition for turning evil would certainly make the Jedi look even more incompetent now, wouldn't it? Hence why the idea was that Anakin is older than he should be, possessing only faint traces of personality traits unbecoming of a Jedi, but still seems like a relatively normal, ordinary Jedi candidate. Again, apart from his age. And it only becomes apparent how these predispositions have affected him when we see him as a 19-year-old in Attack of the Clones, and by then it's too late. And it's also in Attack of the Clones where Anakin is 19 and Padme is 24, do we actually see the two of them fall in love with each other, which renders the whole romance argument for fundamentally changing Anakin from the very beginning to be quite pointless, since their relationship was entirely platonic in The Phantom Menace because both of them were children. Padme, of course, being the older and obviously the more mature person between the two of them. But see, changing Anakin into an older teenager would fundamentally change the story that Lucas was trying to tell. That criticism doesn't help Lucas achieve his goal. Not even close. Hence, it's not constructive, it's just changing it to their likings instead of his. But this also gets more extreme. Some people criticize Lucas for even making The Phantom Menace because they think it's an entirely skippable Star Wars movie.
Most people agree that the biggest problem here is that you can just delete this whole movie from the trilogy and it changes nothing. A lot of Star Wars viewing guides actually recommend that you just don't watch this movie. How sad is that?
And you wonder why I say the majority of these fuckheads get most of their criticisms wrong about the prequels. Hell, some other people say the prequels should have just been the Clone Wars in its entirety, where Anakin and Obi-Wan were already Jedi Knights and comrades. But again, that's completely changing the recipe, completely changing the story to what the critic wants, and it's not in the slightest bit constructive. It's basically them taking the artistic reins, and if it's not done their way, they throw a fit about it. Another, this time smaller example is when Chris Stuckman outlined what the introduction for the Star Wars villain Count Dooku should have been.
We meet Count Dooku. Now, this should have been a very dark and scary experience. Instead, we get this older gentleman sitting behind a table talking to people. That's Count Dooku. He's just like this cool guy who's a nice older man, looks handsome, you know, behind the table, talking. That's Count Dooku.
Basically, Chris Stuckman is saying Lucas bad and movie bad because they didn't introduce the character the way he would have introduced the character. And the way he describes it, he's referring to the introduction of Darth Maul or the Emperor, a very dark and scary reveal. But he completely misses the point of what Count Dooku's character is and fundamentally wants it changed to suit his liking. Unfortunately for him, Count Dooku isn't your run-of-the-mill evil bad guy. He's far more cunning and nuanced than that. He's a former Jedi and a political idealist who's joined the dark side, so it makes sense to introduce him in his element while he's negotiating and plotting with the Separatist Alliance.
I think that Count Dooku was behind it.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer.
You know, milady, Count Dooku was once a Jedi.
We meet Count Dooku. Now, this should have been a very dark and scary experience. And
it's not in his character.
But I didn't want it to be a greenhouse. I wanted it to be a White House.
Simply put, when it comes to the artist and their creation, telling them to improve the story to your liking instead of how to better achieve their vision isn't constructive. And a creator ignoring those kinds of criticisms isn't them having too much control or freedom over their creation. That's completely absurd. In other words, if Avatar wants to be a going native story, cool. By all means, criticize James Cameron on how to best achieve that. But just for argument's sake here, saying Avatar is shit because it's not a survival movie like Aliens, or because it doesn't have enough in-universe politics that paint the humans in shades of grey, something to note is how much a creator decides to indulge in collaboration or listen to criticism of their work is entirely at their discretion. It's not a question of control, because that's incredibly stupid, and comes from a place of sheer entitlement from an armchair reviewer with zero actual insight, making unfounded assertions from the outside looking in. It's simply a question of the author's humility and willingness to collaborate. And I'm here to tell you that this notion about George Lucas being surrounded by quote-unquote yes men and never listening to other people's ideas around him and never being challenged on his own ideas is based completely on a lie, as is the same notion applied to James Cameron. And when it comes to James Cameron, you'd be surprised how off-base this assertion actually is, that he doesn't listen to his collaborators. I already went into extreme depth as to how the collaboration between James Cameron and James Horner worked during the musical scoring for Avatar. I'll get back to Cameron in a few moments. But contrary to the BS spun on the internet, George Lucas for the entirety of his filmmaking career was not only a huge collaborator, as you can see from the Star Wars Archives book, which was written by Paul Duncan, who had interviewed both George Lucas and his collaborators, who worked on the prequels as well as the original trilogy, and has sounded off long and loud in the book, on Twitter, and elsewhere about how all 6 Star Wars movies were made the same way, and that George was always a gracious collaborator and always looked to other people for their ideas and always sought help to polish his work.
No, I'm sure they do. I think a lot of people have really wanted something like this for, I mean, your first book too, but for the prequels especially, people have really wanted something that's a really, nice, just that they get the respect of like the deluxe treatment,
Well, I think it's only right and fair and fitting. This is fantastic work. I mean, and Doug Chiang, Ryan Church, and others, have said that this is they feel that George got the best work out of them. That was a fantastic collaboration between everybody, because you've got to remember George, even though he's quite shy and reticent in certain ways, he's always thinking, and he would be giving Doug and Ryan and Eric and everybody else, he would give them like little ideas or little trails to go off on, and they could completely explore. They had complete freedom to take their minds wherever they wanted, because that's what George wanted. He wanted their input, he wanted their ideas, and I think it's great, because he had that collaboration with Joe Johnston and Ralph McQuarrie previously on the first trilogy, and others. I'm not just saying those people, but everybody who was involved, and George, really appreciated that, and the VFX people, who all had ideas, and they all had their own style or imprint in everything that they did. And what George was great about was being able to spot what was great and what fitted into his overall view, and direct them, slowly corral them into that place where they could produce something that was very close to the end.
As well as the making of Star Wars documentaries. But just about any book on Star Wars written by the late great J.W. Rinsler will go into great depth as to what a gracious collaborator George actually was. And unlike the mass speculation from pseudo-intellectuals online, J.W. Rinsler is someone who actually has first-hand knowledge of what happened behind the scenes on Star Wars, and actually observed George Lucas in his element while he was on the Star Wars set.
This brings me to another anti-Lucas myth that's propagated on the internet. At least I believe it's a myth. That being that he surrounded himself with yes men, and that like nobody ever challenged any of his opinions or viewpoints on set.
So that's a red letter media thing that you guys were terrified to talk back to him and that he wouldn't listen to you. What would you say about that?
Well, on any set, the director is the boss, right? And you can't make a movie if you start arguing with the director about what he's supposed to be doing, you'll be fired instantly. 9 times out of 10, unless there's a really good reason for it. So some directors are more collaborative on set. They want to get ideas. Robert Altman is famous for that. But I saw when I was different. But George is just basically has his own style on set, but certainly people could make suggestions. There was no autocratic. I mean, I was there for a month on episode 3 and for all of the pickups. There certainly wasn't autocratic. If somebody had a suggestion, the actors, could make it. And then of course, during the whole lead up to filming on episode 3, the artists were doing nothing but making suggestions. That's what concept art is. It was thousands and thousands of suggestions. And of course, George said, he would say, I need this for next week, but it was very broad. They could, like when they said, he said, I need an iconic villain. You're probably reading that.
I was just reading that yesterday, actually, about General Grievous.
Yeah. So iconic villain is pretty open. And there were all kinds of different kinds of villains that they did. And that's, you can see them in the Art of Episode 3 book. And of course, George picks one, and then they refine and they refine and they refine, and it goes in different things happen. But it's all collaborative. All of it's collaborative.
And finally, contrary to what people think about George Lucas on the Star Wars prequels supposedly never being challenged on his ideas,
the more I think about this film, the more I'm reminded of the Star Wars prequels, where George Lucas had unlimited creative and financial freedom to indulge all his worst excesses as a filmmaker, and everyone around him was too afraid to call him out on it.
Anybody else's bullshit detector just go off?
Like I said, that's a complete fucking lie. In fact, George was challenged on his ideas so much that when he brought in Steven Spielberg to, again, collaborate on Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, he'd often have to tell his staff that his assistant director, again, that being Spielberg, was adamant about certain ideas so that they wouldn't question him, because they had such deep respect and admiration for Steven Spielberg. Whereas if George proposed the idea, they'd fight him tooth and nail every step of the way, and George didn't want that because sometimes he just wanted his ideas to get across without being argued against for once.
Steven Spielberg was helping me with the previs, and I was always throwing all of the weight of the problems onto Steven by saying, well, the director wants this and the director wants that. And, whenever there was something that was going to cause trouble for somebody, I just blame it on Steven, because if I said I wanted this, and they'd start to argue about it, but I just say Steve wants this, and then they wouldn't moan and groan quite as much. Our director's come up with a really good idea, which I think we'll probably use. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this, but what he wants to do, probably here is one of the best places. If they get down to the end and it breaks off so that it goes and it lands in a river of lava, and they're on it. But he wanted to do something, sort of up here somewhere, where one of those big spurts go up, and they jump under a ledge, and the whole thing sort of rains next to them. So you'd shoot them, and then you'd have this whole screen of embers and stuff flying down and bouncing off and catching on fire.
That's a nice little route.
Yeah, that's why I hired him. For God's sake, the guy's good.
And so really, George is a complete auteur, and should be recognised as such, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But also willing to collaborate, like you were just saying, because that's one of the crazy things I always see from people that don't like the prequels or don't like Lucas, is they have this idea that he was surrounded by yes men and that all his coworkers were afraid of him. I asked Rinsler about that, and he just started laughing, because Rinsler actually worked with him for years. Sure. But if you actually talk to anybody that works
the same, I think that's I asked something like that, I think, to Doug or I think some others as well. I think it was Doug who said, Doug Chang, he says, people only said yes when the cameras were on.
Right. And they just said, especially the art department, they just say it was open season. We could do anything. It was the most creative job they ever had, Yeah,
again, it's marketing,
Right.
I mean, the reality of the situation is often different. So I'm trying to, in the books, I'm trying to give a more realistic view of it.
And the truth shall set you free! Now let's compare this to James Cameron. Much like George Lucas and the supposed yes man narrative that was completely fabricated by the internet, the whole James Cameron is a ruthless dictator on his productions, while not completely untrue, has been blown somewhat out of proportion. James Cameron has gone on record saying, and I will paraphrase here, that his temper on set had gotten the better of him at times, and he wasn't always the easiest to work with because he always put the movie first. Basically saying that he wasn't always what you would call a natural leader.
You do have to have a really strong personal ethos in the film business, because there is so much craziness and backstabbing, and fame is very fleeting and fickle and all those things. So ultimately, being a person of your word, I think, is really important, and that's what's really allowed me to accomplish a lot of what I've done.
There's famous stories about you being a very intense man on the set of a film. Are you still that way?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm pretty passionate about what I do, and I try to inspire the other people working with me to give 100%. But I think I've learned a lot from the expedition films that I made about kind of leadership and how you have to be with people, and deriding them doesn't work. Mm-hmm. And the occasional times when I lapse back to that old behavior pattern, I'll apologize and say, look, I really value what you're doing and all that sort of thing. So you learn as you go along. I think I'm a good filmmaker, but I'm not a natural leader. I've had to teach myself that as I go along, because you are a leader when you're directing a movie. You're a leader. You're the captain of the ship, and everybody looks to you for some kind of guidance. And if you ever need proof of that, just get sick for one day and come back and see the chaos that ensues.
And we will come back to that in a few moments. But that being said, the internet just kind of took the ball and ran with it, and this has led to Cameron at times having to deny being as extreme as people make him out to be.
There is a reputation that you have of being unreasonable, difficult, obsessive. How true is this?
None of it's all lies.
It's all lies, people.
But let's just, for argument's sake, say that James Cameron was always a ruthless dictator on set and that he only became more of an arrogant, self-indulgent, micromanaging director over the years, and let's attach just for a moment the same baseless claim that YouTube's best and brightest attached to George Lucas, that James Cameron never listens to other people. No one can tell him no. He surrounds himself with yes men, and he doesn't listen to criticism, and there's no one to keep him in check when it comes to his Avatar movies. God, just repeating that nonsense makes me want to vomit. Because this is the reason that Drinker is basing Cameron's supposed drop-off in quality as a director on with the Avatar films. Just like George Lucas with the Star Wars prequels. Blah, blah, blah. Now, I've already torn the George Lucas yes man narrative to shreds, and to all those who still want to propagate it, keep telling yourself whatever you like to sleep well at night, you chumps. You can only lie to yourselves for so fucking long. But regarding to James Cameron, if you want to apply the same narrative because you don't like Avatar, there's just one teeny tiny problem with that. You see, James Cameron, if anything, has opened himself up to collaboration. More! Not less.
If I had known when I started out what I know now, of course I would have done a lot of things differently, but I think my films would have been slightly different, but not that much. What I would have done differently is I would have respected all the craftspeople around me more. I would have learned the leadership lessons earlier. And I think that that's something hopefully that I can impart in this class. The importance of the role of leader of a group. It's not dictator, and it's a very collaborative medium. And your film will benefit from that collaboration.
What's so hilarious about this is that people like Drink are saying that James Cameron lost his way with the Avatar films, and yet he's actually now more collaborative than he ever was. This is basically what he was talking about with the testosterone comment that we addressed before. He's mellowed the fuck out over the years. He's no longer so much the my way or the highway kind of guy, or runs his movie sets like a totalitarian dictator. Even though I personally think that's the reason why his movies were so good in the first place, and even though it's arguable whether he was as bad on set as the internet made him out to be, but again, according to the internet's infinite lack of wisdom, James Cameron has too much control over his films, and that's why the Avatar movies apparently suck. In actuality, and going by their own logic here, and with any measure of research on the subject, it's precisely the opposite. Sure, James Cameron still has no problem telling studio executives to piss off when it comes to keeping certain scenes in that he wants, like the flying scenes in the first Avatar, which, if 20th Century Fox got their way, would have been completely cut from the movie.
When Avatar was almost done, and they were complaining about the flying scenes. Why does this flying scene go on so long? You've already proved the point. It doesn't advance the narrative. It doesn't advance the character. I said, you're right on every count. You've ticked every box like a good studio executive. But guess what? I want to see it. And I extrapolate from that, and Stanley Kubrick was a firm proponent of this principle. If I want to see it, my cognitive leap is there are going to be lots of people that want to see it and want to see it for itself, not for its purpose. Right? Because there is a purpose to the things you want to see. The purpose is to be present, to be in that world, to be enjoying what's happening, to sustain a feeling. So those flying scenes actually did have a big purpose. That's when Jake and Neytiri fell in love. And I got into a big fight with the studio over that. And I'd like to say, fortunately, I prevailed because I love those flying scenes. They're great. But life is a whole lot easier if you can actually dig deep and examine why you've made a decision or why you have that instinct. Because it's going to cost somebody else a bunch of money to follow up on that instinct.
But I can point to many, many more examples where James Cameron listened and conceded to people around him collaborating on his productions. I already went into great depth about the back and forth with him and James Horner on Avatar's music, how it was James Horner who pushed for more emphasis on Avatar's love story?
I would say so many of the processes on this film were evolutionary. James would go off and he'd compose some stuff to templates of scenes, and then I'd get the music. Scenes would still be changing, the cut would be changing, and I'd put the music in, shift it around sometimes, say, hey, what about this? He'd say, oh yeah, that's great. He'd actually orchestrate it to fit more my cut of his sketches. So it was a very give and take process.
In James Cameron's own words, he basically let Robert Rodriguez have complete freedom to direct Alita Battle Angel the way he wanted to, despite the fact that Cameron, in his spare time, had been trying to put a script together for the film for over a decade by that point.
And that's the thing, you're so passionate about your projects. Was it hard to give up the reins a little bit? No, like you keep on checking in?
No, not at all. And it wasn't a check-in kind of deal. I mean, it was a collaboration. He and I worked very closely through pre-production, costume design, designing the characters, casting, of course, very, very important, and writing, fine-tuning, which he and I did together. But from the split second the shooting started on his set down in Austin, I didn't show up at all. I wanted to make sure that the cast and crew understood it was Robert's movie. I wasn't hovering in the wings, second-guessing everything. It was his movie, and I told him it was his movie.
Hell, going back to Titanic...
Are you ready to go back to Titanic?
James Cameron discusses working with Kate Winslet on one particular scene between her and Billy Zane.
I mean, a really good example that I think really added value to a particular scene in Titanic, we were rehearsing the scene where Cal, her fiancé, grabs her arm and tries to drag her aboard the lifeboat, tries to control her, not listen to her as usual. And the way I had written it, she pulls a hat pin out of her hair and sticks him in the arm, forcing him to release her. And she runs away into the crowd. But then, we were talking about the hat pin, and Kate said, well, why don't I just spit in his face? And it was so brilliant. I don't even think she realized how brilliant it was, because it was a callback to a previous scene. The scene in the film where Jack, Leonardo's character, teaches her how to spit like a man. So it was a perfect closure of the ellipse. It was something Jack taught her how to do. And she used it in that moment to end the relationship, or at least she thought so, with Cal.
James Cameron not only collaborated with his actors and took feedback from them, but also other filmmakers who would come by to see Avatar while it was being made, including but not limited to James Cameron's ex-wife, Catherine Bigelow, who made the Oscar-winning movie The Hurt Locker, which actually beat Avatar that year for Best Film at the Oscars. Not that I give two shits about the Oscars, but Catherine Bigelow, ex-wife to James Cameron's friend and colleague, went to watch screenings of Avatar several times and gave James Cameron notes on what she thought of the film and where he could maybe improve it, and he would return the favor and give her feedback on The Hurt Locker. And so the two of them would collaborate together to make the best movies possible, respectively.
What do you make of this competition between you and Catherine Bigelow? Two very different people who married, but more than that, two people who share this sense of wanting to be good filmmakers.
Yeah. I think we're really not that different in so many ways, and we know that about each other, that we're both dedicated to the craft, and for both of us, it's very much about the work and about a total consuming passion for filmmaking. And I think that's what drew us together, is that each respected the other's passion and craft and so on. Plus, she was gorgeous. Is gorgeous.
She is that.
But it's not real. In our minds, it's not a competition. That's a narrative that's imposed by others, because it makes a good story. We're so celebratory of each other's work, and we've remained. I produced two of her films, one of which I wrote and produced.
Right.
Wrote it with Jay Cox.
Right.
After we were divorced, and so we've worked together, and we've been supportive colleagues. She saw Avatar 5 times at different stages of its development, from very crude.
You would go show it to her and say, "Tell me what you think."
Yeah, she'd come over and tirelessly come over, watch the film. This is over a period of 6 or 8 months, and give me notes. And even Mark Bohl, who wrote Hurt Locker, came and gave them very good notes, very helpful notes. And they had shared Hurt Locker with me earlier on.
Right.
And my note was very simple. Don't change a damn thing. Because they showed it to me fairly late in the process because I had been shooting.
Right.
And I said, don't change a damn thing. This thing is great. And they were, of course, very
Why
nervous.
is it so great, you think?
I think just because it's consummately good filmmaking. Excuse me. Consummately good filmmaking. I mean, you are in those guys' shoes.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you're there. I mean, I've been at screenings and watched people literally sit on the edge of their seat. Literally. I mean, you hear that expression all the time. Literally sit forward for the entire movie, hands clenched like this. It's that tight. It's that taut, And for her to, I mean, she's outgunned the guys, definitely. And of course,
you're not surprised by that.
Not at all, because she's always done that. But it's the recognition, finally the recognition catching up with the scope of her talent.
Finally, and most recently, in fact, after the release of Avatar: The Way of Water, James Cameron and longtime producer John Landau held a focus group feedback screening of Avatar's sequel to get constructive criticism and feedback from actual fans of the movie and the Avatar franchise with the most sincere experience of seeing the films. Because they'd sure as shit have more to offer than the detractors spouting off such insightful takes as Dances with Smurfs and Pocahontas in Space.
Now, I'm hoping that we won't need the mics too much. It's funny, we threw Eric such a swerve backstage. We said, no chairs, we're not going to do the usual Q&A. We want to find out what you guys are thinking, what you're feeling, and kind of treat this more like a focus group. So even folks in the back, just because you might not be able to hear what some people are saying down here, because we don't have mics for everybody, you might want to move down just to kind of even just hear better. So the idea here is we're just going to talk. We want to hear what you have to say. We've been doing these Q&As. We just blah blah blah. And I kind of always, I wonder what's on your minds. And so typically when you do when you're finishing a movie, you do a recruited sneak screening, and people come to it, and then they kind of do a focus group, and then somebody kind of asks them stuff. Well, we want to do that, but with people that actually know the film and have seen the film, because in a way, you're the fans. You're the fans of this movie. So how many people have seen the film twice here tonight? It's like the vast majority. Right? Okay, so this is John and I dedicate ourselves to creating a great experience in the movie theater, and I think you can see the kind of work that we go to with the visual effects and with working with the actors and so on to do that. But this is something we've never done, which is how do we make the next film even better for the fans? You gotta talk to them, find out what's on your minds.
Now, with all that said,
let's watch my favorite part again, shall we?
The problem with all this success is that eventually it can go to your head, with no one left who has the balls to call you out, challenge your ideas, or rein in your ego when you need it. You're free to be as impulsive, excessive, and self-indulgent as you like, and the quality of your creative output inevitably suffers. Just ask George Lucas. In Cameron's case, the end result of this uncontrolled burst of ego-driven creativity was Avatar, the most successful bad movie ever made.
That's a good one.
So if it isn't clear enough already, this ridiculous notion that James Cameron and George Lucas were never challenged on their productions is false on so many levels. And what's most hilarious about this notion is that James Cameron is supposedly failing with Avatar because he doesn't collaborate or listen to people around him, doesn't even correctly line up with the narrative behind Avatar's supposed failure in the first place. That people like Drinker are propagating because James Cameron is actually less of a dictator now than he ever was. And if you think Avatar is failing, it actually goes entirely against your logic of James Cameron being too controlling, because James Cameron, by his own admission, is collaborating and listening to other people more than he ever has done before. For those of you still pointing and being like, see, he didn't listen to the Fox executives to take out the flying scene. Like, cling to that if you must. I mean, yeah, they're funding his movie, but their only interest is making the money back. They're not interested in what best serves the story. And James Cameron has every right as an artist to stand for his work. And it wasn't simply just James Cameron's way or the highway. James Cameron actually had a great point. Maybe the flying scenes were a little indulgent, but it does plenty for the characters and their relationship with the scenes included. But some people will twist and try to use that against the man, and this is the point I was getting at, to which is how much an artist or movie maker or writer or whatever seeks out constructive feedback for their work, if they are the creator of the IP, is 100% at their discretion. Now, if the artist is making a sequel to someone's work, like James Cameron did with Aliens, then sure, there is some ethical obligation to seek out the original creator's feedback and criticism to make sure you aren't disrespecting their work. Or, for example, if someone is adapting someone else's work from a novel series like Lord of the Rings, like Peter Jackson did, or undoubtedly a much, much better example would be the television series Game of Thrones and the latter half of the show, which was glaringly evident that the showrunners were not seeking out the author's feedback, which led to an end product that was beyond disrespectful. On those particular circumstances, sure, the author in question is absolutely obligated to seek out feedback and criticism because it's not their work, it's not their creation. They're adapting, they're continuing, but they didn't create it. The idea, the inception for the work did not come from them. It is not their IP. But again, if it's their IP, if it's their intellect, if it's their creation, if they are the author, the discussion surrounding control is irrelevant. And a lot of these remarks of entitlement originated from the worst parts of, again, the Star Wars fandom. Seriously, leave it to the internet to come up with the artist has quote-unquote too much ownership over the very art they create. The way this narrative first started is that it spawned from the entitlement of the degenerate Star Wars fanatics who treated the original trilogy like a religion, who felt they were the ones who should have been in control. Eventually, this hatred followed George Lucas to his newer movies, and everyone was trying to run him into the ground because he was supposedly doing it all wrong, because he wasn't doing it their way. And this got so wild that drove the original creator from his own franchise.
George Lucas raped our childhood. George Lucas raped our childhood. George Lucas raped our childhood.
You go to make a movie and all you do is get criticized, and people try to make decisions about what you're going to do before you do it. You know, it's not much fun, and you can't experiment. You can't do anything. You have to do it a certain way. I don't like that. I never did. I started out in experimental films, and I want to go back to experimental films. But of course, nobody wants to see experimental films.
They didn't just want control of what he was making. They wanted control of him. And wouldn't you know it, now those very same people with a functioning set of eyes, ears, and brain cell counts in the double digits is sorely missing him now. And now, in addition to the Avatar hatred, this very similar BS is being propagated by other demographics of moviegoers, not just detractors of James Cameron, understand, but also people who are disgruntled Terminator and Alien fans who felt a sense of entitlement to Cameron's work, and that Cameron, in their eyes, betrayed them because he left those beloved franchises behind, because he wanted to pursue his lifelong dream of quote-unquote Smurfs in space, as a lot of them like to call it. Most recently, these disgruntled fans of James Cameron's earlier work are very much angry that he's decided to keep working on the next 4 Avatar sequels instead of working on Alita Battle Angel 2. Now, you can frame it however you like, but these people are coming from a standpoint of nothing but sheer entitlement. They want Cameron to make the movies they want, and if he doesn't, they get salty, pure and simple, and this bleeds into a spiteful hatred of whatever else he makes that doesn't jive well with them. Just like George Lucas and the Star Wars prequels. And then these same people have the gall to say, oh, well, if only this creator didn't have all the control over his own production, why doesn't he have people to keep him in check? Because, you morons, he's the goddamn creator of the IP. For better or worse, it's not a question of control. The property originated from his own intellect. He is the creator. It would not exist without him. And just for the record, the creative ethics behind the ownership of an IP is not the same for a company that would, say, buy the IP from the original creator. If the creator owns it, if the creator is working on it, then it's not a question of control. It's a matter of ownership and the fact that the fucking idea came from his own head, and the very simple ethics that come with that have nothing to do with him having too much control. And yet these brats are unable to grasp that because this particular demographic of individuals, again, on yet another extreme side of the spectrum, is pathetically entitled. Well, that, or they're just incredibly stupid, regurgitating what other people say because of the internet climate. Movies are indeed collaborative efforts, but as I've stated, Avatar and Star Wars are in a very unique position in that the directors are also the creators. And George Lucas and James Cameron are undoubtedly the captains of their own ship, just like any other novelist, for example. And on that note, another excellent example that I can point to is George R.R. Martin, creator of A Song of Ice and Fire. Now, George R.R. Martin hasn't released a sequel to his A Song of Ice and Fire series in over a decade at this point. And while I certainly think he has some obligation to finish his work that's encapsulated so many fans and has made him a very wealthy individual, and while I'd wish he'd get a move on as much as the next person, I would never utter the phrase, George R.R. Martin has too much control over his own project, or gee, I wish George R.R. Martin wasn't surrounded by yes men and had people to keep his ideas in check, or anything akin to that, because that's the mentality of entitled fanboys who feel a sense of ownership over the artist and the art they make. Whether an artist keeps their promises, meets their deadlines, or seeks out constructive criticism is entirely at their discretion, as I've said, and I would argue that's one of the key differences between a good artist and a bad one. But the point I'm getting at is the audience doesn't get to dictate what an artist should do just because they didn't get what they want. They don't get to dictate how much criticism the artist should seek out and take on board. And they don't get to assert that they didn't seek out or listen to criticism simply because they didn't like the movie the artist made. And more to the point, they don't get to say the artist has too much control when it's their fucking IP, because like it or not, it's their creation. And as I've ably demonstrated, both George Lucas and James Cameron both went out of their way to collaborate with their staff and seek out criticism. George Lucas was always challenged on his ideas, despite the internet narrative saying otherwise. And James Cameron, Mr. Ruthless Dictator himself, has by his own account opened up more and more to collaboration and constructive feedback in the decades since he started making movies. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying artists are perfect and that everything they do is golden. I'm not saying you can't criticize them, far from it, but there is a way to criticize them and point out the flaws in their work without resorting to these entitled remarks, or cooking up fucking fantasy narratives to serve your agenda. Or instead of whining about what you want and didn't get, or making up stories without anything to substantiate how artists don't listen to criticism or feedback, apparently. How about you actually try indulging the artist in good faith? That's the whole point of constructive criticism, is it not? To criticize in good faith? To criticize how the artist could achieve their vision and not yours?
We need to be a little more constructive here, okay?
Of course you could argue and criticize how the artist didn't achieve their intentions to the best effect that they could have achieved, and you can and should absolutely criticize their shortcomings based on their own film's internal logic, or inconsistent logic, but this also needs to be done in good faith. Otherwise you are going to get a chunk of stuff wrong about both the artist and the art in question, and it's this right here which is the biggest issue with how the majority of Avatar's detractors criticize the film. And right now this is in full swing with Avatar's sequel. Now, during this video, I've only spoken about Avatar 2: The Way of Water when it was absolutely necessary, because it pertained to current events happening with the media, or very sparingly made reference to it in order to comment on some of James Cameron's foresight to plan ahead with his Avatar saga. Now, I've gone on record saying I loved Avatar 2: The Way of Water. It's a great film, and it's my firm belief that the movie surpassed the original Avatar in some of its aspects, but on the whole, it didn't quite live up to the quality of the first Avatar installment, when you consider all its aspects. That said, I'm happy to say that since its release, Avatar: The Way of Water has received a mostly positive reception, and well-deservedly so. But there are genuinely valid criticisms one could make of Avatar 2, and I certainly have some criticisms myself. But despite some people doing a complete 180 on the Avatar franchise after seeing The Way of Water and realizing, hey, this isn't your typical Marvel schlock, it's a movie with actual depth and a passion project that's worth supporting.
I know, right?
However, it also admittedly still just didn't do it for some people, and I'm cool with that. Like I said, no one's forcing you to like Avatar. But then there's that very extreme side of the spectrum that I mentioned at the beginning of this video, including a select few on this platform still determined to burn Avatar and its sequel to the ground by any dishonest, disingenuous, or inaccurate means necessary. In other words, they have such a hate boner for James Cameron that they are willing to double, triple, or quadruple down on the anti-Avatar bandwagon of regurgitated shitty pseudo-critical sludge that we've discussed and torn apart at nauseam in this video. This time directed at the film's sequel, or these people simply dug themselves too deep in their trenches and now unfortunately feel like they have to die in them because they don't want to backpedal on the Avatar hate or simply feel as if they can't without discrediting themselves. And that's resulting in, again, a lot of really shitty criticism being levied at Avatar: The Way of Water. I don't have time to go through the entirety of moronic statements people have said about the Avatar sequel, but there's one in particular that I want to absolutely destroy, which is the criticism levied at the reincarnation of Colonel Quaritch, which some are truncating down to a universe-breaking retcon on the same level as, quote-unquote, somehow Palpatine returned.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Because, well, as I've spent the last 5 hours pointing out, is either because they have an agenda, a hate boner, or they simply don't have a brain. Oftentimes it's all three, so let's tackle this head on. Now, Colonel Quaritch's inclusion in Avatar 2 is undoubtedly a retcon. And yes, I personally think the primary reason for doing this was James Cameron simply being nepotistic with his actors. He's a fan of Stephen Lang and he wanted to keep him around. However, how does it work within the Avatar universe? That's the more pressing question. And to kick this off big, unlike The Rise of Skywalker and many other retcons of a similar nature, Avatar: The Way of Water and its prequel laid the groundwork for this turn of events to be not only feasible, but actually quite logical when you really think about it in the grand scheme of things. First, the obvious BS comparison between Quaritch and Palpatine is Quaritch didn't come back to life in the first place. He was reincarnated. There's a difference. Not only that, but he had an on-screen explanation for the events that transpired in order to make this happen.
So, see this? This is all your memories and your personality. We're going to send this back to Earth where you're growing in the lab as we speak. We're going to imprint you with it. And
Hey. Am I doing this or are you doing this?
Hurry it up.
Anyway, the idea is to get the minds of the saltiest on-world operators, like Corporal Wainfleet over there, and your humble narrator into recombinant bodies. Your recon now, Colonel, loaded with my memories and my charm. What you won't remember is my death, because it hasn't happened yet. And it ain't gonna.
Palpatine, or Disney's version of Palpatine, from The Rise of Skywalker, did come back to life, and the sum total of the explanation for it was this.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
Outside of the simple fact that they are both retcons, these two plot points aren't even remotely comparable. Let's start with the thinking of how bizarre it is that the RDA would plan to conveniently store Quaritch's consciousness so that they could just so happen to have a backup of him to put into the avatars that they just so happen to be already growing for him on Earth. Wow, isn't James Cameron just so stupid? How much plot convenience do you really want there, eh, Jimmy? Is what's being thrown around the internet, to which I say, bullshit. It makes all the sense in the world that the RDA would be growing avatar bodies for Quaritch and his most hardened squad members on Pandora. In fact, the reason that it was Quaritch's entire elite squad that got cloned and not just Quaritch himself shows that this was in fact a corporate move designed to weaponize the Avatar program. In the beginning, Quaritch and the RDA saw the Avatar program as nothing more than an annoyance that was impeding their progress on Pandora, a science experiment designed to appease the human rights organizations of Earth that the RDA weren't monsters just ravaging the planet and causing harm to its native inhabitants. The Avatar program was originally meant as a PR move to demonstrate an attempt on the RDA's behalf to mine the unobtainium in good faith and with the good graces of the natives of Pandora instead of just going in there and cleaning house.
The Avatar program is a bad joke. Bunch of limp-dick science majors.
But after the incredible success that Jake Sully had as a former Marine in an Avatar body, is it really all that surprising that the RDA would want to militarize it? Of course not. That is exactly the kind of thing a corporation like the RDA would do.
A recon gyrene in an Avatar body. That's a potent mix. Give me the goosebumps.
For our sins in our past life, we have been brought back in the form of our enemy. That gives us their size, their strength, their speed. And with our training, that's a pretty potent mix.
And it makes complete sense that they would choose the most experienced soldiers to make avatars for, given how the first Avatar established just how expensive these cross-gen bodies are to produce. It isn't as simple as magic hard drive personalities for endless super clones, understand. The Avatar bodies are not mass-produced, and their personalities were never planned to be used in the first place. The Avatar bodies were made for Colonel Quaritch and his squad to use them as they were always originally intended to be, which is as unmanned drones through a neural link. The plan was never to have Colonel Quaritch die along with the rest of his squad. I seriously don't know how this manages to go over some people's heads.
So, see this? This is all your memories and your personality. We're going to send this back to Earth where you're growing in a lab as we speak. We're going to imprint you with it.
Your recon now, Colonel, loaded with my memories and my charm. What you won't remember is my death, because it hasn't happened yet. And it ain't gonna.
But then these dimwits are all like, but why didn't the RDA use this with Thomas Sully? Doesn't this create a giant plot hole with the first Avatar? Look how much James Cameron doesn't understand his own universe. Wow, way to gloss right over your own fucking answer. Why the hell do you think the RDA backed up those memory drives of Quaritch and his squad's personalities in the first place?
Gee, let me think.
In 2 hours, I'll fly a mission against the Na'vi stronghold. Powers that be thought it prudent that I do this backup, just in case. And if you are watching it, well, it means that I did get my ticket punched.
Thomas Sully died in a completely random act of violence that nobody could have predicted. Whereas Colonel Quaritch and his squad were actually heading off to war.
In 2 hours, I'll fly a mission against the Na'vi stronghold.
In the most dangerous and hostile environment known to man.
Out there beyond that fence, every living thing that crawls, flies, or squats in the mud wants to kill you and eat your eyes for jujubes.
The RDA didn't just out of sheer coincidence back up the consciousness of Colonel Quaritch and his team. It was a precautionary measure after Thomas Sully's death. Remember, they lucked out with Jake Sully being a completely compatible twin that could actually link with the Avatar that they had already built.
Guy with a knife took all Tommy would ever be for the paper in his wallet.
Your brother represented a significant investment.
Well, actually, I thought we got lucky with him.
Lucky? How is this in any way lucky?
Well, lucky your guy had a twin brother, and lucky that brother wasn't some oral hygienist or something.
Without that, the RDA had just blown through billions of dollars with absolutely nothing to show for it. Other than a giant blue paperweight. Do you really think the RDA would risk that happening again? Absolutely not. That would be sheer incompetence on their behalf if they hadn't come up with a precautionary measure to prevent that in the future. And then we have the stupid criticism of, but Avatar bodies aren't meant to have consciousnesses implanted into them. They can only be linked artificially to the Avatar driver. Obviously, these people fell asleep during the final scene of the first Avatar movie, where Awa biologically transferred Jake Sully's consciousness into the Avatar permanently. Now, I know we aren't given a fucking essay on how humanity managed to accomplish the means of saving someone's consciousness onto a hard drive. We didn't get an essay about how the avatars worked either. We got some explanation, but it was mostly just they exist in this world. That said, given the technological prowess of humanity in the Avatar universe, I don't think this is much of a stretch at all to think that humanity would have this at their disposal. While it's true that the reason this wasn't showcased in the first Avatar is because the script hadn't been written for the sequel yet. So yes, no one's denying that it's a retcon. But the more important in-universe reason is that it wasn't ever really needed to be mentioned anyway, hence why it's not really a contradiction at all. And again, I explained that Thomas Sully's tragic death was completely unpredictable. As far as we know, he is the first Avatar candidate to be unceremoniously killed like that, and so would have been the catalyst for the RDA putting this technology into action in order to protect their investments. What I'm trying to get across here is that even though there wasn't any backstory to how this technology came into play, even though this technology was never mentioned before, it's still perfectly feasible that humanity could have achieved it in the Avatar universe when you consider how much else they've achieved. They've mastered space travel, cloning, cross-species genetics, mech suits, etc., etc. If they can upload someone's consciousness into a living, breathing body, a remote control avatar, well, what's to stop them from doing the same thing with a hard drive? Avatar: The Way of Water's script would have certainly benefited from a few additional lines that provided some details for how this technology existed, but I'm simply outlining that at the same time the film doesn't really need one because this technology was being introduced to us when it was relevant. And the film demonstrated to us how it worked through the natural fluidity of the script, without it never really being needed in the Avatar timeline in the manner that it was used before. And no, they couldn't have used the technology to save the lives of their soldiers on Pandora, because A, they would need a body to put the consciousness in, B, the Avatar bodies are again insanely expensive, and C, even if they could put a consciousness into a cloned human body, I'd imagine that would still be absurdly expensive, especially for regular hired guns for the RDA.
They can fix a spinal if you got the money, but not on vet benefits, not in this economy. A VA check and $12 will get you a cup of coffee.
If it's that expensive to fix a debilitating spinal injury, how much do you think it would have cost for a whole nother human body? And clone a consciousness which would then be inserted into said body. Furthermore, why would an RDA employee invest in this if they aren't even going to be alive to reap the benefits from it? The answer is they wouldn't. Only the RDA corporation who could benefit from this would reincarnate their hired soldiers into cloned human bodies that they could then put to use. And furthermore, why would the RDA spend money on this unless it was going to gain them something that would match their investment? Or, better put, further their investments in a meaningful way that would actually save them money instead of them spending it. Like the Avatar recombinants in Avatar: The Way of Water, they actually serve a functional purpose. They can move around freely in Pandora. They can blend in better with the environment. They can blend in better with the Na'vi. These bodies have been tailor-conditioned to survive in Pandora. Militarizing that seems like a perfectly feasible and practical corporate decision. Just reincarnating regular humans really wouldn't make much sense unless that particular human was so valuable it would match their investment. Right, now, after all that, the point I'm trying to make is this. Something that everyone of Avatar's detractors is getting wrong, and much like a lot of the shitty, inaccurate, and moronic narratives and statements spouted about the first Avatar that we've discussed ad nauseum, this is yet another bullshit criticism and false statement about Avatar: The Way of Water's quality, which they are already starting to propagate en masse and feel easily impressionable people
The sheep, mere sheep.
with this garbage, and thus the cycle continues on and on. And this is exactly what happened with the Star Wars prequels. It was critiqued by an entire generation of morons in bad faith, and those garbage, inaccurate, and straight up incorrect and intentionally deceptive criticisms, if you could even call them that, made the rounds on the internet for the longest time and has only recently started to subside because people who are actually digesting the prequels in good faith and making actually accurate and insightful critiques on the prequels are starting to wash away the filth that preceded it. So I implore you, dear viewer, please, for the love of all common sense, ask yourselves if these Avatar detractors and or critics, again, if you can even call them that, if they are claiming that James Cameron's Blue People movies are dumpster fires of shit, and the majority of their reasoning is based on getting something as relatively simple and straightforward as the in-universe reasoning behind Quaritch's reincarnation completely wrong, instead choosing to truncate it down to the level of writing from the Disney sequel trilogy, because yes, some of them are so pathetic that they would actually stoop that low.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
If these people are ignoring the in-universe timeline of events, as well as the practicality and nuance behind this plot point to instead truncate it down to a completely false equivalence with nothing but surface-level insights or lack thereof based solely on an observation pertaining to the meta, just ask yourselves, what else are they getting wrong? How much are they getting wrong? And where does this hatred stem from if it's based on aspects of James Cameron and Avatar that are fundamentally wrong? James Cameron retconned a character. Okay, so instead of actually understanding why this was actually an in-universe practical move on behalf of the in-universe characters and or factions that, while not explicitly shown in its entirety on screen, or referenced in the first film for that matter, is yet only supported by the timeline of events and the shortcomings of in-universe decisions made by the same faction in the previous film. Are these people actually going to do a deep dive and good faith analysis if this retcon has some actual substance behind it? Nope, let's just compare it to arguably the worst retcon in history and point and laugh, because fuck Avatar, give me my anti-blue people clicks. Seriously, what the fuck is this shit show of an online culture turning into? Again, for the most part, this critique culture, if you could even call it that, levying this really weird hate boner against Avatar and James Cameron, it's based on bullshit, quite frankly, and that's the crux of the issue when it comes to the hatred of both James Cameron and the Avatar franchise, and what the purpose of this 5-hour-long video was designed to correct. Not the hatred itself, but what it is, was, and has always been based on. Misunderstandings, misinformation, and deceptive, spiteful agendas. On that note, I think it's time to bring this all full circle and finally conclude this video. Now, this video was never intended as a you must like Avatar video, or if you don't like Avatar or James Cameron, you're this or that. Like I said, its intentions were to set the record straight about not just the movie itself, but also its creator, James Cameron. I think it's undeniable that there's certainly an agenda at play, again, not just with the media who despise James Cameron and have wanted him to fail ever since Titanic, but also certain YouTubers as well, those of which who are just chiming in on the action and regurgitating certain narratives for clicks. However, some of his detractors propagate these narratives and try to burn him to the ground by any and all means necessary. And as I stated earlier in this video, it's quite honestly baffling where this comes from. Of course, there are people who simply don't like Avatar and don't care for James Cameron anyway, and are apathetic towards the Avatar franchise, and I don't have a problem with that.
The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference.
What honestly baffles me is this weird vitriolic hatred that rests on a very extreme side of the spectrum. People who want Avatar to fail because they want James Cameron to fail, which just so happens to be the loudest vocal minority on the internet in the climate surrounding Avatar. And this exists from many different perspectives, which is why I tried to label as many different demographics as I could for the most extreme of Avatar's detractors, because I didn't want to just lump everyone who dislikes the franchise into one big group, because that would be both very inaccurate and completely disingenuous. And when it comes to those certain demographics on the extreme end of the spectrum, and I'm not going to mince words here, some of these detractors are just sheep following the herd because their favorite influencers or creator says that Avatar is bad and James Cameron sucks, simply because they hate the man and his Blue People movie with an absolute passion, without much substantiation or argumentation, and so the audience just nods their head and agrees without questioning what the hatred and those criticisms are based on. Which again, as I've spent hours demonstrating at this point, is for the most part based on, quite frankly, jack shit. But again, these particular individuals are sheep, so they'll believe whatever comes out of their senpai's mouth, because they're supposedly in the know about what an awful movie Avatar is, and because they're passionate haters of such an awful movie. Despite the fact that, again, considering what that supposed passionate hatred stems from, and how many of those points are propagated and regurgitated from other people and not coming straight from the heart, so to speak, leaves me inclined to say that passionate hatred which they supposedly feel for Avatar, that's coming from these certain individuals, is also completely fabricated to appeal to the quote-unquote current thing of what's popular to shit on for clicks on this platform. Because make no mistake, a large portion of these creators and influencers are absolutely also fucking sheep.
The sheep, mere sheep.
And if they weren't, they wouldn't be regurgitating incorrect or moronic and weak source criticisms of Avatar. They would instead be coming up with their own in order to prove their point, and they would do so in a manner that wasn't contrived or having to resort to pedantry and passing it off as insight. Because make no mistake, and I cannot stress this enough, providing insightful criticisms and being insufferably pedantic in order to grasp at straws are two very different things. Back to the demographics in question of these extremely vitriolic Avatar detractors that I was talking about, they fall into a number of different categories, including but not limited to individuals who don't like the underlying morals and messages that Cameron puts in his films, namely Avatar, and thus refuse to engage with it in good faith, but are more than happy to engage in the bad faith online hate wagon surrounding it, either for their own sense of self-validation, or just out of a pure sense of personal spite. Some of these individuals are also so shallow they'll want to burn Cameron and Avatar to the ground solely on the basis of Blue People Bad or the dumb Blue People movie. Seriously, they're that shallow. There's nothing else to say on that category. Also, some of these individuals hate James Cameron sheerly from an envious standpoint because of the fact that he's living the director's dream and that now he's able to create whatever the fuck he wants on such a big budget scale. And some are just so bitter that with this freedom, he continuously hits the nail on the head with success after success, and obviously Avatar being his most successful and broadly appealing movie, and so they want to torch it to the ground. And lastly, some of these individuals are simply just very disgruntled James Cameron fans who are bitter that he's making the Blue People films instead of the films that they want him to make. And because of all those perspectives that these extreme demographics of detractors are approaching Avatar from, they are trying by any and all means necessary to tear down the Avatar films and bury them. And again, make no mistake, most of what I just outlined is almost identical to how the internet burnt George Lucas to the ground when he made the Star Wars prequels. The bad faith criticisms, the entitlement for him to make the movies they wanted, instead of continuing to make movies to his tastes, the media influencers and disgruntled fans misusing and misrepresenting his quotes to try and ignite a bandwagon and then pouring gasoline on it to push their own agendas for the sake of profit, and just on the whole trying to tear down the most artistically independent, high-budget, technologically advanced film franchise made by one author in the past decade, not on the basis of the production's merits, but simply out of a sense of personal spite for not getting what they want, and finally wanting to see him fail. Hence why they're so intent on running him into the ground. Honestly, we were all spoilt with Star Wars. We had something truly precious with George Lucas and the sci-fi fantasy epic he designed from the ground up that he self-financed to bring it to the big screen for our enjoyment. Just one man with a vision, living his dream, and telling a story from the heart. And not watering down his vision like today's most corporatized franchises, which would have done and are currently doing that exact thing with the Star Wars IP and others as well. Again, everybody, we had George fucking Lucas, the man with a dream, who broke the system and actually got to live it. And from that we got one of the best sagas of all time, just pure creation, intrigue, and deep artistic vision and storytelling. We had that, and now we don't. Because an entire generation of shallow, brain-dead, entitled fuckwads who didn't have the faintest fucking clue about Star Wars to begin with drove him away from the franchise that he loved. And squandered it for the rest of us, and now it's being actively butchered by a corporation because it's no longer in the hands of the independent creator. The only one who truly beat the Hollywood system to make his own IP completely free of their corporate control. Which is the very reason why Hollywood hates him, and why a large portion of the media still likes to shit on him in every turn. And now we've lost that. We've lost Star Wars. We've lost George Lucas. And chances are Avatar is the closest thing to the artistry, innovation, and high-budget freedom of Star Wars that we are going to see in any movie for a long time, potentially decades, maybe ever again. And while I certainly think James Cameron isn't one to abandon his work, or any of his endeavors due to a vocal minority of bandwagoners and backlash the way George Lucas did, which was at least partially due to the online hatred and backlash he was receiving. But regardless, to that I say, and let me be crystal fucking clear on this, guys, we are not doing this again. We are not doing a repeat of the Star Wars prequels. We are not doing a repeat of what happened to George Lucas. Fuck that. So any of you out there planning to turn Avatar into your little Star Wars prequels hate jab fucking farm for clicks, get that out of your mind right now, because that ain't gonna fucking happen. And that's at least in part why this video was even made to begin with. To set the record straight, to just lay it all out there. Every bullshit criticism, every misconception, every bit of false information that people like to propagate, this video was meant to respond to and correct that. Because whether you like Avatar or don't is fine, but I'll be damned if I let this stupid bandwagon of bullshit remain unchecked, just like it was back in the late 2000s regarding George Lucas and the Star Wars prequels, which started from one jaded generation and spilled over into multiple generations, filling their heads with garbage, the repercussions of which we are still feeling to this day, because that's what happens when you give a bunch of idiots the biggest voice. Now, in regards to Avatar, look, I understand that James Cameron isn't perfect by any means. Dude tends to have a bit of an ego, and sure, his mouth can get the better of him sometimes. But a lot of the distaste for him is really quite extreme when you consider his excellent track record of movies and the fact that he's just done his own thing all these years, doing what he wants regardless of what people think of him. And he, through a series of extremely risky endeavors and hard work, which has paid off, has found himself some incredible success, which I personally think should be commended and not condemned. And now he's able to make the movies that he wants on such a grand scale without the hindrances that corrupt the work of most movie makers who just want to make their fucking movie, without being dictated by either the audience or the corporate executives on how to do it. Because that's how movies get fucked up. And isn't that why we go to the movies, why we watch television, read comics and novels, and wait tirelessly for the next installment to come out? Not because we want to see our vision on screen. Not because we want to see a corporatized, watered-down product designed to cater to us. But because we want to see the vision of the movie maker, the author, the creator, the artist. We want to see their vision on screen, and to see them tell their story to us, so that we can watch it, digest it in good faith, and hopefully marvel at it. I'll leave you to ponder that while I wrap this video up. Like I said, the purpose of this video was to address as much of the criticism of both Avatar and James Cameron as I could, to provide solid arguments and, most importantly, citation for why most of the criticisms were either completely shallow, invalid, or incorrect, and based on misinformation. I also wanted to widen everyone's frame of reference for why certain decisions were made regarding the making of Avatar, both its story and other aspects of its production as well. And also give a wider frame of reference for how James Cameron likes to make his movies, and how he's remained relatively consistent for how he does it over the past 40 years, despite people's misconceptions of him, that he's become an out-of-control egomaniac dictator who never listens to anybody. Because that really isn't the case. The man has become much more open to criticism and collaboration, and that's probably one of the only big changes for how his movies have been made over the past 40 years. And despite most people thinking that he's just now become this political, preachy storyteller, because as I've ably demonstrated, most, if not all, of James Cameron's movies were made the same way, with the same continuity, so to speak, of thematic intentions behind them. And overall, with this video, I just wanted to tell the truth and set the record straight on both James Cameron and Avatar, and hopefully over the course of this video I've done that. Now, regarding both Avatar's sequel and its upcoming movies, I'm not demanding that you like them and that they must be defended at all costs and we gotta start this new apologetic movement to defend and protect Avatar. No. Don't get it twisted. For the love of Christ, don't get it twisted. Look, I'm Australian. I was one of the first in the world to see and review Avatar: The Way of Water on YouTube, because it was a happy circumstance that our country got it pretty much before anyone else in the world did, except for maybe New Zealand. That said, I had no problem in my out-of-the-theater immediate reaction/review, where I could not have been more high on the film after having just experienced it, before letting it simmer. And I still went on to say that Avatar: The Way of Water, while surpassing the original film in certain aspects, was simply not up to the same standard of on the whole storytelling quality as its prequel. But even though Avatar The Way of Water fell short of its predecessor, make no mistake, it's still an excellent movie, and I stand by that despite its shortcomings. And especially seeing the state of outright dog water shitty criticism surrounding the film, which again, is only a very small portion of the online climate surrounding the movie. It's been met with a mostly positive reception, and rightfully so. Point I'm getting at is that if Avatar 3 ends up being a disappointment or just a straight up terrible film, I'll have no problem tearing it to shreds, because I am a fan of the series, I will digest it in good faith, and I'll know if it ends up being a really bad movie. And trust me when I say that nobody will be more disappointed at its potential shortcomings than the likes of me. But time will tell what the fate of Avatar 3 will be. But as it stands right now in 2023, Avatar and James Cameron are on top of the world.
I'm the king of the world!
Long may it continue. Thank you, James Cameron, for being James Cameron. Now get the fuck out there and keep being James Cameron.
So that's the thought I would leave you with, is that in whatever you're doing, failure is an option, but fear is not.
You see, for me, fear is not an option.
Thank you.
His name is James Cameron, the bravest pioneer. No budget too steep, no sea too deep. Who's that? It's him, James Cameron.
Systems are normal. You guys hearing the song okay up there?
James Cameron, explorer of the sea, with a dying thirst to be the first. Could it be? Yeah, it's him, James Cameron.
James Cameron doesn't do what James Cameron does for James Cameron. James Cameron does what James Cameron does because James Cameron is James Cameron.